Buenos dias. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. It is going to be a fabulous week of racing and a fantastic 2 days of battles to decide which nation and which drivers are going to be on the top spot after 2 days of fabulous racing on the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero here in Chiva, just a few miles from the main city of Valencia. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Simon Byford. We're going to have a really exciting 2 days of activity. 20 degrees Celsius air temperature. It's climbed a full 10 since the first warm-up this morning. It is getting very hot very quickly. Could get as high as 28 by the time we finish the endurance race a little bit later on today. But first and foremost, we have the qualifying heats to come across the categories in T4 Mini, Junior, Senior, and of course the Senior 146 category, 156 category I should say, sorry. It's going to be a really exciting battle for all of the competitors as they race in proximity. We have two qualifying heat races today for the Minis. You can see that on your screen. Then we have the Junior races, Heat 1 and then Heat 2 in the second rotation. But we also have some good battles to come from the seniors, who are being separated into 4 separate groups of 2 heats each. And then we will have the Senior 165 heat that is taking place at 2 o'clock local time here. It's going to be a very exciting battle. The 3-minute whistle has just gone in pit road, which means, Simon, we're not that far away from the start.
Yeah, it's looking set to be a very, very interesting affair. We've seen so far in practice, all of the drivers have been very, very close together. We were speaking to one driver earlier on who was saying he was expecting to be in the top 5, but he found himself down in 15th on the timing sheets. That just goes to show the level of skill in these fields, and it's not just in any one particular class. It's literally every single class we have here, from the minis right the way through to the masters and also into the rentals, which we'll be seeing later on. It is such a tight field, and we saw that last year and the year before, just how many karts you can get into a piece of track where you shouldn't be able to get that many karts. We could see 5 or 6 kart chains just following each other around lap after lap after lap. And as we can see there, all the karts in the pre-grid area getting ready to go out. They're going to be thinking, what am I going to do in this race? Am I going to play it safe? Am I going to push as hard as I can? What am I going to do? Am I going to sit behind the person in front, or am I going to try and break away and take the flag first? But it's going to be very interesting. 7-lap heat for the minis. So nice and short, obviously nothing too long, because we have an awful lot of racing to do, and the temperatures are going to be getting very, very high inside those suits. Nice enough breeze, I would imagine, down the straights. Quite an open track, not too much in the way of shelter from the breeze, so that will be cooling the drivers down ever so slightly, but it is still going to be very, very hot out there, and with the stress, as we can see, all of the drivers are about to be ready. There's the 1-minute board. We can see that on the live stream there. And all of the drivers are going to be thinking, I am in the mode now where I'm going to just be thinking about the race start, looking for the flag as it falls as they cross the line. Obviously, one formation lap, as we can see some marshals getting ready. I'm not sure what are they doing. They might be... Can you see what they're doing, Jake?
I think they're just getting themselves into their final position, ready ahead of the start. So all will be fine there. But yeah, 7 laps of racing to come from the T4 Minis qualifying heat, and it's been a very competitive group of drivers thus far. Already they've given us plenty of entertainment, and they've got 2 races over the course of today, and then 3 tomorrow, of course, because we'll have the 2 qualifying heats today. They have a 3rd one tomorrow morning, and then they will have their semi-final and finals over the course of the entirety of Sunday afternoon. It's a very social occasion, though, as well as a competitive one, the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. The T4 Minis heading out onto the circuit. We're talking to a couple of the drivers pre-race, and they were telling us that this circuit with these karts, they can actually lap this circuit quicker than they can in their cadet machines. So it's fascinating to see just how competitive these drivers have already started to be as we gear ourselves up, ready for the start of race action in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And they have come from far and wide to represent their home nation across Europe, the Americas and Africa. Hopefully next year we'll have the contingencies from Asia and Australasia joining us in good spirit as well. but it is a very competitive grid of drivers. It's going to be George House and Luke Mill with the two Brits on the front row of the starting grid. And then on row 2, it'll be the young Czech Jindra Svoboda alongside Armani Kinua, the South African. Then Durell Goodman alongside Guilherme Morgado of Portugal. The Irishman Ben McLaughlin lines up alongside the Guatemalan Matthias Glover. Portugal and Guatemala represented on the 5th row of the grid as well by Martin Gomez and Aaron Barbano. Then Patrick Romov of the Czech Republic and Carolina Duarte of Portugal. Sebastian Venkov of South Africa, Francisco Iglesias of Portugal, then Antonello Tomazello of the Dominican Republic, Jaromir Arkhipov of Spain, then Gabriel Sandoval of Costa Rica, and then we have the Irish driver Tig Malone, and then we have Fernando Wheeler Jr., the Guatemalan, along with Valentina Helena of the Dominican Republic, Antonio Isidro, I should say, representing South Africa, and then we also have Diego Beradon and Bernie Gomarith that will finish off the field. There is your race director, Gonzalo Planta, who is in charge of everything that takes place on the circuit here at Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. It's going to be an interesting battle here. Just a few short minutes away from where MotoGP has the Valencia Grand Prix, and obviously where Formula E carries out its testing, and not very far away from where we had the European Grand Prix in Formula 1 from 2008 to 2012. So this very much is motorsport country in Spain. A wonderful, vibrant city, Valencia, with a very excitable young culture. And certainly it's great to see these young T4 Minis, some of them getting their first taste of international motorsport competition.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time for all the drivers, as I'm sure you can imagine. Obviously, lots of them, as Jake says, first time competing at an international level. Many of these people, even at national levels, they are in a reasonably high category, but still not having the same sort of grid sizes we're seeing here today, as they round the final couple of corners as we get ready for the start.
And they're in the tram lines, getting themselves ready. Are we going racing this time? No, I think that is going to be a false start. So it is a false start that is called there. The drivers will go around again. They obviously have to make sure that they're in their 2 formation laps. There is the confirmation. The repeater light has come on the starting gantry. So the drivers will go around again for another formation lap. A lot of pressure on these young shoulders. Many of them will never really have been into this kind of situation before.
Yeah, and particularly on a track that they're not familiar with, in an environment that they're not familiar with, perhaps with certain rules and regulations and procedures that they're not familiar with. In a lot of countries, I heard, particularly in the Latin America countries, a lot of drivers, they've never even raced on a kartodromo before. They just use normal race tracks that are adjusted slightly for a karting race. So obviously they might not be used to these procedures. They might not be used to having to be pretty much bumper to bumper on the starts, but they seem to be quite well behaved on this second formation lap. I think they've got the memo about being a bit closer on the second formation lap, as we see them. Well, we don't see them on the live stream, but they're winding their way through the sweeping right-hander of turn 12. There they are, just dashing by. The little helmets on them all seem to be white as they come along the back straight and towards turn 13, entering the final sector. This is where we're going to be seeing the karts pretty much maxing out, hitting their rev limiters in the race, as they get ready. They're all slowing down a lot more this time round as they come through the final couple of corners to take the start.
So here they are in the 2 tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time? By yes, we do. Green, 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 and we're away for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And up to the first corner already, a very solid start from Jindra Svoboda. And I think he's managed to get through into the lead of the race. A very talented start there from the young Czech, who has already hit the front end of the field. The rest of the drivers all squeaking their way through. A brilliant start from Ben McLaughlin. The Irishman has come right up to second place. An absolutely terrific start and is already going for broke for the lead. Nice and early doors. So an excellent start. Up the inside to move into second place. That is the fast starting Durell Goodman of South Africa. So Durell Goodman gets up in a second position. A very decent start as they go up through turn 9 and onto the back straight. Coming up the inside, another look on the inside line from the 173 of Ben McLaughlin to try and get into P2. Is that going to be enough for second position? Now they've worked their way through the S's. It is, and it's Ben McLaughlin who's now moved his way into second position. The Irishman going very well early doors, and as they go onto the back straight, no problems at all for Jindra Svoboda to lead the race. But as they come up to the chicane on the end of the first lap, it's going to be very interesting from here on out. Very tight through those S's. And they've got to make sure they stay neat and tidy. It's a very clean start to the T4 Minis, but it's Svoboda from McLaughlin, Goodman, House, Kinua, Morgado, Glover, Millwood and Rumoff ahead of Aaron Babano and Martin Gomez. So a very solid start to race proceedings here in the T4 Nations Cup. But out in front, clearly Jindra Svoboda wanting to get clear, but he's not going to have a lot of ease to do that because he's got McLaughlin and Goodman right in behind him, and they are already trying to edge their way forward to try and make the overtaking move for the lead up the inside. And that was a little bit slidey there from the 173 of McLaughlin. He ends up dropping to third position as a result. Svoboda just about gets away with that one, and there goes George House to get up into third place.
Yeah, there was a sort of clumsy move there from McLaughlin up. He's going to be closed there by Svoboda.
Back straight. Now they're going to need to get the brakes ready because obviously it's going to be a big stop into that hairpin, and a big lunge for the lead from Darrell Goodman. Goodman is going to make his bid there to get through, but it hasn't stuck, so Darrell Goodman can't get past. Trying again though as they go up through 12. Trying to skate through on the inside, and now Goodman is into the lead. Darrell Goodman is there, but Svoboda still has good speed, trying to match round the outside, and George House is just trying to stay hungry on the inside line. Might be able to get into second place here as they go into the S's, and indeed, George House has got his way into second behind Darrell Goodman as they squabble across the line one more time. 3 laps completed and 4 to go, and it's Goodman from House, Svoboda, McLaughlin, Kinua, Morgado, and Luke Millwood.
Yeah, fantastic there from George House to get back into the lead, having started on pole. He clearly has the pace, and now it's just going to be a job to defend. He's got 3 karts behind him, all looking to take that first position off him, and it could become potentially 6 if he's not careful. So he really needs to start working on breaking away from this group. As we see side by side, that's McLaughlin and the 118 of Svoboda, who are battling for the final podium position. As we see into turn number 10, it is Goodman who goes defensive and manages to maintain the lead there, coming through the heavy braking zone of turn 10 into this fast flowing left-hander, but he's going to be under pressure now. Slipstream for George House there, I do believe. Let me just verify that. I think so. Yeah, look at this now. Oh, liner stern through the last couple of corners into the chicane. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic racing. Remember when I said this could easily become a 6-car train behind the leader? Well, it looks like it might. Look at them weaving around the place. This is absolutely brilliant action. 3 wide into turn 1. Oh, I'm sitting down, but I really need to sit down, Jake.
Well, House has got very close in there with Svoboda. They actually banged wheels as up on the inside. McLaughlin had another go there at Darrell Goodman. Goodman has actually lost a little bit of traction as a result of that. It looked to me like Amani Kinua trying to work his way forward. So Luke Millwood has the fastest lap of the race now, a 1 minute 6.4. But it's going to be tricky here from House because he's got to hold on with a lot of pressure from Svoboda, Goodman and McLaughlin. It is defensive tactics there from George House onto the inside line, in through 10. Has to shut it down for 11, and on the inside, that's the move from Svoboda. Svoboda, but he runs wide on the exit, and he's going to lose ground as up the inside already. Big challenges coming forward. That is the 115 hitting the front, I do believe. No, it's the 145. That's Amani Kinua. Amani Kinua has come through to the lead now in front of Darrell Goodman. So it's the 2 South Africans that are now in first and second place as they have tucked in very nicely in 5th position. That was the 117, I think, trying to work his way through, or is that... that is now 112, sorry, that is Guillermo Morgado is on the inside. Here comes Goodman trying to take the lead once again from Kinua, and he's got through. So Darrell Goodman and Amani Kinua 1 and 2. House is in 3rd, 4th is Svoboda.
Absolutely fantastic racing here, kicking things off in the fashion that we mean to go on. 5 laps, have we done 5 laps already? Goodness me, that doesn't feel like a 5-lap race. Absolutely packed with action as we see side by side almost. I think that was McLaughlin and the 118 of Svoboda going almost side by side through turn number 8 as they come down into the heavy braking zone of turn number 10. Fantastic overtaking opportunity, no one availing of that this lap as we see the 177 absolutely glued to the back of Goodman in P2, and this is... Oh, look at this!
Kinua's having a look to try and get through on the inside of Goodman. Watch from around the outside. House had to play defensive there from Svoboda. Now they're going to dive through to the inside, and there goes the leader. It's Amani Kinua. Kinua now gets into the lead of the race. Second place for George House, and as they come down the main straight into the final lap, Kinua is going to have a lot of pressure here from George House. House will dive to the inside in the hairpin. Kinua trying to hold the throttle and has held it round the outside. It's like Arnoux and Villeneuve in France many years ago. Excellent stuff as they bang wheels, but they keep it nice and tidy on the approach into the midsection once again, up towards 6. Through the right, in through 7 at the left, and this is going to be a tricky one for third position as well because we've got Svoboda battling away with Luke Millward. Millward has worked his way forward. Very clean racing so far from T4 Mini, but nobody is going to be letting up. Svoboda staying hungry as House runs in behind Kinua. But Amani Kinua is still your race leader at the moment. The South African trying to hold on to this lead. But Amani Kinua's got so much pressure as up the inside. There comes the move from the 147 of Goodman. Going through as well with Guillermo Morgado. And it's going to be defensive all the way from Amani Kinua. George House will try and creep his way through to the inside line. Up to the final chicane. Can he commit? On the inside, he's over the top. Oh, Kinua is going to hold on to this as George House will drop back. Kinua is going to go to the line, and he's going to hang on. Amani Kinua of South Africa opens his account this weekend with a brilliant race victory in front of Ben McLaughlin and Duel Goodman.
So unfortunate to see that incident there. It's really not the way that you want to see a race end like that with the two front runners coming together, but I suppose that's just the nature of the competition here. It is that fierce. You will go for the same piece of racetrack as someone else if the situation requires it, but that was an absolutely fantastic race. Jake, your voice is not going to last this long, mate. 7 laps and you've already reached at least 90 decibels there.
I can peak to 107 if I need to, mate. Don't you worry. Amani Kinua out in first position. A brilliant run. 7 laps from Amani Kinua to hold on to it. Good effort from Ben McLaughlin, though. He stayed very patient at the end of that race to get himself into second position. And Duel Goodman finishing up in third position. Very strong performance there from Guillermo Morgado and Jindra Svoboda. So a good start and a very positive opener to the T4 Nations Cup. Here's the provisional result. Amani Kinua from Ben McLaughlin and Duel Goodman. Then Guillermo Morgado and Jindra Svoboda. Then Luke Millward in front of Patrick Romoff. George House, unfortunately, struggling to 8th in the end in front of the 2 Guatemalans, Matias Glover and Aaron Barbano. Then Martin Gomez in front of Francisco Iglesias, Carolina Duarte and Antonella Tomazello. Jaromir Arkhipov in front of Tyg Malone. Then Fernando Wheeler Jr. and Gabriel Sandoval Soto. 19th across the line for Sebastian Venkov and Antonio Isidro. And then we have Valentina Helena, the young competitor from the Dominican Republic. And it is Bemi Gomares in front of Diego Berdon. But what a fantastic race. And all 23 drivers that started it were able to bring it home. So a very clean race despite how fierce it was.
Yeah, I think that's one of the selling points of the T4s is that they're designed to be robust enough to have these battles and to fight each other, maybe make a bit of contact every now and again. If you go into the paddock, you'll see there are a couple of T4s that, well, let's say visually they've seen better days. There's chunks missing from the paintwork, and they're still running absolutely fine. If anything, it's reducing the weight and making them a bit faster. But a fantastic battle there. Unfortunate towards the end with a collision, obviously, but up until then it was absolutely second to none. And great to see so many drivers getting involved. McLaughlin there started 7th, finished in P2, so a fantastic race for him, Jake. But yeah, all round great stuff.
Well, if that's only the first race of the day, goodness me, what's it going to be like when we get to the finals tomorrow? Very impressive stuff from the T4 Minis. The T4 Juniors are coming up, of course, and they're getting themselves ready for qualifying heat number 1. It'll be an interesting challenge from them. Now we know a little bit of the flavour of the proximity of the racing in T4 Mini. They're definitely going to be particularly entertaining over the course of today. But there's a lot of exciting battles still to come around the course here at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero, which is just a few miles from the centre of Valencia. Right in the heart of the Spanish countryside here, just a few miles from the coast. So there's balmy breezes, but there's very high temperatures as well. We started the day in 10 degrees Celsius, and now we're already pushing 22. So it's going to get a little bit fever pitch by the time we get to 5 p.m. this evening. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, trackside, because we're not just broadcasting on the live stream, but we're also going out to the spectators and the fans here trackside as well. Don't forget, we have a very nice paella party that's coming up during the course of the endurance race. Get your tickets for that, €10 a pop. There's entertainment, there's paella, there's drinks. It's all an opportunity for everyone to network, have some fun. It's not just about the racing on the international stage, but we're a motorsport community. We're very tight, and we want to keep the flavour of the fun all through the weekend.
We certainly are. I think that's one of the big appeals that you hear from different people about the T4s, is that it's such a family community, whereas in other karting series, competitive karting, national, international levels, you'll have a lot of people hiding setups, hiding cheeky little tricks that they're doing to try and gain a bit more lap time. Here in the T4s, like, oh, what have you done to go faster through turn 3, mate? Oh, yeah, I did this, and this. All right, yeah, lovely, great stuff. It is really a family environment here. And that's what I think a lot of Tillotson has tried to do there, is maintain this. And, well, I think that's where the Paella Party idea came from, is trying to create a family atmosphere during the T4 endurance race, which is obviously 3 hours later on this afternoon, as we see the 3-minute board going up there for the juniors as they get ready to start their race. But, yeah, like Jake said, €10 a pot, and you can have, I'm not sure is it infinite paella, but certainly a healthy amount, or perhaps unhealthy in this case.
Some will try their luck, I'm sure.
Some will try, people always do. But like we say, trackside, they can be bought from the Tillotson tent. Please do buy them, because this is all in the name of good fun, good spirits, good banter, and like we say, there's going to be entertainment as well. I'm not sure is there going to be live music, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be music of some description. But yeah, it's set to be a great time this evening with the Paella Party, amongst other things, such as, like we say, the T4 Endurance and also the rest of the heats. Plenty of heats coming up today as we see the T4 Juniors still waiting to get underway, and they will be getting underway in probably 2 or 3 minutes' time. Hopefully they will only take the one warm-up lap this time. They won't need a second time going round to get their chickens in order, as we see the packed balcony just to the left of us in the commentary box. We're just out of frame on the left of your screen, but it's great to see so many people coming out here spectating. And these aren't just people who are interested in the juniors. They're not just the mechanics and parents and relatives of the junior drivers. These people who you see here, they're racing in all different categories. They're mechanicking in all different categories. Some of them are working at the circuit. You know, everyone turns out to see the racing for each of the T4 categories. If there's 5 minutes going spare, lots of people will just go and stand trackside and see what's going on, just because they know the action is going to be so good. As we see the 1 minute board there, the drivers all prepped and ready. Final few words with some of the mechanics before they set out underway. Jake, should we go through the grids for the juniors?
Indeed we shall, and it's a multinational feast of competition once again in T4 Junior qualifying heat number 1. Pole position goes the way of the number 252. That is the American talent Chase Biscaglia, and it'll be interesting to see if Chase Biscaglia can continue his great form this week and move his way forward to the top spot once again. Dan Amore, who has come through to this paddock through his prowess in the Tillotson T4 Esports Series. He managed to earn himself a place in the T4 Nations Cup. He is there on the front row of the starting grid on his debut in the category, so very impressive indeed from him. Then it is Diego Polanco, the Mexican driver, who lines up in 3rd position. And then it is Richard Seika, the Czech driver, who will head out onto the grid in row 2. The T4 Juniors head out onto the circuit then for their first qualifying heat, and we'll be able to talk you through the grid in full from front to back. Chase Biscaglia and Dan Amore will be there on the front row of the starting grid from Diego Polanco and Richard Seika. Then George Townsend and Truly Adams from Sean Canevet and Jaden Tromp. Then it is Theo Lestrange and Phil Becker from Amelie Ackitts and Nico Franca. Daniel Hartley and Marco Velasco from Brooke Loretti and James Treacy. Antonio Vicente and Daniel Berzin, Jensen O'Neill-Going and Manuel Gonzalez, then David Chinchilla and Antonio Martinez from Brianne Wilson and Tara Keneally, and then it is Rudy Schussler from Matteo Alfano, Keith Burke, Hugo Fenol and Rafael Calvo. A very busy grid of drivers, and they too will get 7 laps of the course.
I believe they're getting 7. I'm not sure, is it 7 or 9 for the junior heats? It's somewhere in between. I know that seniors is 9 laps. It doesn't say on our sheet, but we have just been told that it is in fact 7 laps. And if the last 7 laps are anything to go by, it is going to go by in a flash, much like the T4 karts themselves, as we see them all getting they still have one more warm-up lap to do before they have to get into position for the start.
You're not struggling this early to get your worms out,
No,
are you?
I won't tell you how much I had to drink last night.
Or
just
water,
just
of course.
water, folks.
Oh, just water. Yeah, absolutely.
It's important to be professional. Just water.
We are as lubricated as we can be as commentators. We do our best.
We are, yeah.
So the contenders then gearing up the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature. You've got to make sure that those tyres and brakes are warm as you get into the first corner, because you need to have a lot of trust in the kart that it's going to have the right stopping distance as you get into that first apex, because it's quite a fast opening sweeper. You've got to have a lot of trust in the machinery. So these outlaps, the outlap and formation lap, very important to actually get the kart up to racing speed and up to good temperature of brake, good temperature of tyres, because you need to make sure that you're going to have that purchase into the first apex. It's where you really start to feel what the kart can do. But it's America versus the United Kingdom on the front row of the grid. 4 different nations in the top 4 places. From the United States, Chase Pascalia. From Great Britain, it is Dan Amor. From Mexico, it is Diego Polanco. And then it is Richard Saker of the Czech Republic, who finds himself there in 4th position on the grid. A lot of top talents in this one, though, representing a lot of the top nations here. The Irish contingent with Theo Lestrange, also James Treacy, Brianne Wilson and Tara Keneally, as well as Keith Burke. Here they come across the line, and we are going round again. So the formation lap needs to be done one more time. Obviously, they're not quite in positions, so a bit of a difficulty there for the contenders. But there's a big contingency of South Africans in this race as well. We've got Jaden Tromp along with Brooke Loretti and Rudy Schussler. It is really great to see the African contingent here with the Tillotson T4. It's a brand that's going very, very well in South African karting, and it really is starting to build and grow in fantastic proximity. Some great athletes that have come here from South Africa to the T4 Nations Cup. I don't think it's going to be too long until in 2023 we're going to get the Asian contingent and hopefully the Australasian contingent as well joining us. So it'll be Chase Pascalia and Dan Amor, along with Diego Polanco and Richard Saker. From George Townsend and Truly Adams. Then it will be Sean Canivet and Jaden Tromp from Theo Lestrange and Phil Becker. Amelie Ackitts and Nico Franke from Dan Hartley and Marco Velasco. Brooke Loretti, James Treacy, Antonio Vicente and Daniel Berzin. Jensen O'Neill-Going and Manuel Gonzalez from David Chinchilla and Antonio Martinez from Brianne Wilson. Tara Keneally. Then Rudy Schussler, Matteo Alfano, Keith Burke, Hugo Fenol and Rafael Calvo. The drivers will come through the final chicane once more, and they will go into their 2 tram lines. They missed the chicane in the final corner just so that they can stay in formation, and then they will get the green light when they do. There we go, racing up to the first corner. Good start from Pascalia. Amor is going to get alongside, but round the outside it looks like a good start from Richard Saker. Saker is going to try and go right round the long way at turn 1 to try and move up positions, but it is a perfectly clean start from Pascalia. No worries there. Amor is trying to hold on to 2nd position as up into 3rd place. That's a great start from the American Truly Adams. So Truly Adams now finds the way into 3rd position. A very solid battle in junior already, but now, oh my goodness, that is a big conflagration. We've got over a dozen drivers involved in that one, but once again, the close proximity and the fast nature of these Tillotson T4 corners mean that obviously there's a lot of drivers locked in together. I would say that's Ackitts involved, Berzin, Martinez, Wilson, Schuster, Alfano, Burke, Fenol, Calvo. They were all caught up in that. Nico Franke was involved, as was Daniel Hartley, Theo Lestrange and Phil Becker. So lots of drivers involved in that one. We are under yellow flag conditions, I do believe, at the first couple of corners of the sector. But are we going to go full course yellow? I'm not sure. We're certainly under yellow at the first sector. Yellow flags, yellow flags. So we are under yellow flags. That means there's no overtaking at this point, which is a bit of a problem for Diego Polanco, who I think did not see the yellow flag, has managed to get through there on Dan Amor. So the timing of that wasn't fantastic, unfortunately.
It's very unfortunate to see that that collision when we're talking about in only the last race how there's so much battling but so much respect, and just how well able these karts are to go wheel to wheel and survive. Suddenly we're faced with a multi-kart pile-up as we see everyone getting the message now, slowing down slightly, maybe trying to cool off the tyres a little bit. It is very, very warm out there, and it won't take much to overheat these tyres if you're sliding them a bit too much. But we're seeing still some people, I believe, I'm not seeing, oh yes, there are still yellow flags out, but seemingly some people still getting a bit feisty with each other, letting each other know that they're not happy with each other's pace, as we see the leaders filing through the final corner. And Buscalia there leading the way from pole, still maintaining his lead. The green flag falls and we're going battling straight into turn one. The top three all going at it, Jake.
Yeah, we only needed one lap under caution, which is good to see. So Buscalia out in front, and here comes the move from Diego Polanco. Polanco, the Mexican, gets into the lead then. So a good move from Diego Polanco, who manages to move forward into the lead of the race. Third position, Dan Amor, just waiting patiently for his opportunity. But you don't want to rush things, and that was the problem that they had under the full course yellow. A couple of drivers, I think, made moves under yellow flags. For those drivers that feel they've been hard done by, you know, you can't take the rule book into your own hands. You can't do the tit for tat thing. You have to wait and let it all play out after the fact. So you just got to stay patient and wait for your moment to get back under green flag conditions. So very sensible from the drivers that may have felt aggrieved, but they obviously have to go racing to the correct rules in the book. So even if other drivers are tripping over that line, you've still got to keep yourself within the frame of the rules, and everybody doing a good job of that. Diego Polanco is now your race leader from Chase Buscalia, and then it is Dan Amor who runs there in second and third position. Here comes the move from Buscalia, and he's going to get support from Dan Amor and from Truly Adams. They all managed to get through there on Diego Polanco, who falls from first to fourth. So it's kind of as they were before the yellow flags came out, really. But Chase Buscalia just waiting for the moment as Marco Velasco gets the fastest lap of the race, the first under green flag conditions since the start. But incredibly, despite all of those problems on the start, there's only one retirement to speak of, and that is Matteo Alfano, the American driver. So Matteo Alfano out of the race. And obviously it's going to be a long walk back to the pits for him. And up the inside, here comes the move. Up into second place now for Truly Adams. So it's the United States, first and second, as we have Chase Buscalia leading and Truly Adams in second place in front of Dan Amor, as Diego Polanco now makes the move on Dan Amor. They run side by side. Polanco is through, and who's that making the progress? That's Jaden Tromp of South Africa. Into fourth position comes Tromp. So Tromp is going to work very hard here to move up into the top three positions, but it's the United States 1 and 2 for Buscalia and Adams.
As we see karts almost going three wide down the start-finish straight. Who's that getting involved? It looks to be the two, because it's juniors. Oh, never mind, the battle has ended. Oh, and off goes the 212 machine. That is, let's take a look, that is Marco Velasco, who's had a terrible time there out of turn one, losing some positions there. Not sure how many, I wasn't following along, which I probably should be, but losing some positions out of turn one. His home race, obviously, the Spaniard coming here with some experience of the track, I think, as they round their way into Sector 2 and approaching Sector 3. It is still Buscalia who leads the way from Truly Adams, and then Polanco in third as they come down the back straight towards turn 13, filing their way through. Look at that, Jake, bumper to bumper stuff. Into the final chicane they come, and that is absolutely brilliant to see. They're just pushing each other along, working together. This is absolutely fantastic to see the strategy going on here as they come down into turn one. No moves from Truly Adams into turn one, just maintaining his position, holding station, trying to break away from Polanco in P2. Same story into the chicane of 3 and 4. No moves just yet. Everyone seeming to settle down into this race now. Lap 5 of 7. Everyone just thinking, where can I get in this race if I work sensibly rather than just battling furiously. We are seeing some battles on the fringes of the top 10, just out of frame. It looks to be sort of P6 onwards. There is some furious battling going on there, which is perhaps why they're not part of the lead pack, as you appear to have a fly there buzzing around your food there,
I do
mate.
indeed, yes. We'll come back to that in a moment. I think he's going to have a faster race of this than I am. Here's the battle for Truly Adams, trying to just stretch away with Chase Buscalia. But as they built up a little bit of a gap now, and they've got one lap to go, that's not quite as big a gap as Adams and Buscalia would have liked. Buscalia runs a little bit wide, and that's going to be enough of an invitation for Truly Adams into the first corner. And there goes the move. Truly Adams into the lead of the race then. No second chances, no hesitation. Truly Adams realised that Buscaglia was going to get wide onto the curbs and made the move, perfectly timed as well. And that isn't going to cost them too much in terms of momentum. But Polanco, the Mexican in third position, is trying to work his way further forward onto the tail of Chase Buscaglia. This is good defensive tactics from Truly Adams, who's going to hold on to the lead for the time being. But is there going to be one last chance from Chase Buscaglia? Buscaglia trying his best, but this is not going to be easy for Truly Adams to hold on to. Up into turn 10, through the left-hander, up to 11 in the right-hander, and we might see a bit of a lunge here from Diego Polanco or from Dan Amor. Fifth position now is the British driver George Townsend. He's crept onto the back of this quartet, and now it's going to be defence all the way from Truly Adams. Buscaglia trying to make the move on the inside line. Watch for Polanco and Amor. They're going to come in pretty hot here into the final chicane. If anything were to kick off, they'd be right there for the taking, but it's all going to come perfectly nicely. Although Buscaglia is going to get a good run off the turn, it's not enough. Truly Adams has held on by 59 thousandths of a second. Good run from Truly Adams. Perfect move into the first corner at the start of the final lap, and able to hold on from Buscaglia, Polanco, Amor, Townsend and Seika.
Fantastic stuff there from Truly Adams. His father is a former NASCAR driver and also doubles up as his coach, and I'm sure that is going to leave a smile on his face, seeing his son making such a daring move into turn 1, taking his opportunity when it was served to him on a silver platter. Nice little mistake there as far as Adams was concerned. Straight up the inside, job done, bish bash bosh, into turn 1, into P1, and straight into a first place finish in his first heat here in Spain in the sunshine. He's from California, so he's used to racing in the heat, as is Buscaglia, I would imagine. I think he's also from a similar area. I think he's from Florida actually, so they would have a fair bit of heat there. So obviously the conditions probably not phasing them too much compared to other drivers, as we see Truly Adams there taking his first victory of the day, the number 244, followed up by Chase Buscaglia, Diego Polanco, Dan Amor, George Townsend, Richard Kejka and Jaden Trump. Then comes Marco Velasco in P8, P9 is Manuel Gonzalez, and P10 is Sean Canivet. Followed up in P11, Daniel Hartley, Antonio Fernandez, James Tracy, Antonio Nicolas, Jensen O'Neill going, Keith Burke, Nico Franca, and Brian Wilson. Then P19, David Chinchilla, followed up in P20 by Thea Lestrange. P21, Phil Becker, followed by Tara Keneally. Then comes Brooke Loretti, Emily Ackett, Daniels Petrus Bzins, Rudy Schussler, and Hugo Espinoza. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not. And then rounding out our finishers is Rafael Calvo. Actually, I don't think he did finish, because I think we had one DNF there.
Well, the one DNF was Matteo Alfano, of course, which happened on the very first lap of the race. So Matteo Alfano not able to show up on the screen, unfortunately, because the drivers that complete the first laps are the ones that trigger the timing beacon. So that's why if there's a driver that retires from the race on the first lap, they don't show up on the timing screen. So rather unfortunate for Matteo Alfano, but I'm sure Matteo Alfano will come back to that. Let's take a look around this Valencia circuit at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero with a lap on board. So you can see this is a very fast circuit around this Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero circuit. You come down into turn 1. It's quite an open first hairpin as the kart tries to get quite close and tucked into the curbs, but you don't want to ride the curbs at turn 1. It can be very dusty and it'll spit the kart wide. Then into the chicane, you have to be quite hungry on the way in, but also quite balanced on the way out. Then you make your way through this sequence of right-handers, which just tightens and tightens as you go. Then you're going to repeat that by going left, but you keep the kart turning all the way through 7, 8, and then 9 to finish off the rotation. As you work your way through, it's actually a double apex, turn 9. Then into turn 10, a very tight braking for the hairpin as the kart coaxes its way through. Then out through 11. Again, you get tight to the curb without actually running it, because that will spit the kart off, particularly in the Tillotson T4. You want to stay off the curbs as much as humanly possible on a fast lap. Then you come through 13. Double apex again here, but it's treated as one corner. And then up to the chicane. This is very brutal on the kart. You have to tighten in, and it's only on the second part of the apex when you want to hug the curbs. Back out onto the main straight, and that's your lap. I've got the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. It's a fabulous race circuit here in Chiva in Valencia. It gets very hot, but it also gets very competitive, and it's a circuit that really does lend itself to some strong overtakes, and we're looking forward to plenty of those over the course of this race. T4 Senior coming up in groups A versus B.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that lovely little cinematic piece of the action here in Valencia as we start up the engines for the first senior heat, the AB heat, and it is going to be an incredibly fast-paced race as we see everyone in the pre-grid area starting up their engines, getting ready to head out. Not sure, have we seen the 1 minute board yet? We might be able to see on the live timings whether... No, we can't. We can't see how long it's going to be until they head out, but it will only be a few seconds, I would imagine, for this. I believe it's a 9-lap heat for the seniors, and that's going to go by very, very quickly indeed, I would imagine. These karts revving slightly higher than the minis and the juniors. These karts are revving to 6,500 RPM compared to 5,000 in the lower categories. I think it's 5,500 for juniors and 4,500 for the minis, but I'm not sure. You'd have to speak to one of our many Tillotson engineers here this weekend about that. But as we see, seems to be a little bit of discussion going on between, that's Calais Atkins there, and one of the race directors.
Yeah, that is Gonzalo Planta himself, just reminding Calais Atkins that he obviously, as the person on pole position for this race, has to control the pace of the drivers on the formation laps. So they obviously need to make sure the two front row drivers, Calais Atkins and Ben Leider, that those two are obviously going to control the pace all the way through. And the onus is on them, essentially, to make sure that they get the clean start. The 1 minute board goes up then, held up by Ross Upton. And it's going to be an interesting challenge for our man in pole position. For Calais Atkins, he actually qualified for his place to represent Great Britain in the T4 Nations Cup by winning the T4 esports category. So he has literally come from the esports, the virtual category of Tillotson T4, to step up into the Nations Cup itself. Very impressive. And he's put it on pole position for the first race.
He certainly has, yeah. Anyone who knows Calais will tell you just how quick he is, and he really showed that in the esports. Just his adaptability to the kart, to the situation, adapting to the simulator, adapting to a new kart. Very, very impressive, just what he's been able to do with the T4 esports program. And obviously coming here, this is, I believe, his first race in T4s. So to stick it on pole in your first race in T4s against such a competitive grid, it really is a very impressive achievement from the British Jamaican driver, as we see them all pulling away now for this, the commencement of the AB Senior Heat.
So it's going to be a very competitive grid. They obviously have split the T4 seniors into two separate grids of racing across 4 groups. This is Group A versus Group B. It's Calais Atkins and Ben Leider from Fabienne Lanz and Evan Stapleton, from Tyler McIntyre and Raivo Dripa, then Rowan Conrady and Joshua Bach, Alistair Tinker and Calvin Pratt, from Paolo Estrada and Connor McPaulin, then Yuris Calvelis and Andrei Klinkan, then Ariandro Payan and Colm Manili. Then it is Harish Gladkins and Alex Fleming, Flip-Flop Fleming to you, Peter McBride and Ian Quinn that will finish off the race battle. So it's going to be an interesting one out there for the 20 drivers. It's worth pointing out, actually, a lot of people, the naysayers, will be there, particularly karting fans, who will say, Kalai Atkins, well, he races in a lot of other categories of karting, so getting into the esports style and winning a place here, that would be pretty straightforward. Not the case, because not only was the T4 Esports one of the more competitive karting esports categories that I've certainly ever seen over the last 2-3 seasons of virtual racing since the COVID-19 pandemic made it a little bit more attractive, but it's worth pointing out that if you're a professional kart racer or a semi-pro kart racer and then you make the switch to esports, it's actually really difficult. It's easier to go from esports to real racing than it is to go from real racing to esports, because one thing that esports doesn't give you is that sensation through the core muscles when you're trying to feel where the back of the kart is going, when you're turning in, when you're braking, when you're steering in. It's more natural as a racing driver, but in the world of esports, you don't get that same feeling. It all comes down to your mental acumen, how you are concentrating, how you are focused. So it's actually very impressive for Kalai Atkins to get his way through to a proper karting competition, having to adapt his normal driving style as a physical kart racer to the world of esports. It's not as easy as it made out.
No, definitely. We've got a T4 simulator here at the track in the Tillotson tent, which people can try out. And I have to say, I've driven a few laps on it, and it's a lot more difficult than driving the actual T4s. Now, I've had the pleasure of yesterday evening and the evening before doing a few laps in the rentals, and the difference is just insane. The simulator is so much harder, even though it is so realistic to the real thing. You just don't have that feel through the seam of your pants, you know? It's just... It's different gravy. It's a very different approach that you have to take between feeling everything through your hands and feeling everything through your muscles, through your lower back, and through, obviously, your bum, as every single racing driver likes to say.
That's it. I mean, Nicky Lauda always used to say it's the most important part of your body as a racing driver is your backside, because that's where you feel everything that's going on right to the bottom of the circuit. So that's the most important part. 9 laps of the course. The T4 seniors qualifying Heat A versus B. And goodness me, Ben Lyder well out of the tram lines there to the first corner, but away we go. And Kalai Atkins gets a strong run to the first corner. We have gone green, so we are through the first hairpin. And Kalai Atkins is going to work his way through up to the first corner, and he's already got pressure as up to the inside line. He loses the lead on the first lap initially, but Kalai Atkins is going to come straight back for it. Doesn't want to lose this lead for long, and has retaken it. A fantastic start, as up at a second place has come Fabienne Lanz. So it was Lanz who initially took the lead off Kalai Atkins, but the South African lady working very hard to catch the British Jamaican up front. And these two drivers already putting in a very strong race of it. But Fabienne Lanz is trying to work her way through to the lead once again. She's done it! And Kalai Atkins coming back. Let's not forget that this is Atkins' first ever race in this category, so he really is learning the hard way. But Fabienne Lanz has left the door wide open. Atkins has come through, and he's not the only one to have made it through as well. Looks like Ben Lyder has got back into second position after an initial poor start. So a very interesting challenge, but up to second again has come Fabienne Lanz. So Lanz has come back through. She has worked her way back into second place once again. So it's Atkins, Lanz, Lyder, McIntyre, Stapleton, Conradi, Buck, Pratt, McPollin and Alistair Tinker in P10.
Fantastic start from both of these. Ben Lyder under investigation for spacing during the start of the race there.
Yeah, he was completely out of positions on the tram lines, and you need to make sure you're in those tram lines. So I'm afraid Ben Lyder is already under investigation for that. Fabienne Lanz, second position in front of Tyler McIntyre now. So Tyler McIntyre, another of the talented Americans in this race, has now worked his way up to third. He's going to have a think about second place. He left it late, but he's made the move stick. So that's a good run from Tyler McIntyre. Into second position he goes. And Fabienne Lanz is now having to try and play catch up. As up to fourth place, that is Evan Stapleton. Stapleton making the move then. So Evan Stapleton, the Irishman, has now come through into P4. A good run. And further back, we've got a duel as Joshua Back is going along with Rowan Conradi to battle away for P6. Great action everywhere you look.
It really is. Stapleton, obviously, the champion of the T4 Ireland Regional Series. He is pretty much unstoppable in Ireland. As we see up the inside goes Fabienne Lanz on Tyler McIntyre there, taking back P2, and she is going to have to defend vigorously against the American driver to try and maintain this position. She's gone from P3. Oh, never mind. She's lost P2 again. Oh, no, that's a crash there. Is that Stapleton? It is. It's Stapleton and Lanz have come together through turn number 5 and 6, and that is a disaster for the Irishman, who has come here with great hopes of being competitive, and he has lost hand over fist there through the second sector, and he is right the way down now in, let's take a look where he is. He looks to be in P number 8, I think that is.
Well, Lanz is having a crazy race now because Joshua Back is having a big battle, and Lanz has had to slot back into 5th position, side by side for 3rd place. This is getting very close between Back and Pratt, and that is Calvin Pratt getting through on the inside, hopping over the curbs trying to get the kart stationary. But they are battling so much that the 2 leaders have gone scot clear. Kalai Atkins and Ben Lyder are now well clear of the rest of the group. So this is a real headache, as now Fabienne Lanz has come back through into 4th position up the inside of Joshua Back. And there's not a lot the Guatemalan can do about Fabienne Lanz. She has worked her way back into 4th position, but they've lost so much time from the 2 leaders that now Atkins and Lyder are well clear of the rest of the field. So they've got to try and work their way back into position again. Fabienne Lanz hugging behind Calvin Pratt. So it's going to be a really interesting battle as they try now to get themselves back into position. Look at them as they come onto the back straight. You've got Pratt, Lanz, Back, McIntyre, and I think Evan Stapleton has managed to rejoin the gaggle. They're in 7th place up the inside. That's lovely from Joshua Back to get through on Calvin Pratt, following in behind Fabienne Lanz. So Lanz is up to 3rd. That is Back into 4th. McIntyre to 5th. Not a lot that Pratt can do except hope that he doesn't lose out to Evan Stapleton.
Yeah, really fantastic racing as we see the 3 of them line astern into the final chicane. Lanz leading this small group who are chasing down the top 2, I believe that is. Yes, the top 2, who are, well, there's no way of putting this other than, well, about 3 miles up the road. They're a good corner in front. As we see from our commentary box, Kalai Atkins is in a league of his own, breaking away from Ben Lyder. As we see the rest of them battling, that's not how you catch up to the leaders. You can't battle, you have to work together. But I don't think, Jake, that there's the appetite for camaraderie in this situation. Everyone is just looking for that final podium place. They've said, well, we can't get the win, we'll just have to settle for P3. But there's 4 people who want to settle for it.
Yeah.
That's just not going to work out for everyone.
They've definitely learnt about how to lose a race the hard way, haven't they? Because out in front, Atkins and Lyder are just a billion miles ahead by comparison at this early stage. But so much scrapping, so much battling has just opened up the door, and Atkins and Lyder have already extended the gap. But there's still great racing to be had. It's now about tactics now. Tyler McIntyre, if he's got his sensible shoes on, should now line up behind Fabienne Lanz for the next 3 laps and see how much damage they can do for the leaders up front. Because if they can get a little bit more out of their tyres than Ben Lyder up front, so it's going to be an interesting situation for them. But the competitors still giving a really solid run of it. But then Kalai Atkins out in front from Ben Lyder, Fabienne Lanz and Tyler McIntyre. It's going to be an interesting challenge. One of the marshals has run over to assist the spun out driver. It's Connor McPollin. So Connor McPollin has spun his kart and has unfortunately now dropped down the order and has actually picked up a warning flag for the trouble. So they clearly felt that Connor was the instigator of his own demise there. Very unfortunate for the Irishman. And we're just seeing him now in the 398. Oh, sorry, that is further back. That is Harry Gladkins, who is now closing up on Evan Stapleton, I think, who's had another incident to drop down the order.
He really could not have worse luck in this race. As we see up the inside goes Tyler McIntyre on Fabienne Lanz. This battle is just never ending as we come on to the lap number 6, as we see the warning flag out as they come down into turn 1. Who's going to take the position? Well, there's no moves being made, so it is Tyler McIntyre who holds on to position number 3 for now, but Lanz is not going to give this one up easily. 25 years of racing experience has Fabienne Lanz, and she is going to know exactly what she wants to do to try and take this position back. She has more experience than McIntyre, but very, very similar pace. Maybe a bit wiser as they come down into turn number 10. No moves for the South African lady, but there's a move there. Who was that? That was Stapleton up the inside of back there into turn number 10. As we can see there, yeah, there's confirmation of the move. Stapleton passing the 317 of Joshua back as they come down along the back straight. The engine topping out for both Lands and McIntyre as they come down into the final chicane. No moves from the lady racer from South Africa, currently sitting behind, just enjoying the slipstream, maybe trying to catch up ever so slightly to Ben Lyder in front, but we see Stapleton and back going at it again into turn 1. Back regains the position. Stapleton's not going to be done with this now though. Into turn 3, it's a good overtaking opportunity. He gets the cut back, hard on the brakes into turn 3. He can't make it work and he has to settle for position number 5 still, but he's under attack from behind from 2 karts. It's the, let's take a look on the timings. It's Ian Quinn and Calvin Pratt there, and they both seem to have one of them has taken him for that is position number 6, I do believe. As we see again on the live stream, McIntyre and Lands still following each other.
We had a spinner there in the middle of the course there. Sorry, at turn 10, somebody has spun, and that has dropped out of position. So that was Pratt, actually. Pratt has dropped out of the top 10. Very unfortunate there, as we are about to come on to the final lap. Kalai Atkins in front of Lyder, and then it's McIntyre versus Lands. Lands has still got one last chance to get into the top 3. On to the final lap they go then. And look at Tyler McIntyre, absolutely aggressive in defence. No contact, but just making it very clear where he's going to position his T4 chassis, hanging on there in front of Fabienne Lands. Quick look over the shoulder just to see how far back the South African is, but she is right there, ready for an opportunity. And Fabienne Lands really wants to make this overtaking move come to fruition. She's there in 4th position, wants to get into the top 3, just timing her opportunities right. Doesn't want to rush this. There's a slow kart in front. Somebody is slow. Oh, is that a problem for Atkins? Atkins, the race leader. Kalai Atkins has slowed to a crawl. Oh my goodness, Kalai Atkins leading the race and has come off on the back straight. So that is the race leader pulling off on the final lap. Now we know that Ben Lyder is under investigation for the start, so the victory could be played out here between McIntyre and Lands, who are dueling for 2nd place. The checkered flag's going to come out. Ben Lyder's going to cross the line in first for the moment, but he's under investigation. So who's going to get the win further back? It's going to be McIntyre just in front of Fabienne Lands for 2nd and 3rd positions. My goodness, but what disaster for Kalai Atkins, who was leading comfortably in his first ever Tillotson T4 race of any kind in the Nations Cup. And a mechanical problem, by the look of it, has dropped him out. Now, whether that's mechanico simpatico, he doesn't quite understand the technical workings of the kart yet, or whatever it might have been. It might have just been bad luck. But whatever it was, Kalai Atkins, he puts his thumb up there, Ben Lyder, to Kalai Atkins. He knew when he was beaten in a fair fight. But it's fortune that favours Ben Lyder on this occasion, although, of course, post-race, he may find that that investigation for him being out of the tram lines on the start may come back to bite him. But great racing all the way through. Certainly it's provisional for Ben Lyder. He crosses the line in 1st place. And in 2nd place behind it was just Tyler McIntyre. 15 thousandths of a second in front of Fabienne Lands. So that is a fabulous race to the line between those two. There's the provisional confirmation. Lyder from McIntyre and Lands. Then Ian Quinn finishing up in front of Joshua Back and Evan Stapleton. Conor McPollin ahead of Alastair Tinker from Calvin Pratt and Paolo Estrada. Then Raivo Dripa and Juris Calvelis from Alejandro Payan and Colm Manili. And then it is Alex Fleming in front of Rowan Conrady. Peter McBride in front of Harijus Gladkins. 19th place was Andres Kinkans. And then, unfortunately, the retirement from the race on the very last lap, the race leader, Kalai Atkins. Talk about a miserable bit of bad luck there for Kalai Atkins. That race was won and in the bag as far as he was concerned. He had a 2.5 seconds on Ben Lyder for the majority of the race, but it's been a very, very tough race for him to finish off with. And unfortunately, it's Kalai Atkins that really does run the gauntlet and a race retirement. What a shame, after he was driving such a beautiful race and looked like it was a counter to victory without any issues at all. So big problems for Kalai Atkins as his race ends on the final lap. So the contenders are getting themselves ready for the 2nd group of T4 senior qualifying heat drivers. We were kind of hoping to speak to Kalai Atkins after his first experience of racing at that level. I have a feeling we're going to have to wait for that communication. Maybe we'll try and speak to one of the other drivers from that race, potentially maybe even Fabienne Lanz, who was battling her way with Tyler McIntyre all the way to the finish line there. So a very interesting case of affairs, that is for sure. And T4 senior qualifying heat for drivers in groups A versus B, full of drama. There is Kalai Atkins. Well, that is very unfortunate indeed. And it looked as though that was pretty much job done as far as he was concerned. So the fact that it's now all of a sudden come apart at the seams, very unfortunate indeed. And that was definitely going to be a good opening gambit for Kalai Atkins. But full credit to Ian Quinn, who started the race back in 20th on the grid and worked his way all the way up to 4th position. That's an amazing run. 9 laps of racing and 16 places made up. That is very impressive indeed from young Ian Quinn, the American, working very hard there to change the fortunes. And if there is some kind of investigation into Ben Lyder, then Quinn could well end up being in the top 3 at the end of a very thrilling opening race. So it's obviously going to be an interesting battle in T4 Senior Qualifying Heat C versus D, because we've got another set of drivers gearing themselves up ready for another charge forward. And this is going to see the Mexican talent Jan-Lucas Werthmann and the American Hunter Perry run on the front row of the starting grid. And then we'll have Dara Adriansens alongside Eddie Byrne. So it's obviously been a very exciting challenge to start off with so far. Everybody gearing themselves up ready for another exciting bout down there on the circuit here at Catadromo Lucas Guerrero. So the battles are going to be very tight. The 3-minute board has gone up, so obviously it's not going to be too long before we start racing once again. But the contenders are ready for an exciting showcase here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We've had our first heat in the mini, we've had our first heat in the junior. Now we will continue as things continue to develop. I haven't had any notification about any changes in either the mini or junior races. We'll try and get that information to you as soon as humanly possible, or as soon as it becomes applicable anyway. And it's certainly been a fascinating battle and a great run so far. So it's certainly been an interesting challenge as all of the contenders are gearing up ready for another exciting bout out there on the course. But all of the contenders are getting themselves in the right frame of mind for an exciting showcase and a great battle. Obviously we've got some exciting battles for all of the contenders. But it's going to be a very interesting and intriguing challenge for all of the drivers. We've got some great racing to come later, obviously, in the 3-hour endurance race, which we'll tell you all about as we get there later on in the day. But we also have a sensational challenge for all of the contenders as they want to put on another excellent showcase. So certainly the T4 Nations Cup is kicking off in the right frame of mind, and everybody definitely getting on with things in the best possible manner at the moment. There's still some good battles to come. But we are about to have the second of our T4 Nations Cup senior races as the drivers are getting ready for the action once again. So the second senior group is 1 minute away. The board has come up, and it's going to be Jan-Lucas Werthmann and Hunter Perry that will share the front row of the starting grid. Mexico versus the United States from the get-go. Really great to see that when the minis, juniors and 165s not out on the circuit, they're watching the other races, because you can always learn, you can always get this little bit of extra information, this little bit of data that will really help to get their own races up to scratch. And it's great to see the party atmosphere has already very much started in Tillotson T4 as everyone is getting to know drivers for the first time, getting to hang out and have a really good time of it. And we're gearing ourselves up ready for some great race action again. T4 Senior Qualifying Heat C versus D. 9 laps around the course. The drivers head out, and it's time to see who is going to get the best of it from the outset. Really will be tricky from here on out. But now we can talk you through the starting grid for this front row. Jan Lucas Werthmann on the front row of the starting grid. Then it is Hunter Perry alongside. Then it is in third place Dara Adriaansens alongside Eddie Byrne. Jose Gomez and Roshan Goodman. Then it is Francisco Acevedo and Kirsten Adriaansens. Rasheen Sweeney and Owen Ayrton Spears from Patrick Hayden and Richard Kinloch. Then Miguel Parra and John Nuttall from Gerardo Rosalia Fritche and Rory O'Shea. Fabio Marangon and Samuel Johnson round out the field for the 18 competitors in this race. A grand total of 38 seniors then competing this weekend for the T4 Nations Cup. And of course we have prize givings to give out as well as the individual finals tomorrow. Obviously at the end of the day the real task is which nation will come forward to win the Nations Cup here in the Tillotson T4 paddock. And there are several countries that are bidding to do so, of course. Mexico, the United States, Belgium, Ireland, Spain, South Africa, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Puerto Rico and Costa Rica. They all want to come through and put on an excellent showcase. So there's a lot of great nations to battle away. Been rejoined in the box by Simon Byford, who was rather hoping to get a rather tasty word with Kalai Atkins. Sadly, that was not to be after the drama on the final lap that took him out of the senior race.
No, well, it was very clear to see that Kalai was very disappointed with what happened. He was riding the pickup ATV, still sitting in his kart, and he got out of the kart. He was talking to his mechanic, and clearly very, very disappointed with what happened. You'll forgive me for being a bit out of breath. I did run from the scrutineering area back to the commentary box to try and rejoin Jake.
That's your first 200-metre race of the weekend, then?
And hopefully my last.
Very well done. You managed to make it in time. I'll give you a breather and a chance to swig some water. Good old H2O. Right, Jan Luca Werthmann and Hunter Perry, Mexico versus USA on the front row of the grid for this one then. But we'll watch for the European contingent just in behind them because we have Dara Adriaansens, the Belgian, in third on the grid. And then we have Eddie Byrne, the Irishman, there in fourth position. Definitely one to watch out for. Jose Antonio Gomez, P5 on the starting grid, but we still have some good pressure from elsewhere. Roshan Goodman of South Africa lining up P6. Then the Dominican Republican Francisco Acevedo is next up. And then it is Kirsten Adriaansens, the sibling of Dara, the Belgian talent. And then we have Rasheen Sweeney and Owen Ayrton Spears, who are together on the 10th position, the 9th and 10th, I should say, positions of the starting grid. So they are there in position, ready for a close proximity battle for qualifying heat C versus D. After this one, we will have T4 Senior 165, their first race of the weekend. And then, of course, we'll do all of the races we just had a second time with the change of groups in seniors. And then we will have our 3-hour enduro, the Tillotson T4 endurance race at the Nations Cup, which of course will count, I do believe, to the Nations Cup. That will also help to determine which country has come through on the top spot. We go green, and we're racing 9 laps around the circuit here at Valencia. Side by side to turn 1, Hunter Perry trying to cut through, but up the inside of all of them, Dara Adriaansens, the Belgian, has come through from third on the grid, made a terrific start and off onto the grass. Big problems there, and a spin, I'm afraid, into the barriers goes Richard Kinloch. So Richard Kinloch recovers, but I'm afraid that is down and at the back of the field now. Not entirely sure what happened. He's looking around, questioning what happened with the car. Oh, and that's another one. Big problems there, I'm afraid. That is the 332 that's gone around. That is Jose Gomez, right up in the sharp end of the top 5. So Jose Gomez, the Spanish driver, has now spun it away down to the tail end of the field. But it looks to me as though we still have Dara Adriaansens, the Belgian, who has taken a superb start on that opening lap. And indeed, it is the 322 that leads the race out front. Second position, already trying to slot in behind to get the slipstream, is Hunter Perry, the American driver. And then it is Jan Luca Werthmann, the Mexican, who finds himself there in third position, just trying to tuck in behind. But drivers hopping over the curbs at the S's, just trying to build themselves up to a decent rhythm. But at the end of the opening lap, it is Dara Adriaansens into lap 2 in front of Hunter Perry, Jan Luca Werthmann, Francisco Acevedo, Eddie Byrne, Roshan Goodman, Owen Ayrton Spears and Rasheen Sweeney as they run in the top 10. Here's the move for the lead. A nice overtake there from Hunter Perry. Lined up the move on Dara Adriaansens, but Adriaansens is not done yet. He's going to come straight back at it into the position. And now side by side, here comes Jan Luca Werthmann trying to come through. Werthmann trying to get into second position, but the Mexican unable to do anything about that particular overtake. Nicely handled and some really good battles throughout. As they come through, Worthman is now going to line up Hunter Perry, but Hunter Perry's already got designs on the lead. And so Dara Adriansens is going to have to go offense and defense in the same breath. Here comes Worthman to the inside of Adriansens, and back in a second position goes the Mexican. Great racing in T4 Senior on this second lap of the battle. And they are still giving us plenty of entertainment and drama. Acevedo, Byrne and Goodman duking it out for 4th, 5th and 6th places as well, just behind the leading trio. So there's a lot of good battles around the course here. Into lap 3. 2 laps completed. Hunter Perry doing a good job, and a big dive on the inside as Adriansens has one more try on Worthman on the inside line, and that's nicely handled. Not a lot of room to negotiate it, and Worthman is going to get through up in front of Dara Adriansens to hold the position. Adriansens now tries again as they cut through up to the hairpin and into position. Through turn 6 goes Dara Adriansens. No problem at all there for the Belgian. Now he's got just one target left, and that is the American Hunter Perry, although he's a little bit sluggish, and that's a brilliant overtaking move from Jan-Luca Worthman. Dives through, gets the open gap, and as a result of that, the 3 drivers behind them, Byrne, Acevedo and Goodman, have all suddenly caught up.
Well, I have to say I wasn't paying full attention on the race because I'm trying to rehydrate myself and catch my breath. But I mean, if there's any race that's going to take your breath away, it is this. Just look at that frame on the live stream. 6 cars, just line astern almost, coming through the final couple of corners into the final chicane. Oh, all kinds of squirrely. The 3.25 of Hunter Perry there. He has gained some advantage from that. Not sure will the officials be looking into that, or will they just let them battle it out as they come through turns 1 and 2. Bit wide there from the 3.14. He's going to be coming under pressure from the 3.22 of Dara Adriansens. And as they come through the 3.4 chicane, oh, look at this, up the inside, almost too wide there from the, that's the 3.2, not sure who that is. I think it's the 3.21. I think that's Roshan Goodman. No, it's not, never mind. Anyways, as we come up to the 3rd and final sector of the lap on this lap 3 of 9, look at the sliding going on through turn 10 for the leading pack, as we see the 3.73, that is Richard Kinlock coming into the pits presumably. Oh dearie me, who's that? Is that the 3.27? I think it might have been, but I
think that was 3.23. I think that was John Nuttall, in fact. So yes, Nuttall has spun it around and has dropped to the back of the field. So all sorts of difficulties. Hunter Perry, by the way, is still leading this race, but now he's got big pressure from Worthman up the inside. Worthman is going to take the lead here. Adriansens is going to go with, oh, they come together and they both drift wide as a result. So that is going to be through to the lead for Dara Adriansens, and through into second comes Roshan Goodman, the South African. Big mistake then from Perry and Worthman as they tangle with each other. I was going to say that Hunter Perry, who has now worked his way back through past Roshan Goodman in good company with the 3.14 of Worthman, I was going to say that Hunter Perry did set a purple sector for that 3rd sector when he hopped over the chicane, and that is still the fastest sector of this race. So it's clear that he was able to gain an advantage from going through that 3rd sector flat on the throttle over the chicane. So could be a bit of an issue there, and certainly one that could well be looked into. But Dara Adriansens is now the race leader from Worthman, Perry and Roshan Goodman, who continues to run in a solid position there in P4. Then it's Eddie Byrne in front of Francisco Acevedo. So Acevedo still doing a fair job in front of Owen Spears, and then it is Patrick Hayden who has managed to get past Rasheen Sweeney. So they continue to battle away, and then in 10th place that is Kirsten Adriansens, who is clearly too far back from Dara to watch how her siblings getting on, but certainly going very well at the moment as Dara Adriansens working very well in the lead of this race. Then it is Jan-Luca Worthman from Hunter Perry, Roshan Goodman and Eddie Byrne.
And this is a fantastic battle emerging here on lap 5 of 9 for this CD heat. Adriansen goading his kart on through turn 7 and into turn 8, pushing it forward with all of his might, but it might not be enough as we see the the 3.14 there of Jan-Luca Worthman following him, literally sniffing that exhaust as much as he can with the slightly battered side pod on that T4 C1 chassis as they come up to turn 13. This fast flowing right-hander, no moves being made there, but watch into the final chicane. Is there going to be a move? No, there's not. Jan-Luca Worthman just holding his position for the moment. The top three, look at that, you could cover them with a blanket. Up the inside, Worthman, he moves to the left of the frame and takes the lead into turn one. Adrianson down to third.
So a very exciting battle kicking off already now.
Oh, no.
The spin
Oh,
into the
horrendous.
side. All 3 leaders have gone.
Huge drama here.
That
Absolutely
is a big one.
huge.
Adrianson's has gone off. So too Worthman, so too Perry. So Rashaan Goodman has picked up a free gift of the lead. I've never seen anything quite as chaotic as that one before out of the first hairpin of Valencia. But once one car got wide, they span, tried to collect it, and just bashed into the side of the 2 drivers alongside. So now Rashaan Goodman has taken the lead of this race in front of Jan-Luca Worthman, who just about got away with that, losing a position and a second for a change. And then it's Eddie Byrne in front of the 362. That is Acevedo. So Acevedo has managed to get through into 4th place. Hunter Perry down to 5th. But Dara Adriansons is now right down to 7th place with Owen Spears up the inside. Eddie Byrne trying to go through past Jan-Luca Worthman. But Worthman is still holding on to it. The Mexican driver in 2nd place. Eddie Byrne coming to come back at him. And with 2 laps to go, Rashaan Goodman has a big lead.
He certainly does. 1.2 seconds to Worthman behind him. As up the inside goes the number, that's Acevedo. Going up the inside of, I think that is Eddie Byrne. It might be the 3-2-1 machine. It is Eddie Byrne. He's not able to make the move, though, into the turn 3 and 4 chicane. And, well, he is just going to have to hold his position now and live to fight another day.
Well, that was very thrilling indeed on the previous lap, because we've obviously had a lot of big dramas going on there out on the circuit. And it looks as though Hunter Perry is getting quite irate, sat behind his colleagues there, trying to move his way further forward. But Rashaan Goodman will be absolutely delirious about leading the race the way he currently is. Just happened to be in the right place at the right time and has now popped up into the lead on the back straight. 1.3 seconds clear of everybody else, with Worthman there in 2nd place in front of Eddie Byrne and Hunter Perry. So those 3 look like they're going to duel it out for 2nd place. They're not going to have... Oh, and a spin! Big problem for Eddie Byrne. It looked like he just missed his braking point by half a metre. Spewed into the side of Worthman, has spun the kart around, and now finds himself down at the back of the field. What a shame for Eddie Byrne, looking like he could have gone for a 2nd place there. Just got a little bit too eager on the brakes. So I'm afraid Eddie Byrne spun the kart around there into the final chicane. Meanwhile, Hunter Perry is having a go at Worthman once again. Dives up the inside, there's the move, and Hunter Perry, 2nd position now in front of Jan-Luca Worthman. Very nicely done. Trying to skate away in 2nd place, but doesn't have a lot of traction. There's enough for the move from Worthman. All you've got to do is be the right kart in terms of traction off the turn. If you've got more pace than the kart that's overtaken you, then you're going to be able to get the move back again. Great racing and great overtakes in these Tillotson T4 karts. And they are actually catching Rashaan Goodman. So Rashaan Goodman is going to continue all the way through to the victory, as these 2 are still battling on the last lap. Worthman is going to get a cut through from Hunter Perry. Perry tries again, doing everything he can to get through on the inside of the chicane. It's not going to happen on the way through. It's going to have to go to the line, but Rashaan Goodman has taken the victory, and a very frustrated pair there in 2nd and 3rd between Jan-Luca Worthman and Hunter Perry. 2 drivers very, very complicated there to see how they played out for 2nd and 3rd, but they both feel like they've robbed each other of a chance for the win. Rashaan Goodman is not complaining, as the South African has come through to take a brilliant victory. And that means now that we've had 2 South Africans on the top spot after a race in fantastic fashion. 2 from the United States and 2 from South Africa, namely Amani Kinua, who got the win in the T4 Mini first heat, and now, of course, it's gone the way of Rashaan Goodman in the 2nd of the T4 Senior Heats. So if you are in Team South Africa, the T4 Nations Cup is going very well indeed. 2 wins out of 4 starts across the 3 categories. So it's definitely looking really strong for South Africa here in the T4 Nations Cup. So they will continue in fine style once again. And the T4 Nations Cup has definitely started in very good stead for South Africa. Rashaan Goodman in front of Jan-Luca Worthman and Hunter Perry, then Dara Adriansons and Francisco Acevedo. Owen Ayrton Spears and Rasheen Sweeney in front of Kirsten Adriansons, Jose Gomez and Patrick Hayden. Then it is Miguel Parra in front of Rory O'Shea and Gerardo Rosalia Freccia. Samuel Johnson in front of Fabio Marangon. Then Eddie Byrne, who recovered in 16th, in front of John Nuttall. And then the one retirement from the race after his spin on the opening lap. Richard Kinlock brought it in after 2 and brought it into the pits to retire. Exciting racing all the way then in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. T4 Senior has provided us 2 great races. 4 races in total so far. T4 Mini qualifying heat 1 won by Amani Kinyua of South Africa. Then the T4 Juniors, the first race won by Truly Adams ahead of Chase Pascalia and Diego Polanco. And then in the T4 Senior qualifying heat A versus B, Kalai Atkins thought he had it won, but a mechanical problem made it an American 1-2 for Ben Lyder, Tyler McIntyre, and then Fabienne Lanz in South Africa's continuing great fortunes. And now 2 wins out of 4 for the nation for Rashaan Goodman coming through in T4 Senior qualifying heat C versus D. So Gianluca Werthmann and Hunter Perry, 2nd and 3rd for Mexico and the United States. And both drivers quite frustrated at the end of the battles down there on the course. So we're now just getting ourselves prepared for the next encounter, which is going to be for the drivers in T4 Senior 165. So the next category out on the course then will, of course, be for the drivers in the next competition. And this is for the contenders who are of senior category, but they are over 165 kilos in weight with driver and kart. So obviously the master category, if you like. This is what it would be akin to in the professional ranks of racing. Obviously semi-professional here. Great to see the drivers gearing themselves up ready for it. Andreas Matisse of Germany lining up on the front row of the grid alongside Phil Pignataro, the American. So it'll be interesting to see what Matisse and Pignataro get up to. They've given themselves a good luck shake there, though, of the hands before the start of racing. So it could be an interesting duel for them as they continue once again. But now we're gearing ourselves up ready for the start of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup again. The 3-minute board goes up as we are not far away from the start of another epic encounter of another 9 laps.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
Well, I'm down here in Parc Fermé with Roisin Sweeney, who's representing Girls on Track. Roisin, you're the Motorsport Ireland T4 champion for this year. Obviously, the conditions in Spain are a lot different to Ireland. How are you adapting to them this weekend?
Well, luckily we actually got a practice in. We were over in Wilton Mill about a month ago during the heat wave. So that was great, you know, to get a bit of racing in that kind of heat. So I think that's really prepared me for the conditions out today. But it's still a lot of getting used to. Compared to Ireland, it's a lot colder over there.
Certainly, that much is for sure. I can tell you that much for free, folks. Roisin, you're a very fast driver back in Ireland. The pace here seems to be very even between the top sort of 10 positions. Obviously, you started in P9. How did you find the racing out there in regards to pace with others?
Well, the racing was great. Like, it was pretty clean overall. I had quite a good start, and I did find it hard to stick with the pack because people are making a lot of moves. There's a few dive bombs and stuff, and once you lose that kind of momentum, it's hard to get back up. But I think once I got in the zone and kind of got out, just drove, I was definitely not falling away from the rest of the pack.
Fantastic stuff there from Roisin. Well done and congratulations.
Back to you, Jake.
Thanks very much, Simon. Good to catch up with the talents there out on the starting grid, and we'll grab a word with a few of the drivers over the course of the day. But T4 Senior 165 is going to kick off for the first time today with the opening qualifying heat. Andreas Matisse and Phil Pignataro on the front row of the grid from Felipe Braga and Julian Granvaud, then Jensen Andreassens and Roberto Woodstrack. Then it is Anwar Beral Smith and Jaime Labastida, Dirk Prochnow and Niall Herson from Juan Pablo Glover and Vladimir Vlasov. Then Jamie Going and Harm Sherman, Darren Beavers and Rudolf Berzin, Walter Kessler, Ryan Herson, Aaron Doyle and Fernando Wheeler. Now this is going to be a particularly competitive race for a number of reasons. The T4 Nations Cup T4 Senior 165 category has some very interesting drivers competing in it. Not just the drivers on the front row of the grid, Andreas Matisse and Phil Pignataro, but 2 weeks ago, the FIA Karting World Championship was crowned for the Brazilian driver, Matheus Morgato. Well, his driver coach and mechanic is actually here and racing. In third on the starting grid is Felipe Braga, and he should be out in Lonato with his world champion. But instead, he decided, no, it's my turn in the limelight. Thanks very much. I'm going to go racing. And so here he is in third position on the starting grid. Looking forward to a really exciting battle. It's also worth pointing out that there are two drivers in the Union flag colours for Great Britain, Jamie Going and Darren Beavers. Jamie Going is used to racing Ford Fiestas back home in the United Kingdom in his capacity as the team manager as well as race driver for Jam Sport Racing, which has multiple racing campaigns across multiple disciplines of motorsport. But interestingly, the man behind him, Darren Beavers, actually runs his own championship back in the United Kingdom as well. He's in charge of the Bambino Kart Club, which has just joined forces with CKC and JKC, and he has never raced in karting at this level before. And I can tell you that Jamie Going, who is a Ford Fiesta racer and tin top driver back in the United Kingdom, has never raced in karting ever. So this is a big, big mission for both Jamie Going and Darren Beavers, the two Brits that are further down the order. And it'll be interesting to see just how they cope with each other out there. But this is certainly going to be the most physical motor race that Jamie Going has ever done in his entire motor racing career, because karting is a lot more physical than it is in cars, I can tell you. Andreas Matisse and Phil Pignataro, front row of the starting grid for them. Felipe Braga and Julian Granvaud. And then it is Jensen Andreassens and Roberto Woodstrack from Anwar Beral Smith and Jaime Labastida, Dirk Prochnow and Niall Herson rounding out the top 10. Then it is the Guatemalan driver Juan Pablo Glover and Vladimir Vlasov of Germany. Then Jamie Going from Harm Sherman of Portugal. And then it is Darren Beavers of Great Britain and the Latvian Rudolf Berzin. Walter Kessler, the Guatemalan, alongside Ireland's Ryan Herson. And then Aaron Doyle of Ireland will line up on the back row of the grid alongside Fernando Wheeler Sr., the Guatemalan talent. So as they gear themselves up ready, it's 9 more laps of the course. Be very interesting to see how the Tillotson T4 drivers cope with the situation here, as the track is getting hotter all the time. Even since the start of the day, the air temperature has crept up another 3 degrees. So very interesting indeed to see how things are currently playing out down the main straights, tram lines, and we go racing. The lights are out. So no problems at all off the start for Andreas Matisse, but he's going to have some pressure from Phil Pignataro to the first corner. Up the inside line, that looks like Felipe Braga trying to work his way forward, but he's going to lose ground on the exit. So a very interesting and intriguing start. I wonder how Matheus Morgato is going to be feeling watching his driver coach and mechanic out there in third position on the grid. Felipe Braga going very well indeed. So the newly crowned world karting champion without his main man, because he's here racing in the Tillotson T4, and he's clearly out to prove that he's not just a great mechanic, he's also a great race driver. But he's there in the top 5 trying to make the numbers through these first couple of laps. And a spin, that is Jamie Going, I do believe. Yes, it is the 446, and another one goes in, so 2 karts go in. That is Fernando Wheeler going in as well. So Jamie Going and Fernando Wheeler, so they spin off on their first ever racing lap in the T4 Nations Cup. And certainly for Jamie Going, that's his first ever race in a kart of any kind. Oh, and up and over the top! That was very badly timed indeed there from Felipe Braga. So Felipe Braga unfortunately spears into the side of his colleague. The 468 recovers. So all the way down the order, that is Phil Pignataro. And Phil is not happy at all with Felipe Braga, but Braga did put his hand up and say, I'm ever so sorry. He just missed his braking point by about half a metre, and there was nothing he could do, just toppled over the back of him.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see an incident like that. I mean, it's happened before down at the final chicane, and sure enough, it'll probably happen again with someone just being a bit too ambitious on the brakes or misjudging their braking point slightly, as we're seeing a bit of dust being kicked up there on the exit of turn 7 from the commentary box. Obviously someone running a bit wide, as we see everyone just following each other through. Oh, up the inside. Not sure who that was, but it was down in the midfield, as we see someone going up the inside into turn number 10. As we look back to the leaders now, coming through the second to last corner and up to the final chicane, following each other through, not really close enough to be making any moves, excuse me, as Andreas Mattis still leads the way from who's that?
It's Jensen Andreassens, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not very in tune at the minute because I'm absolutely boiling. But up the inside, oh goodness me, that is fantastic from Jensen Andreassen.
Well, it's opened the door again because Andreassens couldn't hold on to it. Mattis now comes back, and here comes Anwar Beral-Smith, the British driver. So Anwar Beral-Smith now moves his way forward up into second position as a result of the chain reaction. So Anwar Beral-Smith still working very comfortably there at that point. But third position, the 469 now, that's Julien Granvaux, the Frenchman. So Granvaux now puts himself into P3, trying to get all over the back of Anwar Beral-Smith, leading the way comfortably. That is still the German talent, Andreas Mattis. All of that has filtered Jensen Andreassens down into fourth positions, and no major shocks there. The warning flag going to Felipe Braga for his topsy-turvy pirouette over the top of Phil Pignataro.
And they're thinking about working together, as far as I can see. Anwar Beral-Smith and Julien Granvaux. Beral-Smith was saying to him, come on, let's work together, using the internationally recognised hand signal for it, as we see some battles going on into turn 1. No real changes for position there, Jake. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, Andreassens did just manage to tuck up the inside of Julien Granvaux there, so Andreassens up to third position, trying to make the move for second now, or Anwar Beral-Smith. But Anwar Beral-Smith not going to give him any space at all, and has already caught up to the leader, Andreas Mattis. So Andreas Mattis, the German, still holding it. He's actually holding the kart right in the middle of the road, so tough for Anwar Beral-Smith to pick a line. Can't go left, can't go right. Back up the inside. That is the move once again from Julien Granvaux to try and get into third place on Jensen Andreassens. So I'm not entirely sure if that one worked out for the best or not. But certainly as they went through on the far side, very tricky situations out there for the competitors. They come down the back straight. And Anwar Beral-Smith is looking to make the move on the inside. If he can just find the window of opportunity, hops over the curbs, cuts out over the final turn, and again down the main straight. Look, Mattis is being very smart here, places the kart right in the dead centre. Can't go left, can't go right, and that's enough for Jensen Andreassens to pick up the pieces there and get past Anwar Beral-Smith for second position. But this is great placement for Mattis. If you put it in the centre of the road, you're stopping your opponents from either diving to the inside or running around the outside. They can't really pick a line, and so it's very, very tactical here from Andreas Mattis at the moment. Nobody getting through because he knows exactly where to place the kart.
And that's one of the pluses with the T4 165 and T4 Masters category. Everyone's so experienced. The Masters for over 30-year-old drivers, which have lots and lots of experience. In many instances, people who have raced in the past and become mechanics, or maybe they're racing with their children or their relatives, like we're seeing with Dara Adriansson and his two siblings, who are both here racing, as we see them coming down into turn 13, all slipstreaming each other. The top three, that is Adriansson's and Mattis. Oh goodness me, Adriansson's up the inside, fantastic move into the final corner, and they all dart to the inside, and this is a fantastic opportunity for the 469 machine of Julien Granvaux, who comes round to the outside and manages, he's being hung out to dry on the outside, and well, that hasn't worked as well as he would have hoped, but he's still in a very, very good position, now sat in P4. Beral-Smith saying once again, come on, let's work together, using that hand signal to ask Julien Granvaux for a little bit of maybe a bump, maybe a bit of a slipstream, as we see them, the positions 4, 5 and 6 all battling together now for position 4, and that's really emerged into a battle for position number 5 only, as we see the top 6 all getting a bit more spread out, as up the inside goes the 487 of Andreas Matisse on Jensen Adriansen's there, and he's managed to get that move done. Hook, line and sinker coming along onto the back straight, but Adriansen's has the slipstream. Look at them, you could cover them with a blanket yet again. Coming into the final chicane, no moves being made this time round as they come on to lap number 6 of this 9-lap affair around the Cartodromo Valencia. Adriansen's still following Mattis there through turn 1, and the P3 driver Anwar Birel Smith, he's going to be looking to get involved in this as they come through the turn 3 and 4 chicane. A very technical part of the circuit. We saw a number of people there spinning off in practice yesterday with maybe a little experience around this circuit. They've obviously not tried the T4 simulator to get their skills up, and we haven't seen too many mistakes around turn 3 so far today, but there's still plenty of time for that, Jake.
Well, previous lap, Jaime Labastida, who has now worked his way up into 4th position, was in pure coal trickle mode when he managed to get the move on the inside up into 4th place, and the arm gesture was out, going forward. You battle amongst yourselves, guys. I'm going to catch the top 3. And Jaime Labastida now with a really good shot here, the Mexican, actually, of making the difference into the top 3. Is up the inside. Andreas Matisse still trying to shake off Jensen Andreassens. They're going to complete the 7th lap now. There's only 2 laps remaining in this one. Here comes the move from Andreassens up the inside. No worries at all on the inside there of Andreas Matisse. And through as well will come Birel Smith and also Labastida. Labastida's not quite past. He has to hold back just a little brief moment. And that's enough for Andreas Matisse to hold on to 3rd for the moment. But Jaime Labastida, the Mexican, has now come up to 4th position on a 106.1. So now it's all going to be about what can happen here for Jensen Adriansens as he continues to run in front of Anwar Birel Smith. Certainly if either of these two gets the victory in this one, in fact, if any of the drivers in the top 4 places pick up the win, they're going to stop the run from the drivers from the USA and South Africa, who have picked up all the race wins so far in this Nations Cup competition. But certainly for Jensen Andreassens, he wants to give Belgium their first win of the weekend. But Anwar Birel Smith would quite like to give the United Kingdom their first. Here comes the battle as Labastida tries to dive in on the inside of Andreas Matisse. Matisse not giving him any room, and I'm afraid Labastida had to get off the throttle, now diving up the inside. That is the move from Roberto Woodstrack of Brazil. Woodstrack has come through into 4th position, so Roberto Woodstrack has come onto the final lap in P4 as these 3 drivers continue to duel away. Adriansens, Birel Smith and Andreas Matisse. It looks like it's going to be the Belgian, the Brit and the German that will fight for the victory in the first of our T4 Senior 165 heats.
Really fantastic, this race that's emerging here at the front 3 as they bounce over the curb there. That is Andreas Matisse, I do believe. Oh, look at this.
That's 2 of them into the first corner that have gone. That is Rudolf Berzin and Phil Pignataro. Pignataro's already had enough problems for one race. Certainly didn't need another one. Here we go. Defensive tactics now from Jensen Adriansens. Can he hold on to the position? Anwar Birel Smith trying to cut through round the far side. This is where things could get pretty tasty onto the back straight. Anwar Birel Smith needs to time this right. Jensen Adrianssen's going to hold the middle of the road. Watch out for Andreas Matisse. The German will know he's going to be tactical into the chicane. Just needs to keep himself nice and planted, but I think that's enough of a gap built up by Jensen Adriansens to not have to worry too much about Birel Smith onto the home straight, and it will be Adriansens who gets the checkered flag in front of Birel Smith. The thumbs up from the British driver. That was very nice between the 3 of them.
A fantastic race there, great sportsmanship all the way through, and well, that's something that maybe you don't see as much of in the junior categories, but these racers all very experienced drivers. Well, most of them are anyways. The ones at the front certainly are. I mean, just look at the pace that they're showing, and a great respect there between all of them. And that really is great to see. Maybe not as much battling as in the lower down categories, the junior categories, but well, that's to be expected because these guys are going to be playing it very tactically indeed. And it's important to remember that energy saving is a very big part of this, and that's something that the older drivers might be more conscious of. The heat out there, speaking to Roisin, she was absolutely destroyed with the heat, obviously coming from places in Northern Europe and Eastern Europe. The heat there is nowhere near the same levels here, and in a big suit it really is something else.
Yeah, indeed, it will be a bit of a strain on the drivers who are not used to it. So we've had 2 wins for the United States, 2 wins for South Africa, and now the first win for Belgium. Jensen Andreassens takes the win in front of Anwar Beral-Smith and Andreas Matisse. Roberto Wittstraat Jr. in 4th place in front of Jaime Labastida and Julien Grandvaud. Then Dirk Prochnow and Juan Pablo Glover. Then Darren Beavers in 9th place. Not a bad first race of the weekend for him, from Felipe Braga, who fought his way back to P10. Then Vladimir Vlasov in front of Ryan Herson and Niall Herson, from Harm Sherman and Aaron Doyle, Walter Kessler and Phil Pignataro. Jamie Going recovering to 18th place after his first lap spin. Then Fernando Wheeler and Rudolf Berzin. But we think that there could be a post-race conversation or two after that one, particularly for Felipe Braga, who ended up with a warning flag during that race. But that is the end of the first rotation of the weekend. It went by like wildfire there in the T4 Nations Cup. We've already had our first 5 races. We've got another 5 to go before our 3-hour enduro later this afternoon. But it's even Stevens at the moment in the T4 Nations Cup. Not talking about individual categories here, but in terms of the T4 Nations Cup, it's 2 wins apiece for the United States and South Africa and a win for Belgium. We've started in a very interesting manner.
We have, yeah. It has been very, very interesting. And we've seen some great battles throughout, obviously. And it's very important to remember, like Jake says, the points for the Nations Cup. The nation with the highest number of points at the end of the weekend goes home with the Nations Cup. As we see the marshals there, it looks to be maybe a marshal rotation going on at the minute. Marshals coming in and seemingly going back out again, maybe a water break, as we see everyone forming up. Still a few drivers there who aren't in their karts, Jake.
Yeah, it's just a little pause in between the 2 procedures of the races. Obviously, the T4 Minis have got a little bit of a pause in proceedings, but it's really good to see how things have been battling all the way through the weekend. And as you mentioned, you know, the points are going to count to each of the nations' progress through the course of this weekend. Very exciting to see how things have been going for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, supported by RGMMC. And the racing has definitely been very exciting leading up to this one. The T4 mini qualifying heat will come up next, and that'll see George House and Luke Millward once again on the front row of the starting grid. But certainly in terms of the Nations Cup, 3 of the 4 continents that are represented here this weekend, North America, Africa and Europe, have all managed to pick up at least 1 win apiece. The 3-minute board there, and you can see the T4 Minis just waiting till the last possible minute to get into the karts, because it's very, very hot, and these are young drivers, don't forget. So they're obviously going to have to be stay hydrated as much as possible. It's a little bit cooler once you're in the kart at speed, but certainly the wait to get into the kart, drivers leaving it as late as humanly possible, and very sensible too, actually, in these conditions.
Yeah, we're very lucky. We've got this nice commentary box in the shade with a nice view over the track. We're not having to stand outside on hot tarmac.
It's in the shade, but air conditioning has not quite emerged.
There isn't any air conditioning, no.
Not
but,
yet.
The ambient body heat.
We'll send out a search party for it. Are you questioning my ambient body heat?
No, I'm just saying. Well, I mean, I'm probably the one contributing the most to it, because I've been running up and down the paddock trying to talk to people. But yeah, we haven't got air conditioning in here. We have got a bit of shade though, which is something that the mini drivers don't have, as they sit in their karts waiting for the permission to be given by the race director for them to go out onto the circuit. And this is going to be some of the longest minutes of their life, as we see some of the drivers rocking back and forth in the karts, trying to maybe get comfortable. And like I say, this is going to be a very, very long wait for them, sitting there, many of them with black overalls, which is going to be absolutely burning them up. And these are only young drivers, you have to remember, 8 to 11 years old. And many of them coming from places where this heat is just not a factor that they have to contend with. So you have to feel bad for them. Such young people having to drive in conditions like these, it really does separate the A's from the B's, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to remember that while a black racing overall is pretty cool in terms of its appearance, it can leave you a little bit poached by the end of the weekend. So you've got to be very careful about the colour schemes you choose, especially in Central Europe. So George House and Luke Millward, the 2 British drivers, will line up on the front row of the starting grid, hoping that they're going to add to the British tally of points. We're still waiting for our first British winner. Of course, we almost thought we had one there earlier with Kalai Atkins in the senior, and certainly he led on to the final lap. but then a mechanical problem dropped him from the race lead. So it's definitely going to get interesting from here on out. But George House and Luke Millwood will continue the British challenge from the front row of the starting grid in T4 Mini. Jindra Svoboda and Armani Kinua for the Czech Republic and South Africa, respectfully, are going to be in there behind them. So off we go, onto the starting grid once again. Drivers will come out onto the circuit for the outlap and then the single solitary formation lap in pursuance after that. So an exciting challenge. George House and Luke Millwood on the front row of the grid from Jindra Svoboda and Armani Kinua. Then Jarell Goodman and Guillermo Morgado from Ben McLaughlin and Matthias Glover. From Martin Gomez and Aaron Barbano. Then Patrick Romoff and Carolina Duarte. Sebastian Venkov and Francisco Iglesias from Antonella Tomazello and Jaromir Arkhipov. Gabriel Sandoval and Tig Malone. Then Fernando Wheeler Jr., Valentina Helena, Carlos Isidro, that's actually Antonio Isidro, Diego Berdon and Bernie Gomariz. So the drivers in position, and they will gun around the circuit for 7 more laps in T4 Mini qualifying heat number 2.
And I've just been told by the gods in the form of one of the Tillotson staff that we've actually found, would you believe it, a lost phone by one of the drivers, and it's been handed in to the Tillotson merch shop.
Right.
And I'm being given, it's been lost, correction there, it's been lost and it's been handed in to, we want it to be handed in to the Tillotson merch shop. We got there eventually, didn't we?
Yeah, no, so please don't put it on eBay. Make sure it goes straight to the Tillotson merchandise store.
It's a purple Samsung. It's a Samsung with a purple case, excuse me.
Oh, well, that's not going on eBay then.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not going on eBay.
But anyways, if you do find it, then please do hand it in to the Tillotson merchandise tent, and we will be sure to give it back to its rightful owner. We believe it's one of the drivers who has lost it. So potentially a very, very important piece of equipment to them. So if you do find it, then please do hand it in to the Tillotson merch tent.
Indeed, if that is a racing driver's phone, that's not a phone, that's a timing screen as far as they're concerned. So please make sure you hand the relevant purple Samsung timing screen into the merchandising store tent for Tillotson T4. We have to say that because, of course, we're not just broadcasting on the live stream, we are also trackside over the PA as well. It's the only way to get messages out to people. So please make sure that if you do spot it, if you do spot a phone, then please make sure it goes to the Tillotson merchandise tent. Thanks very much, everybody. Gracias, mi amigos. The 192 lining up towards the tail end of the field there. That is Fernando Wheeler Jr. I think just a little bit sluggish compared to everybody else. Needs to get back into position once again. But these are the youngest drivers in the field, 8 to 11 years of age. For many drivers in this field, this is their first taste of international competition, and they're really going to be struggling for position. It looks like a little bit of a conversation going on with a few of the drivers. I'm just getting myself back into position. What are you doing? No, I know exactly what I'm doing. Just let me do it, and I'll get myself into position. Having a mother's meeting while they're behind the wheel of their karts. They obviously run right round the outside so that they can come onto the 2 tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we do! And up to the first corner. Good start from George House. Luke Millwood is there to the far side. Looks like they're going to tighten in through the first hairpin, and it looks like they could go 2 or 3 wide further back. Everybody trying not to get too fast through that opening hairpin as everybody cocks through. George House is going very well in the lead of the race. Oh, and problems there. Bit of a spin in the middle. Looks as though that's the only issue. And it's one spinner. It's the 117. That's Matthias Glover. And there's another problem further round. That's the 134 of Patrick Romoff. So Patrick Romoff has had an issue further round. And so 2 karts involved in that one. Bit of a spin, but already going to battle for the race lead. George House desperately trying to keep his opponent, Jindra Svoboda, behind him there. So it's the United Kingdom versus the Czech Republic. And right in there for the mix as well, Luke Millwood trying to get himself back into second place. So it's the 2 Brits on the front row. Here comes Jindra Svoboda. Svoboda is going to get alongside George House. He'll commit to the overtaking move, and he's through. They both drift out a little bit wide, and there's going to be a fast move from the drivers further back, assisting each other forward. That is the hard-charging Armani Kinua, who has got a bit of support there from the 173. That is the very fast-starting Ben McLaughlin, who has come up to 7th, from 7th, to P3. So George House down to 4th position. A great start to proceedings so far.
Yeah, really fantastic battles here, isn't it? As we see them all flowing their way through turns 3 and 4, getting a little bit out of shape there. That looked to be the P6 runner, I think that was, of who is that? That looks to be Morgado. As they come, oh, look at this now, all the battles through turn number, let me take a look, we've lost all the sheets, through turn number 8 as they come up into turn 10. Hard braking zone, no one making any moves just yet though, as they flow their way through turn 11 and into turn 12 onto the back straight, where they'll be picking up a nice bit of breeze to cool them down on this hot Spanish afternoon.
Well, Jindra Svoboda has gone from P1 to P6 as now Armani Canua is the race leader, trying to shake off the attentions of McLaughlin and House. House is trying to get through to the inside and move into his second position. It's not going to happen. So Armani Canua now leads the race once again. South Africa out in front once more. Still they put pressure, still they challenge up to the inside apex, and there comes the move from McLaughlin. Not going to get the open line. So Armani Canua still holds the race, but look at this. It's half a dozen doing an absolutely terrific job of it at the moment. Canua, McLaughlin, House, Goodman, Morgado and Svoboda. Any one of these 6 is going to get the victory as they continue to jostle away. And if they're not careful, then Antonella Tomazello is going to make her way close to the top 6 once again. The Dominican Republican driver doing an excellent job, and she is hunting down the top 6. If they keep squabbling, then Tomazello will suddenly get her chance here to move further forward. There she is. You can see her in the 199, just in behind the top 6, who are still in this long flowing train. But out in front, it is Armani Canua in the 145, then the 173 of Ben McLaughlin of Ireland, then George House of Great Britain, Duel Goodman of South Africa, Guillermo Morgado of Portugal, and Jindra Svoboda of the Czech Republic, as they continue to make their way through. Down to the chicane once again, in through the S's. Hard braking, right, left, right, all going perfectly well. And as they complete lap 3, it is Armani Canua who leads the race.
Well, really fantastic stuff here as we see Ben McLaughlin trying to, maybe looking around the outside there. That's not a move that you can pull off as they come through turn number 2. Look at how close McLaughlin is to the leader as they flow through turn 3. No moves being made just yet. Maybe everyone's starting to wise up a bit now, thinking about the bigger picture, thinking about the grid for the final, how that's going to work. McLaughlin, he was at the last World Cup. He finished, I believe, P6 in the final, but I could be wrong on that. But he has made some fantastic progress since then. He was a little bit inconsistent before, but we are seeing fantastic consistency from him now as he looks up the inside, but he can't get the move done through turn number 10, and he just has to sit behind Canua in first, but he's going to be under some serious pressure from George House, the Briton, behind him now. Canua goes defensive. McLaughlin round the outside. Oh, surely not from McLaughlin. This is absolutely electric stuff. He can't get the move done, and now he's lost out to House, and he's going to be coming under pressure as well from Jarell Goodman in P4, who's going to be looking to snatch a podium place. Oh my goodness me, Jake.
The fans in the stands are almost as loud as the engines going by down the main straight. They're really loving this. 3 laps to go, and it is going to be Armani Canua just hanging on for the moment, but with House getting through on McLaughlin, this is going to be a very close run thing as Svoboda has got himself back into contention up to P4, quietly getting on with it. Now closing up behind Ben McLaughlin. So McLaughlin will still hold third for the moment, but Svoboda is right there in front of Jarell Goodman and Guillermo Morgado. They go through to the back straight. Down to the braking for the hairpin. House is just trying to hold on here behind Armani Canua. Canua really is turning into a bit of a superstar here this weekend. Just trying to hold on to the lead for the moment from George House. They come onto the back straight once again, and you get a real difference of lines here. But look how defensive Canua is having to go here. House is putting in so much pressure as they come onto the back straight, but it's very much faster for McLaughlin and Svoboda. Can they get close enough as they come into the chicane for the end of the 5th lap? 2 laps to go, and it really is going to be fever pitch down to the first corner once again. Canua trying to hold on to the lead, holds the inside line without issue, and House is going to try and come around the outside.
Really fantastic stuff here. Look at the top 3. They're almost going 3 wide on the exit of turn 1. That is just unheard of. Through turn 3 they come, the top 4. You could nearly separate them with a blanket. Less than half a second between them. Less than 0.3 of a second between the top 10 as they came across the line that lap. And, well, Ben McLaughlin falling down to P3 from P2. He's going to be looking to get that position back. But look at this. George House and Armani Canua there battling for the lead. Oh, huge drama there as George House takes the lead from Amani Kinua, and Ben McLaughlin up the inside as well through turn 12. That is an absolutely fantastic opportunistic move from the young Irishman as they come into turn number 13. Oh, more contact there. The hand of rage from, I believe that was Yindra. Was it Kinua?
Yes, it was. Yeah, Kinua was very unhappy there because Yindra Svoboda got the move up the inside. Now he's got the move up into second position. Svoboda is going round the outside for the lead of the race. He can't quite hold it. So George House holds onto it, but Yindra Svoboda, what a comeback from the Czech, as now he's trying to work his way forward side by side for third position further back as McLaughlin hangs on in front of Amani Kinua. But then you've got Goodman and Morgado behind them in fifth and sixth positions as well, as George House holds on to this in front of Yindra Svoboda. But Yindra Svoboda really wants to take this win away from George House. They're going to do everything they can on the back straight. Holding on to the inside line. House is protecting. Svoboda all the long way round. Surely he's not going to finish that. Doesn't quite manage to get it shut down. But Yindra Svoboda, not for the want of trying, really working hard to try and take it on. They come down the back straight for the final time. George House is absolutely married to the inside white line, desperately trying to keep Svoboda at bay, but he's got to open the throttle on the way down to the chicane and protect the inside line. Svoboda still trying every trick of the boot. Oh my goodness. A big shot at the end of the race there. That is Duel Goodman going over. He walks away, but it is George House who takes the victory in front of Yindra Svoboda. Third place goes the way of McLaughlin, and thank goodness that, and there's actual fire underneath the 147 kart there of Duel Goodman as he flips and rolls it. So it looks worse than it is, folks. I'm sure the fire extinguishers are going to be down there in pretty quick motion, but that's certainly big news there for Duel Goodman, rolling it out of the final turn. Fortunately, he's okay. Well done to the marshals, the Orange Army, getting that put out nice and quickly. It looks worse than it is. Unfortunately, now the fire is already out, but Duel Goodman, what a crazy end to the race for him.
Well, that really was something else. That's the first time I've seen a T4 flip over, and let's just remind ourselves of how good it is to see drivers walking away from situations like that. And well done, like Jake said, to the marshals for being so prompt on the scene with those fire extinguishers. These karts obviously not designed to catch fire, but when they do, it's very, very important that we have such well-trained and well-armed marshals with fire extinguishers to put that out. Duel Goodman there, very, very disappointed, but thankfully he's okay.
So George House gives the United Kingdom their first win of the weekend from Yindra Svoboda and Ben McLaughlin, then Guillermo Morgado, Amani Kinua, and Antonella Tomazello in P6 from Aaron Barbano and Sebastian Venkov, Francisco Iglesias and Tig Malone. Then Carolina Duarte and Fernando Wheeler Jr. from Matthias Clava and Gabriel Sandoval, Jaromir Arkhipov and Valentina Elena from Bernie Gomariz and Antonio Isidro. Then it is 19th for Diego Baradon, and of course the retirement in the end for Duel Goodman, the South African. Very, very scary moment for the South African, but fortunately he is perfectly okay. He's able to walk away from the scene on his own, and well, a bit of a scary moment. But that's the fourth different nation now to take a race victory. We obviously had three drivers retiring from the race on the opening lap. Luke Millwood, Martin Gomez, and Patrick Romoff. Didn't actually see what happened to Luke Millwood on the opening lap. He suddenly just disappeared from the scene, as did Martin Gomez, the Portuguese driver. But certainly for Luke Millwood, Martin Gomez, and Patrick Romoff, I think they might have had an incident on the final chicane, because I can't see them anywhere else around the course. Patrick Romoff is where he was up at turn 5. The other two, I think they may have come off on the final turn because they're out of our line of sight here on the commentary box position on the main straight. So I think they may have come off further back and we didn't see it unfold, unfortunately. But certainly for George House, in front of Yindra Svoboda and Ben McLaughlin, that makes it 4 different nations that are race winners so far. The United States, South Africa, and then, of course, Belgium, and now the United Kingdom as the race weekend continues.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time. You train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you got to be ready to play the next day. You got to be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're going to have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car. They want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool. I've been massaged by the best of them. I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the information wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, information is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, information goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, information also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not gonna mention them, but when you get down to title sport, this is the future.
Great to have the support through the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup from Tidal Sport. In fact, it's already helped out a couple of the drivers through the course of the weekend. I believe there was an issue yesterday for one of the Masters drivers struggling to get themselves out of a kart or having some difficulties with discomfort. And the Tidal Sport actually helped them keep going this weekend.
Yeah, we even had one of our Tillotson crew, a bloke named Nigel, who's an absolutely great guy, starting all the engines, managed to pull a muscle in his shoulder and staggered into the Tillotson tent as though he'd just been shot. And was saying, you know, give me some of that tidal stuff, give me some of that tidal stuff. And we put it on him. And I'm not kidding you, no word of a lie, 3 hours later he was saying that he felt good as gold. It really does do a fantastic job.
I can't think of a better advert than that.
Yeah, and what's brilliant is that each of the drivers gets a driver pack which has a bottle of it in it. So if you are driving, make sure to use it because it's good stuff. Use it on your neck, use it on your legs, use it on whatever part of your body you need to.
Right, that's it. I am taking part in the Masters next year just so I get a pack of that stuff.
There we go. Good stuff, Jake. Good man.
Absolutely. I mean, that sounds like absolute gold dust. So we got the T4 Juniors qualifying Heat 2 coming up, and this is going to be that epic battle once again between the two American juniors up the front end, Truly Adams and Chase Buscaglia. Now, Truly Adams started P6 on the grid and will do so again for heat number 2, but Chase Buscaglia from pole position really had his work cut out in that first race.
He certainly did, yeah. It was very interesting to see him cutting through the field, as well as some of the others who are starting a bit further down the order than they would have liked to. But it's going to be very interesting because we always seem to see, even though some drivers may start in P7 and they have the pace to be P1, it seems like by the first lap, they're already a mile in front. It's very, very interesting to watch. The thing is, you can't keep track of just one driver, obviously, because we have everyone to watch. But if we could, it would be very interesting to see just how many positions they make up. You know, positions per second almost.
So as much as we're intrigued as to who's going to get the win in each final across T4 Mini, Junior, Senior and 165 Master, as well as the endurance race this afternoon of 3 hours, the big competition, obviously, this weekend is the Nations Cup. Which country is going to emerge as the winner? Certainly the United States and South Africa have had their Weetabix this morning. They want to make sure they're right up at the sharp end, and they've got a good chance of that. But certainly for Belgium and for the United Kingdom, they have definitely given the Europeans a bit of a run for their money out there. They want to really push up towards South Africa and the United States. Don't forget there's several other nations that have yet to win a race, but have certainly been right up there towards the sharp end. For the Czech Republic, Richard Sejka in this one, as well as Jindra Svoboda in the mini category. Diego Polanco flying the flag for Mexico. There's been quite a couple of drivers actually from the T4 Mexico Brigade who have been running towards the sharp end. And you've got this nice little pocket of drivers from Germany, from France, from Italy, and then further into South America, from Peru, from Guatemala, and also from Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. There's a few interesting opportunities for these nations to get themselves up to the sharp end. So the plot is thickening. And don't forget the Irish contingent, obviously. We were in White River Park last year for the Nations Cup. So this is much tougher for them, but they're counteracting that by adapting to the hot conditions very successfully. And we've got quite a few drivers that are knocking on the door. In this particular junior heat, it's going to be tough, let's be fair, for the Irish talents to work their way through. But Theo Lestrange is up there towards the sharp end. So as long as he keeps his wits about him for qualifying heat number 2 in T4 Junior, then he's got a good chance. 1.428 kilometres of the circuit, 7 more times. It's a whisker under 10 kilometres for these qualifying heats. Pole position, Chase Pascalia alongside Dan Amor. Then Diego Polanco and Richard Seika from George Townsend and Truly Adams. Sean Canivet and Jaden Tromp from Theo Lestrange and Phil Becker. Then Amelie Ackett and Nico Franca from Dan Hartley and Marco Velasco. Then Brooke Loretti and James Treacy from Antonio Nicolai Vicente and Daniel Berzin. Then Jensen O'Neill Going and Manuel Gonzalez from David Chinchilla and Antonio Martinez. Brian Wilson and Tara Keneally, then Rudy Schuster, Matteo Alfano, Keith Burke, Hugo Fennell and Rafael Calvo. The drivers getting themselves geared up then, and there's a full 29 of them ready for this race. A very busy junior field in 2022.
It certainly is. It's great to see such a large field. I'm not sure how many drivers we had last year. I think it was a little bit less than we have this year. But obviously last year, a very big contingent. I'd say about 50% of the drivers came from Ireland. And well, it's good to see a far more multinational affair this year. Obviously, a lot of drivers from Spain and from Spanish-speaking regions. That's one of the big reasons why the Nations Cup is being held here, because we have so many T4 series in regions that speak Spanish as their first language. And it's only the right thing to do to give them a chance to go somewhere where they speak the language and so on and so forth, rather than making them come to Ireland where no one can understand anything, even the Irish. But yeah, it's good to see such a multinational affair. Some of the countries that I'm seeing as I look down the starting order: the US, the UK, Mexico, Czech Republic, France, South Africa, a whole host of Latin American countries and Caribbean countries. There's Ireland, of course, obviously, and then a couple of Spanish drivers as well, naturally being in Spain. But as they follow each other round through the second sector, getting ready to start this race, and all forming up, we can see in the picture there Daniel Amor, the esports champion, in his bright yellow overalls and his white helmet there. He's lining up P2 alongside Chase Pascalia, the number 252 driver from the United States. Daniel Amor, a far lower drag profile than Chase Pascalia. He is quite short. I understand they had to adjust the pedals so he'd be able to push them all the way down and move his seat a bit further forward than normal, as we can see them there weaving to try and warm up the tyres. Would you really need to warm up the tyres? I mean, it's absolutely boiling out there.
Well, we'll see how the warm-up procedure is going to go for the drivers as they get themselves ready to start. We're racing here at Valencia. Good start from Pascalia. Amor getting a little bit sluggish off the line, so that's going to give Polanco and Townsend the chance to move forward. A little bit of a slide wide in through the first hairpin. Drivers just getting themselves into a decent rhythm, but no problems at all for Chase Pascalia as he leads the way comfortably. Dan Amor getting a little bit wheel to wheel with the drivers as they go through the chicane. Is everybody going to get through? No, they do not. There's contact further back. Several drivers, about half a dozen, caught up in the conflagration, and 2 are left on the scene. 217 and 233. So problems there for David Chinchilla and Brian Wilson. So Brian Wilson is now going to be right at the back of the field, and he's absolutely furious about it. So Brian Wilson now going to try and make his way back through the field once again. But here they come. Out in front, Chase Pascalia having a great run of it. Looks like Amelie Ackett didn't make the start. So problems there for Amelie Ackett. Not entirely sure what the situation was. Either that or there's a transponder issue for Amelie Ackett. In fact, yeah, that is Amelie Ackett in the middle of the course. So slight problems there for Amelie. But the battle continues as they come through onto the main straight once again. And it's Pascalia who leads from Polanco, Townsend, Adams, Amor, Seika, Canivet, Hartley, Tromp and Lestrange. And they're going to go 3 wide through the first hairpin on the second lap. As diving up the inside, Townsend gets the run there on Polanco. And I think Polanco's going to lose more than just second place. Diving back through to come through, that is Truly Adams, working the way once again into second place. So Truly Adams definitely charging forward as up to the lead of the race. Chase Pascalia has found himself down in 5th position. It is now Diego Polanco, the Mexican, that leads this race from Truly Adams. But can Adams make it 2 wins out of 2?
Well, that's going to be the question. Daniel Amor going up the inside of the 267 machine of George Townsend there, getting the move done. Fair play to him. Up into P3, he's going to be chasing down that P2 from which he started, trying to take it off Truly Adams as they follow their way through down the back straight, topping out the engines, coming through turn 13, the fast right-hand sweeper, down into the final chicane, hard on the brakes, into this right, left, right chicane. Daniel Amor, he's gained a huge amount of time on Truly Adams through there. Adams to the inside, going for the lead into turn 1. Can he make it stick up the inside of Polanco? Oh, yes he can. Can Amor follow him through as well? This is going to be so interesting to watch. Oh, he cannot. That is a very unfortunate turn of events for Daniel Amor, but he still can gain a few positions. Look at them going side by side. Amor up the inside. Oh, he's taken Adams. Can he take Polanco as well? Coming down into turn 10 perhaps. He is absolutely glued to him. Look at this. Literally line astern. You can count the number of millimeters between them. Up the inside goes Adams on Amor. This is such good racing. And now P4. That is Chase Pascalia getting involved as well. Oh, I'm getting a headache from this, Jake.
And this is only lap 4, would you believe? Sorry, this is only lap 3, I should say. Pascalia gets the move then on Dan Amor. No problems at all there. Here comes Truly Adams, right in behind Diego Polanco. Just picking the moment, pick the move. Don't get too racy too early because you've got a long way to go in this one. Another 4 laps remain at the end of this one. But certainly Truly Adams getting right up tight behind Diego Polanco. Will he go for the overtake? Yes, he does. He knows how close Pascalia and Amor are, so he goes for the move, but chops across Diego Polanco. Not going to give away any cheap overtakes today. So Diego Polanco holding on to this in front of Truly Adams. Then Chase Pascalia from Dan Amor, George Townsend, then Richard Saker, Dan Hartley, and Jaden Tromp. With in 9th place it is James Treacy ahead of Theo Lestrange. The 2 Irish drivers then just filling in the top 10. But Dan Hartley's certainly going at it at the moment. Driving the way through. Oh, very close indeed as Truly Adams loses out to Diego Polanco. But up the inside, Adams is going to get some support this time from Pascalia and Dan Amor, who manages to get through on the inside. But for the next corner, he loses ground as up the inside of both men comes George Townsend. And also going through, that's Dan Hartley. The British driver will make his way through up into the top 5. Good reactions there from Hartley. Just missing out past Dan Amor, but for 3rd place it is side by side between Polanco and Townsend. And here comes Adams holding on in front of Pascalia. 3rd place is now Polanco. He did manage to hold on in front of George Townsend for the moment, but there's still plenty to do. 3 laps to go.
Well, a fantastic performance so far from Adams as he's under attack up the inside by Pascalia, and Pascalia takes the position off his fellow American. The American team are just going to be thinking, keep it calm, lads. We don't want to sacrifice the Nations Cup points. We don't mind who finishes first and who finishes second, but they certainly do as they flow through turn 6 and 7 and into turn 8. This triple left-hander kind of merges into one corner. It's a very fast piece of the track. It's going to be really straining the drivers' necks throughout the weekend, and it's only going to get heavier and heavier through the weekend as we move on.
We've had an off further round in the midfield. Somebody has parked it up at Marshall Post 4. Can't quite make out who that is, but certainly we've had a driver dropping their way down the rankings. Can't quite make out who it is. I think it's Jaden Tromp, in fact. So Jaden Tromp has had a moment there, the South African. That's very unfortunate for Jaden Tromp, who was running in the top 10. Here comes the move for the lead, does it? Oh, Truly Adams thought he had a run there on Chase Pascalia. Had to bail out of it in the end as they come onto the main straight. 2 laps remaining. There is Jaden Tromp walking away from his car. That's very unfortunate for the South African, but here in the first corner, the leaders are still battling away. Pascalia, Adams, Polanco, Townsend, Amor, Hartley and Saker. A second between the 7 drivers. So this is going to be an interesting one as they continue to battle forward. And into the lead comes Adams. Adams gets the run there on the inside. Past Chase Pascalia. So Adams gets through on Chase Pascalia. Picks up the overtaking move. Makes his way forward. So a great start to proceedings then for Truly Adams, who manages to get past Chase Pascalia. But all 7 drivers are still in a very long queue here. Here comes the move from Polanco. Polanco's going to try and get past Pascalia. And he leaves the door wide open. Townsend's going to get them both. Dan Moore's going to get them both. And Dan Hartley tried to make it 3 of them to get ball pair of drivers. But Adams is through, Townsend is through, and Dan Moore is through. Polanco is going to lose ground there to Hartley. Hartley does get into 4th position. They come through to the S's. Final lap is about to begin, and every single driver in the top 7 has a chance to make a play for this now. Adams, Townsend, Moore, Hartley, Buscaglia, Polanco, and Seika. Here comes the move from Townsend. Townsend hits the front for the first time today. George Townsend takes the lead away from Truly Adams, but Dan Moore is going to try and squeak through. An opportunity on the inside as Truly Adams gets the lead back again from George Townsend. Townsend hops over the curbs. Here comes Moore with support from Dan Hartley. But all 3 Brits are trying to get through here on Truly Adams. And Truly Adams, the American driver, holding on to position. They come off the turn once again. Is Truly Adams going to be able to hold on to this victory up front? Certainly a lot of pressure from the British contingent. Townsend going around the outside. Can he hold it to then get the inside line for the next turn? He can't. Adams defends. Townsend pops up on the inside regardless. Still trying to hunt through on the inside. Dan Moore is now to the inside line. Has to bail out of it off the throttle. So Truly Adams holding on, squirming around the course, trying to hold the lead of this race. They tuck out through the far side apex up to the final chicane. Townsend's going to go the long way round. Adams will tuck in for the inside. The momentum's going to be with Dan Moore. He's got a chance here around the outside, so is Buscaglia, but it's going to be Truly Adams. Brilliant try from Truly Adams. Holds on to it all the way through that race. Very tough race to hold on to. Even tougher than the earlier qualifying heat, but it's 2 from 2 for Truly Adams. Excellent race from the American. Really held on to it. And that's very nicely handled despite all the pressure from Townsend, Buscaglia, Moore and Seika, with Hartley and Polanco flagging in behind. All 7 drivers covered by less than a second at the flag. But after such tough work, Truly Adams gives America their 3rd win of the weekend and his 2nd win so far. So it's definitely going well for the United States. It is a very good run from Truly Adams. 2 wins out of 2. And that's his last race of the day, don't forget, so he can be very relaxed going into tomorrow morning. The American has put on a great show and given the United States their 3rd win of the weekend so far. That's definitely going to give the United States of America the best chance in the Nations Cup to start off in close proximity. So the victory goes the way of Truly Adams for the 2nd time today. George Townsend in 2nd, ahead of Chase Buscaglia and Dan Moore. From Richard Seika, Dan Hartley and Diego Polanco. Then Theo Lestrange from Manuel Gonzalez and James Treacy. Daniel Berzin in front of Sean Caneve. From Marco Velasco and Phil Becker, Nico Franca and Antonio Vicente. Then Tara Kunili, Brooke Loretti of South Africa in 18th place. 19th goes the way of Hugo Fenol. It's a very tough battle there. Jensen O'Neill going in 20th position in front of Antonio Martinez. Then Keith Burke and Rudy Schuster. Matteo Alfano from Brian Wilson, then David Chinchilla, Rafael Calvo, and Amelie Ackett. The one retirement from the race that came up right at the end there. The tough pressure and tough challenge there coming through from Jaden Trump, retiring from the race right at the bitter end. So some very exciting challenges all the way through. Rafael Calvo involved in the final portion of the race there as well. But a crazy race ending in very solid style for the competitors in T4 Junior qualifying heat number 2. We still have some races to come. The 2 T4 Senior qualifying heats are coming up for B versus C and then A versus D. Then we will have the T4 Senior Master 165 category and then 3 hours of the endurance race, which will of course contribute to the T4 Nations Cup.
You know the greats always say, recovery is key. But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Three, Yeah.
Come on.
I'm down here with Daniel Amore, one of our 2 esports champions racing this weekend. Daniel started P2, fell down to P6, then back up. You said to me you're not quite sure whether you finished P3 or P4. It was that close across the end. It was a fantastic battle though throughout the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really good fun. Like top 6 or 7 or so, all of us were just trading positions, left, right and centre really. It was a good little battle.
T4 Esports Championship. It can't simulate the heat, but we do have the track and the kart. Have you been using Kart Sim to prepare for the Nations Cup?
Yeah, I've been using a little bit of kart sim, just driving the Tillotson around all sorts of different tracks really, because I don't actually have Valencia. So just all sorts of different tracks, just trying to prepare for what it's actually like, and I think it's paid off really.
Fantastic stuff. Well, some fantastic battles there. Do you look forward to the next heat, your 3rd heat, where you'll be trying to battle a bit more, try and gain the UK some more Nations Cup points to try and bring up the points to fight maybe the
second or so, a 4th and 1st one, 3rd and that, or 4th. Hopefully we can move up onto the...
Back to you, Jake.
Slight technical difficulties there with the audio. Apologies if you experienced some difficulties there, but great to hear from Dan Amore, who is obviously one of our 2 competitors who have come through from the T4 Esports brigade to race in the T4 Nations Cup. The board has come out onto the circuit once again to signal the start of the T4 senior qualifying heats. The engines are fired up. They pull the cord and suddenly those T4 Tillotson chassis roar into life, and they do make a beautiful little purr down there in the starting grid. That's one of the things I have to say I do love about these Tillotson T4 chassis, the noise. They do make a really lovely little purr down there in the starting grid, and they have a very nice sort of sound to them as they go around in racing trim. It's that low rumble, that sort of core battle that you see from them, and I've now been very proud to witness Tillotson T4 in a couple of different sectors over the last couple of seasons. Went and saw the very first Tillotson T4 race in the Netherlands back in 2020, the week that the pandemic broke out, and that was very exciting when they raced around Marienborg, and had the thrill earlier this season and last season as well of seeing the UK Tillotson T4s battling away in proximity. And again, the racing has just been glorious every single time. So to be here for the Nations Cup, to really see the best of the talents around the globe, it's wonderful to see these guys putting on a great showcase. And it doesn't matter where they've traveled from, whether it's from the North or South Americas, whether it's from Europe and across Africa, these guys really have been fantastic. Can't wait to see the Asian contenders take part next year, when they will hopefully join us once again, and we're gearing ourselves up ready for another spectacular showcase. But the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup has already been giving us plenty of excitement and great duels out there on the course, and now we're going to get to see them in action once again for the senior category, and they've already been particularly exciting over the course of the first 2 races that they gave us earlier on. But now the groups are mixed up a little bit more, and that means that we're going to have Ben Leider starting from pole position on the grid on one side. Alongside him on the grid will be the Mexican talent, Jan Lucas Werthmann.
Yeah, it's set to be a fantastic battle as we see the 1-minute board being displayed now, and everyone getting ready for the imminent duel between Jan Lucas Werthmann and Ben Leider. Evan Stapleton as well. Honourable mention to him, lining up in 3rd. He had some good pace in the last race, wasn't able to show it though, got involved in a couple of unfortunate incidents. Dara Adriansons as well, lining up in position number 4. The Belgian driver, he's going to be looking to make up some positions. He's a very, very quick driver. He won his first heat, didn't he, as far as I can remember. And he is going to be looking to at least get onto the podium, if not P2. Hopefully for him, though, P1 in this 11-lap race around the Cartodromo International. Is it International Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero or Cartodromo International?
It is indeed. It is the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero has hosted many fantastic competitions, and of course next year it'll host a round of the European Karting Championships. So it's a really exciting time to be part of the circuit here in Spain. It's going to be really exciting to see how it all plays out. So the drivers make their way out onto the circuit, and it's Ben Leider and Jan-Luca Werthmann from Evan Stapleton and Dara Adriansens, then Ralvo Tleip and Jose Gomez from Joshua Bach and Francisco Acevedo, Calvin Pratt along with Rasheen Sweeney, then Conor McPollin and Patrick Hayden, Andrei Klinken and Miguel Parra from Colm Manili and Gerardo Rosalia Freccia, Alexander Fleming, Fabio Marangon and Ian Quinn, who will start from the back of the grid after problems in qualifying. But we already saw how Ian Quinn has been able to charge his way through right from the start of things. Now, interestingly, there is a note on the timing screen before the race has even begun that there is a 5-second penalty being handed out to Gerardo Rosalia Freccia, the Costa Rican driver, I think that is, or is that the Puerto Rican driver? I do apologise. It initiates the Puerto Rican Gerardo Rosalia Freccia. Now, I've not seen a 5-second penalty be applied before the start of a race before, so I'm not sure what's happened to Gerardo Rosalia Freccia, but certainly something has transgressed to give him a 5-second penalty on the timing screen before racing has even begun.
Yeah, I think it might be something that happened in the pre-grid area. Sometimes, I think last year there was some penalties being threatened to be handed out for drivers who didn't take their karts off of the trolleys in time, or who weren't in their karts on time. One or the other, I can't remember which. I think it was the trolley infringement. Obviously, the organisers, they don't want the show to be held up, so everyone has to take the karts off the trolleys in time and be sat in them so the race isn't getting delayed. So I think it might be that he hasn't taken the cart off the trolley in time, Jake.
Well, that could be a real headache as far as opportunities knocking are concerned. Let's say that something conflagrates into the first couple of laps and drivers are which way, left, right and centre. All of a sudden, Gerardo Rosalia Freccia finds himself in a competitive position, and then he's going to have to add 5 seconds to his race time, which is always a little bit unnerving. But certainly for Ben Leider, he has an opportunity to continue the great weekend for the American contingent so far. 3 wins for the United States of America, 2 for South Africa, 1 for Belgium and 1 for the United Kingdom so far in this T4 Nations Cup weekend. And there are, of course, 3 races to go before we end this rotation. And then we go into the 3-hour endurance race, which is going to be great fun to watch as the 13 teams will do battle across 3 hours. And, of course, we'll have everything from 5-minute pit stops where the crew check over the fuel levels of the karts and everything. They only have to do 2 pit stops through the course of the race, as far as my maths are correct, because they only have to do, I think it's every 40 minutes or so, so they might have to do 3 stops, I'm not sure. We'll come to that when the time is appropriate anyway, and that is a false start. Not going to be a start this time by. So it looks as though they're going to go round again on an additional formation lap. So clearly somebody was not quite in position correctly. They seem to think they're racing. My timing screen seems to think we're not. So I'm not entirely sure whether we're racing or not. It's an interesting situation because my timing screen says that we are not under racing conditions yet. Oh, no, we are.
There's someone gone off there at turn number 6 and 7. There's someone stuck in the grass.
That's Jan-Luca Werthmann.
Oh my goodness me, huge drama from P2 on the grid. Jan-Luca Werthmann has run into serious issues. He is out. Look at that on the live stream. The front bumper ripped off.
That is Gerardo Rosalia Freccia. He says he's okay, but obviously that's the front fairing come completely off his kart as well. So 2 problems. My timing screen was a little late to update there. I do apologise. I thought we were going round for another formation lap. We were not. We were under racing conditions. So a bit of a dramatic start. And up in front, that is Evan Stapleton. Oh, and a spin on the final turn. Oh, and that's caused all kinds of problems. There was nowhere at all for the 329 of Andres Klinkan to go. Went straight into the side of his opponent there. That was Jose Gomez, I do believe. And the spin, unfortunately, out of the final turn. So that's cost big time, and I'm afraid it is game over for the 329 of Andrej Klinkan because the front stub axle completely snapped when he went into the side of his opponent. This is for the lead. That is Dara Andreassens battling away with Ben Leider as they have both managed to get back past Evan Stapleton. So a crazy start to this race, but after one lap, it is three men from the United States, from Belgium and from Ireland, all battling away as Evan Stapleton tries to give Ireland their first win of the weekend. It's going to be very tight from the outset, but several drivers now trying to get themselves back up to speed. We only have 17 contenders battling away of the 19 that started, because Gerardo Rosalier-Fletcher is out and Andres Klinkanis is out as well after their problems in this one. You've got a feel for Andres Klinkani. He had absolutely nowhere to go. His kart will be off to the sidelines here at the S's, as his kart destroyed on the left front corner.
And I have to say, very unfortunate incident also for Worthman, starting in P2 and now down in position number 15 as we see dropping down the order. That's just one of the runners who has come to an unfortunate early demise, as we see the leaders following each other through once again past the stricken remains of their fellow compatriot T4 senior racers, as we see even more carcasses of the T4 C1 chassis laid waste to on the side of the road. Very unfortunate incident so far, but nevertheless we do still have plenty more runners in this race, and look at the gap that the top three have pulled out. The gap between 4th and P1 there, you can see on the left hand side of the screen, 6.5 seconds.
And obviously that's created quite an interesting situation, because Ravio Dripe has now managed to get past as Quinn tried to work his way through there into the top four, but has actually lost ground as a result. So Conor McPollin and Colm Meneely are both trying to get one over on Quinn, as look, the leaders are on the main straight. This is baffling pace, as into lap 4 we go, and it is Dara Adriansens from Ben Leiden and Evan Stapleton. Oh, sorry, that's Stapleton now running a little way back from the leading duo, but they have come through at the end of lap number 3. A little bit of an issue, unfortunately, with our timing monitors, because that should have shown us that we've completed lap 3. But look, 7 seconds is the distance now between the contenders, Raivo Dripe and Colm Meneely, who are in 4th and 5th position, as they are still continuing to try and close up on Conor McPollin. And there you go, it is now updated. So Dara Adriansens from Ben Leider, Evan Stapleton, Dripe, McPollin, Pratt, Quinn, Meneely, Gomez and Worthman, who's worked his way up to 10th position already, but you can see that there's 7 seconds between the back of Stapleton's kart and the front of Raivo Dripe's kart, who is in 4th position. Make that 8 seconds nearly now, as they continue to extend the gap. But the leading 3 are just stretching their legs out front. No problems for those 3, and it's going to be this trio that fights for the victory as we go into lap 5.
Evan Stapleton, he finished first in the T4 Irish Regional Championship. We've seen some drama further back the field, some hands of rage flying, and who's that, Jake?
That was Calvin Pratt. So Calvin Pratt clearly not particularly happy with the drivers behind him. He's having a great battle with Rasheen Sweeney, Joshua Back, Colm Meneely, Francisco Acevedo, and flip-flop himself, Alex Fleming. So big problems there for the contenders in the middle of the pack. Looked as though a bit of an issue there for Colm Meneely. Colm Meneely has suddenly dropped down to about 14th position, so problems there. But the leading trio still absolutely nose to tail, a good 8 seconds clear of Evan Stapleton. This is that battle for 4th place, and diving up the inside, that's Quinn. So Quinn was going to try and make the bid there on the inside of Conor McPollin. But as they come onto the back straight, the 3 leaders, this is Adriansens, Leider and Stapleton, still having a really close race of it, and Stapleton trying to cut through to the inside line, just keeping fairly hungry at the moment in 3rd place, just watching what Adriansens and Leider do as they come onto the main straight again. Leider going to try and make the lead. No, he's going to sit in 2nd place. He wants to pull away from Evan Stapleton. He certainly doesn't want the Irishman to have a chance of getting through, but a mistake like that from Dara Adriansens is only going to bring Stapleton tighter into the battle. So you've got to be very careful how you read the situation. If you're being held up, then you need to at least have a chance of getting through, because that will maximize the chances of making the progress needed to go for the victory later on in the day. So Adriansens leads the way from Leider, Stapleton, Dripe, Quinn, Worthman, McPollin, Gomez, Pratt and Acevedo. Still just the 2 retirements from earlier, Gerardo Rosalier-Fletcher and Andres Klinkan, who had their problems earlier on in the opening lap of proceedings. And a bit of disappointment for the Puerto Rican Gerardo Rosalier-Fletcher, because he was already going to have a penalty. Onto the back straight, Stapleton's got his chance, decides to hang back behind Ben Leider. So the American Ben Leider still holding on to second position for the moment, just holding on in front of Andreassens. But he's got a good run off the turn and he might just get alongside. Not enough. He can't just get out of the slipstream. 3 laps to go.
So this really is a fantastic battle emerging. Stapleton, the man who finished 21st in last year's World Cup final, just hanging back a little bit, maybe not able to catch up, or maybe just keeping a little bit of a distance back just in case any drama unfolds between Adriansson and Leider up in front, as they are literally glued bumper to bumper through turn 7 and into the fast flowing turns 8 and 9. Come along this small little straight for the hard braking zone. Is Stapleton going to go for a move? No, he's not. All of them just staying line astern. Lap 6 of 9, they don't really have to worry about traffic behind. They can afford to fight more. Obviously not too much. They do have a, 9.5 second gap almost to between Stapleton and Quinn in P3 and P4 respectively. So they can afford to fight, Jake. They just seem to, not want to.
Well, it's counterproductive because you're just going to lose even more ground if you continue to squabble. And now that gap has come up to 9.8 seconds between Stapleton and Quinn. 2 laps to go. 7 completed. Is down the main straight. This is for 4th position. That was Quinn versus Worthman. And it looked as though we're having a bit of a duel for the lead as well. Ben Leider not quite able to get the overtaking move on Dara Adrianssens. So the Belgian, this is for 4th place, and that is Worthman. Despite the problems of the opening lap, Worthman has worked his way up to 4th position. What a comeback that is from Jan-Luca Worthman.
I saw on the timing screens a few laps ago he'd gone from 15th to P5, and I was thinking, well, that is a fantastic display. He was one of the T4. Oh, there's a big bit of dust being kicked up on the exit at turn 7. Thankfully, no drama. I think it was McPollin went off there just briefly before re-entering the track. But yes, as I was saying, Jan-Luc Werthmann, one of the T4 Mexico ticket winners, one of the champions who won a free drive here. He certainly has a lot of pace about him, and it's going to be very interesting to see how much of that gap he'll be able to close down in the remaining 2 laps of this race. Even 1 lap even, excuse me, as we come down into turn 1. Adrianssens goes defensive. Ben Leider not able to make a move. Stapleton still hanging back where he was before. Ben Leider into turn 3, no moves being made. Adrianssens maintains the lead, coming in to turn number 5. Oh my goodness me, Ben Leider takes the lead from Adrianssens. Adrianssens, no response to that for the moment as they come through turn 8 and turn 9. Stapleton is going to be licking his lips at this. He's going to be thinking, oh, there's something in this for me here. A certain je ne sais quoi as they come down into turn 10. Stapleton all over the back of Adrianssens as they come through the fast sweeping right-hander of turn 12. Look at Adrianssens. He's side by side with Ben Leider. Oh, as is Stapleton. Stapleton's going to have him. It's going to be 3 wide
and off the road.
Second to
off
last
the road
corner
goes Ben Leider. Ben Leider went off the road on the back straight there, so Stapleton's come through. Dara Adrianssens is going to come side by side to the line. Who's going to get it? It will be Stapleton.
It's Stapleton.
Stapleton gives Ireland their first win of the weekend in one of the most dramatic finishes you could ever have asked for.
And into the barrier there, that is the...
that's Ben Leider.
That's Ben Leider, yeah. He's gone hard into the barriers, it seems. He is out of the kart, though. That's the important thing. He's walking away
Well, as a result
uninjured.
of all of that, Jan-Luca Worthman has come through to 3rd position.
That is incredible.
And in 4th place from dead last is Ian Quinn.
That is absolutely remarkable. This is why we race T4s. This is absolutely brilliant racing, as we can see Stapleton there on the live stream, circulating around, wondering what on earth has just happened, as are we.
Yeah, he's just that. Did I win that? Honestly, I can't really figure out what happened on the last lap as Evan Stapleton fights his way across the finish line, just 55 thousandths of a second ahead of Dara Adrianssens. But yes, very unfortunate for Ben Leider on the last lap as they ran 3 wide down the back straight. Leider had nowhere to go but into the barriers, so that pretty much puts him out of contention. Certainly in this one, down in turn 13, I think it is where he's at. Yes, it is, that long corner. So Evan Stapleton from Dara Adrianssens and Jan-Luca Werthmann, then Ian Quinn and Jose Gomez from Conor McPollin, Calvin Pratt, Ralvo Druip and Joshua Bach. Alex Fleming comes up in the top 10. Good job for Flip Flop. Francisco Acevedo and Patrick Hayden from Colm Manili and Roisin Sweeney. Then Miguel Parra in front of Fabio Marangon. You've got a feel, though, for Ben Leider out of the race on the final lap while battling for the victory. And he was leading going into that last lap, don't forget. So then Andre Klinkan and Gerardo Rosalia Freccia were the other two drivers involved in a first lap incident that put them both out. Gerardo Rosalie before they even reached turn 7. And Andre Klinkan on the final corner of the first lap with nowhere to go but into the side of one of his opponents. I didn't actually see which driver it was that he connected with, but certainly a pretty crazy start to the race action. I actually get the benefit of being able to go back and have a quick look at who it was. That's the beauty of having the live stream just in front of us. But it was a bit of a crazy race battle because I wasn't sure whether we'd started the race or not, based on the fact that the timing screen was just a little bit late to the party. But certainly a crazy race battle. And the opening lap, because we obviously saw Worthman drop down the order, but we saw a big spin further back as the drivers were tucking away for position as well. I didn't quite see who it was that gave us that problem, because we obviously had the problems initially for the Puerto Rican driver, for the Puerto Rican driver Gerardo Freccia, but it was further back. We had the spin there that took Worthman down the order, and it was contact with the 362 on that first lap. So it was Francisco Acevedo, the Dominican, that Andre Klinkan had nowhere to go but into the side of. So big problems there. And obviously Gianluca Worthman, who was battling for fourth position at that point, managed to work his way back into P3 despite going wide on the first lap. So an amazing comeback. Now we get to talk about the next contest in the mix, which for T4 Senior is going to see the next contenders out in position. This is for qualifying groups A versus D, and this is going to put Kalai Atkins, the British driver, on the front row of the grid alongside Hunter Perry. So that could be a very interesting challenge between those two as they try and work their way forward. Fabienne Lanz, the South African driver, will be alongside the Irishman Eddie Byrne. So it's definitely going to be intriguing stuff. But yeah, we've had 8 races so far, and I make it 5 different nations that have now triumphed in the T4 Nations Cup, because we've had 3 wins for the United States, 2 wins for South Africa, and then a win apiece for Belgium, the United Kingdom, and now the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah, and it could well have been another victory for the UK had Kalai Atkins not had that very, very unfortunate end to his race in his last heat. But I have to say, South Africa, a very strong lineup in this race. P3, Fabian Lance. P6, Roshan Goodman. Both of them teammates of each other, not just racing for the same country, but being run by the same team of mechanics, the same 2 mechanics, and they're both very good friends of each other, I understand. Fabian, obviously, with a huge amount of racing experience, 25 years of racing experience, and she's also coaching some of the mini drivers. She's mentoring Jarell Goodman, who is the number 147, and Armani Kinua, who is the number 145, who we have seen racing in the mini category. As we see them all trying to, I think that's Tyler McIntyre trying to get his engine started. It is his mechanic there pulling furiously, as is Fabian Lance's mechanic, pulling furiously at the starter motor to try and get it to start. Nothing too much happening on the live stream at the minute. Everyone's just sitting there sort of meditating on their strategies going into this race. We can see there Kalai Atkins maybe in a state of reflection on his unfortunate end to the last race, looking to think about what he can do different in this one. It was absolutely perfect, his drive in the last race, up until the unspeakable happened. Lost the lead briefly off the start to Fabian Lance, but within a lap had taken it back and never looked back after that. Built up a gap of a good few seconds, only to have it ripped away and grant, I think it was Roshan Goodman, who's again starting P6, as I say. He gifted him the victory, which is what makes up one of South Africa's 2 victories. But like I say, very, very strong lineup for South Africa in this race, starting P3 and P6. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if they can bring home some serious points for South Africa in the Nations Cup points standings. Probably more on average than any of the other nations. We have the United States starting P2 and P5. That's another strong combination there. McIntyre and Hunter, as we see all of the karts heading out now. Qualifying heat A and D about to get underway for the T4 seniors. As we have the grids in front of us now, let's take you through them.
So Kalai Atkins and Perry Hunter will be on the front row of the grid for this one. Then there'll be Fabienne Lanz and Eddie Byrne from Tyler McIntyre and Rashaan Goodman. Then Rowan Conrady and Kirsten Adriansens from Alistair Tinker and Owen Ayrton Spears, from Paolo Estrada and Richard Kinloch, then Juris Calvelis and John Nuttall, Alejandro Pavan and Rory O'Shea, Harrius Gladkins, Sam Johnson and Peter McBride. I always remember the fabulous movie Rory O'Shea Was Here from back in the mid-2000s, starring the young James McAvoy, just making his Hollywood debut back in about 2004, 2005. Not sure many people remember that movie. It was also known as Inside I'm Dancing, depending on whether you watched it in Ireland or the UK. I think I was one of about 3 people in the United Kingdom who watched it. But yeah, Rory O'Shea Was Here, the movie was called. He's certainly here today. The real version of Rory O'Shea rather than the fictional version. And the T4 senior qualifying heat, A versus D. It's going to be an interesting one for the Irish contingent, because not only is Rory there along with Peter McBride, but in 4th on the grid, Eddie Byrne. And he's got business to take care of after coming close to the top 3 in the first heat, but it didn't quite finish up that way.
No, it didn't. Eddie Byrne, of course, a hugely talented driver in the senior class. He finished P9 in the 2022 T4 Ireland Senior Regional Championship. He's one of the 5 drivers who make up Stapleton Motorsport, the group of drivers from Ireland who are racing here, all describing themselves as a close family unit, all helping each other out. You can see them in the tents, all helping each other out all through the weekend. But he's going to be wanting to maybe make up some places as he is starting. Where is he starting again, Jake? Tell me.
So he is starting P4.
P4, yeah. I was looking further down the grid than that. Terrible disrespect there for Eddie Byrne. But yeah, he's in with a very good shout from P4. His compatriot Rory O'Shea starting down in P16, so he really is going to have to fly the flag for the Republic of Ireland as they slow down onto the back straight. Watching them follow each other line astern down the back straight. Nowhere near the top speeds, obviously, on this formation lap. All just sort of gliding along behind the red and white tyre barriers, past the commentary box and into the final chicane. Obviously cutting out the chicane to make space for the tram lines. As they come in to said tram lines now, we get ready for the start.
And we are racing instantly, no waiting around. Kalai Atkins has controlled the pace beautifully from Hunter Perry. There's a problem further back. Looks as though someone's got a mechanical issue. I think that might have been Rory O'Shea having problems down to the first corner. Everybody else is going through without incident, but it's a very tricky start to racing up front. Kalai Atkins has got in front with Fabienne Lanz working her way through. Oh, there's a spinner at the back of the field there. Now that looked to me like Samuel Johnson having a bit of a moment there. As we see retirement for Rory O'Shea. Sam Johnson had a spin but has managed to get going again once more. So problems for Rory O'Shea. But certainly for Kalai Atkins and Fabienne Lanz up in front. They are 1 and 2. No issues for those 2 drivers as they continue to make solid progress around the course. It was always going to be an interesting start to proceedings for the contenders up at that first part of racing. But certainly Kalai Atkins having some pressure from the South African Fabienne Lanz, who is still doing a fair job up in her position, continuing to make steady work of things as they come onto the main straight. So still they battle away for position, but obviously it's been fascinating to see how the contenders have come through. Don't forget that Fabienne Lanz was actually one of the drivers hoping to be selected for the W Series back in 2019, and so she has prolific speed, great talent, and great dexterity behind the wheel, and that's why she's keeping good pace to Kalai Atkins in the lead of the race. Here is the battle further back. This is Tyler McIntyre, the American driver, trying to get through his compatriot Hunter Perry, with Eddie Byrne sat there in 5th position and the earlier race winner, Rashaan Goodman, just hanging on there in P6 at the moment. We're on the second lap and up the inside. There comes the move from Tyler McIntyre. A nice overtake there on Hunter Perry. So there's going to be 4 of them battling away for 3rd position. But if they keep battling, then Atkins and Lands are just going to disappear up front.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they disappear without any battling, the pace that they've been showing, as we see Fabian Lands tucking in behind the steering wheel there, trying to stick with Cal Atkins, who has immense speed, as we've already seen. But she is keeping him honest. Less than half a second is the gap, and it will update as we come across the line. Yeah, still 0.46 seconds across the line between Lands and Atkins. Obviously, Atkins leading, but Lands keeping him honest. Not giving him too much breathing room, obviously. Lands with a huge amount of experience, and Atkins with a huge amount of pace, the British-Jamaican driver, who I believe was within the top 10 of the FIA CIK World Karting Championships.
Well, certainly he's done a good job in various different categories, Kalai Atkins. He was running at the forefront of the AMI Euro Series, so he's been gunning a very good job there. But certainly here at Tillotson T4, making his debut, he is leading for the 2nd time today, with Fabian Lands just keeping him honest at the moment. The gap between them opening up to 7/10 of a second as Kalai Atkins goes seeking his first win in Tillotson T4. He all but had it done in the earlier heat before a mechanical failure on the final lap. But certainly for Hunter Perry, he's looking for an opportunity to get past Tyler McIntyre. Not that McIntyre's making it particularly easy for him. Eddie Byrne, 5th position in front of Rashaan Goodman. Then it is Owen Ayrton Spears from Alistair Tinker, the 2 British drivers. Kirsten Andreasen's in front of Rowan Conrady. Then John Nuttall ahead of Paolo Estrada, Richard Kinloch, Alejandro Payan, Yuris Calvelis, Harris Gladkins, and then it is Peter McBride from the man who spun on the opening tour, Samuel Johnson. So Kalai Atkins just pulls out a little bit more of a gap, and this is great news for Atkins because now Fabian Lands is struggling for pace and is falling into the clutches a little bit now of McIntyre and Perry. So the South African is really going to have to work hard to keep these 2 drivers at bay.
She certainly is, and well, I mean, let's not put it past her. She is definitely able to. We've seen her racecraft in the past, but she is going to have her work cut out with McIntyre and Hunter Perry behind her. As look at this, McIntyre has gained a huge amount of ground on her. He looks to the inside, thinks better of it though, through turn number 13. Oh, but he's up the inside into the final chicane. This could be huge, and look at that. Tyler McIntyre up the inside of Fabian Lands into the final chicane. He ducks his head down. He thinks, yes, that was fantastic, and now he goes hunting after Atkins in front. If there is anyone who can stop Kalai Atkins, it is Tyler McIntyre, and look at that, he's already starting to pull a gap from Fabian Lands, who is now been demoted down to P3, and she's going to have to be careful to not lose out another position to Hunter Perry, who will more than happily take the P3 off her hands if she doesn't want it anymore, Jake.
See, I nearly thought initially there that Tyler McIntyre had overcooked that and got a little bit greedy, because when he came through 13, he was up on the curb on the 2nd apex and he had to get out of the throttle, but he committed. He just blipped the throttle, a little bit of a feather off the gas, and then managed to get back onto it again in time to give him still enough momentum to find the inside line on Fabienne Lands. So well corrected there by Tyler McIntyre. I thought that was all done and dusted and Fabienne was going to completely hold the place, but just a little bit of patience needed, which he clearly was able to deliver. Hunter Perry now all over the back of Fabienne Lands. I think these 3 drivers now want to team up and stop racing each other for the next 3 laps so that they can close up a little bit on Kalai Atkins, and certainly McIntyre fastest of all in the first sector. Not quite fastest of all across the second, but it certainly makes things a little bit more intriguing as the drivers are gearing themselves up once again. Lands is there between the 2 American talents, but Kalai Atkins hoping to give the United Kingdom their 2nd win of the weekend after the brilliant performances that we saw earlier on from George House, who was able to be the British driver who came through for the first British win of the weekend. But certainly this Nations Cup is going to have a few more twists and turns in the tails, as the drivers are still giving us plenty of excitement and drama out there. But Kalai Atkins has a decent lead now over Tyler McIntyre. 1.1 seconds is the gap. Lands and Perry are still there in 3rd and 4th. They're not going to let McIntyre run away with this if they've got any say in the matter. But certainly from Kalai Atkins' point of view, he's got this one pretty much nailed, as Lands has a look at McIntyre on the lap but doesn't quite have the grunt. coming off the back straight to be able to make the maneuver back once again. Now she's going to think about it into turn one, though. Chops across. McIntyre holds the line. Hunter Perry tried to go with Fabienne Lanz, but they hadn't quite got the decent acceleration off the final turn in order to make that maneuver created. But obviously there's still plenty of opportunities, and behind them you've got Eddie Byrne and Rashaan Goodman. They want to step up the attack as well.
They certainly do. Eddie Byrne obviously starting P4. He's fallen down the order ever so slightly down to P5. Just one position though, but he is more than capable of making that up. He's the Irishman, but he does have to make up that gap. What is it? It's give or take 3 seconds between Hunter Perry and Eddie Byrne, so it is a sizable gap to make up as we're on lap 6 of 9 in this T4 senior heat. I almost said final there. It's not the final just yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. This T4 senior heat, as we see positions 2 and 3, McIntyre and Lanz following each other through the final chicane and on to the start-finish straight once again to start their 7th of their 9 designated laps. Into turn 1, no drama as of yet between Lanz and McIntyre. And this battle, it remains to be seen just how it will end, but hopefully it's going to end cleanly and with a great deal of excitement.
So Atkins just trying to hold on and sustain this at the moment in front of McIntyre and Lanz, but it is going to be very tight now that we're on the penultimate lap. Atkins hoping to get the victory nailed on this one, but Tyler McIntyre in front of Fabienne Lanz and Hunter Perry. It's going to be very tight as Lanz is going to try and make her bid to get through on the inside of Tyler McIntyre. Nothing doing on this occasion. She's going to have to try again going into the final lap, I think. So Kalai Atkins, 1.6 seconds clear now of this battle. There he is on the back straight. No issues at all for Kalai Atkins as they're about to start the final lap. But certainly things looking pretty heated as the contenders continue. Fabienne Lanz trying her best to overhaul Tyler McIntyre without conceding anything to Hunter Perry. Onto the final lap they come. Atkins, McIntyre, Lanz, Perry. Here comes the defensive move from McIntyre. Perry tries to get through on the inside line. Fabienne Lanz is completely ready for it. So they continue to make the progress. And still the battle raging on this final lap of the course. They hop their way through the curbs up to the S's. Is Lanz going to get the move on the inside? No, she's not close enough yet. But what she is doing is getting into Tyler McIntyre's blind spots, making him overthink, making him over-defend. Is she going to have an opportunity to come back? And more importantly, what can Hunter Perry do about both drivers from 4th position? Hunter Perry still in with a chance of this one. They come up to the hairpin. Last of the late breakers. They outfox each other there. But Fabienne Lanz may have one last chance on Tyler McIntyre, especially if she gets a little bit of support from Hunter Perry. They come onto the back straight. And certainly for Kalai Atkins, it's looking pretty good from their point of view. Down to the braking zone, can Fabienne Lanz get one final trick on Tyler McIntyre? McIntyre having to go defensive, but it's going to be the win for Kalai Atkins. Atkins will come through for the victory. 2nd place is going to go the way of McIntyre, just in front of Lanz and Perry. But it's Kalai Atkins. He puts to right what happened last time out. He rights the wrongs there, and it's a 2nd win of the week from the United Kingdom, and it goes the way of Kalai Atkins. An excellent run so far from the contenders as they have given us plenty of excitement and drama out there. But this time, Kalai Atkins gets the victory he felt he deserved, and I'm sure a lot of people will feel he deserved from the first encounter. So now Kalai Atkins didn't get to win on his debut race in Tillotson T4, but he does win his 2nd. The man who won the T4 Esports title has come through in fantastic fashion to become a race winner. Excellent work from Kalai Atkins. So a job is a good one there from him as far as he's concerned, and he becomes another winner, the 2nd race winner for the United Kingdom here today, following the great work from George House, who got his win in the T4 Mini. Now Kalai Atkins gets the job done in fantastic fashion. He did a really good job out there, and a very exceptional performance from Kalai Atkins. Tyler McIntyre ahead of Fabienne Lanz and Hunter Perry, from Rashaan Goodman and Eddie Byrne, then Owen Elton Spears, Alistair Tinker and Kirsten Andreassens. John Nuttall rounds out the top 10. 11th place from Paulo Estrada, from Richard Kinloch and Joris Calvelis. Then Alejandro Payan from Harris Gladkins. Then it is Rowan Conrady in front of Peter McBride and Samuel Johnson. Just the one retirement from the race in the end, and that was the Irish talent Rory O'Shea, who didn't really get the chance to prove himself out there due to a mechanical problem on the run down to the first corner. Great racing so far then in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. They have come from far and wide, from across the Americas, across to Europe and across Africa, and they are putting in a great display so far. Great to see that these competitors putting on a great show and a great performance from our competitors from around the United States, from around the South Americas, and of course around South Africa and Europe. They have come to compete in the Nations Cup, and they are doing a grand job of it here in Valencia in Spain. The Masters race for the drivers in the 165 senior category will be up shortly.
like, what do you want to do in motorsport besides racing? So a lot of people want to be the racing driver, but you might find the people that want to be engineers, the marketing manager. There's so many different positions you can have. If you think of a Formula One team, how many people there are there, and we want to just make a community upliftment to support that.
Well, that's a very honourable cause. Fabian, well done today, and best of luck in the finals tomorrow and in the T4 endurance category, which will be coming up after the T4 Senior 165s.
Yes, indeed, Simon. This is the last race before the endurance battle for 3 hours around the course. And let's not forget that that race is going to count towards the T4 Nations Cup points as well. There are drivers from all over the world who are going to obviously try and contribute to that as much as possible. So it will be interesting to see how they all play it out. But it's going to be Andreas Matiz alongside Phil Pignataro on the front row of the grid for this T4 Senior 165 qualifying heat, second time of asking. Then Felipe Braga and Julian Granvaux from Jensen Adriansens and Roberto Woodstruck Jr. Then Anwar Barrow-Smith and Jaime Labastida from Dirk Prochnow and Niall Herson from Juan Pablo Glover and Vladimir Vlasov, then Jamie Going and Harm Sherman, Darren Beavers and Rudolf Berzin from Walter Kessler and Ryan Herzen, and then it is Aaron Doyle and Fernando Wheeler. So the contenders in T4 Senior 165 getting themselves up to speed once again. We had an absolute thriller of a race last time round, and I have a feeling we're going to get the same again from the T4 Seniors in 165. Don't forget all the drivers that are here around the course. Not only do you want to promote yourselves as great racing drivers on the track, but also off it again. The photographers are doing their very best to make you guys look like the superstars you are. Joe East is the man behind the camera lens. So go and find Joe and he'll set you up with the appropriate pictures for your social medias. So make sure you go and find him. Obviously, he's working very hard all the way through. How about that? A fist bump before we even start between Andrea Matiz and Phil Pignataro. Clearly getting themselves ready and wishing each other good luck for the start of an exciting race. Don't forget, for all the people here trackside at the T4 Nations Cup, we have the paella party a little bit later on. €10 a ticket. Go and get the tickets from the Tillotson T4 merchandise tent. And it would be great to have as many people as humanly possible hanging out for that. There's going to be food, there's going to be drink, there's going to be community spirit. It's going to be really, really wonderful to see everybody here enjoying the Spanish sunshine in fine style here at the Cartódromo Lucas Guerrero here in Chiva in Valencia. So this is the 10th race of the weekend and the last one before we get to the 3-hour enduro, which we'll see plenty of exciting talents racing around the course for our three-pronged attack. But 3 hours of racing is set to be very exciting indeed as the drivers gearing themselves up for another great showcase. But Andreas Matiz, Phil Pignataro, Felipe Braga and Julian Granvaux on the first 2 rows of the grid. They're coming off the final turn, ready for the start. They will be in their 2 tram lines once again. And obviously they need to make sure that they stay in them off the start. We are going to go racing this time by. Here we go. Good start from Matiz. No problems at all for Pignataro this time. Trying to make sure he's got enough space there to play with Felipe Braga. But around the outside, Pignataro is going to try and squeeze through. A very tricky situation now for the drivers as they wheel their way through. And up into second place has come Felipe Braga. So no problems at all there for the World Championship winning mechanic. He was Mattias Morgato's right-hand man 2 weeks ago at Sarno in Italy when he became world champion, the first Brazilian world champion for 24 years. And Harm Sherman has an investigation flag. So problems there for Harm Sherman. Not entirely sure what that will be, but I'm guessing the Portuguese driver was slightly out of position off the start. And is that a lead change? It is. Felipe Braga has come into the lead on the opening lap of this heat. As around the outside, we've also got the pressure coming in from Phil Pignataro, making up for the lost time in the earlier heat. And so they're going to go wheel to wheel, Pignataro and Andreas Matiz, as they duel away for position. Felipe Braga is loving this because Braga now has a lead and is not going to be too concerned about where it all ends up. But I'm afraid that's really backfired for the man in, well, what was second place. Phil Pignataro now drops all the way back to 5th position behind Braga, Matiz, Granvaux and Adriansens.
Yeah, not a great start there for Pignataro. Started in, I'm not sure because the grid seems to be a little bit funny there. Started on in P2, falling down the order slightly, which is quite unfortunate for the American. But like Jake said, Felipe Braga there, fantastic start from him, breaking away 0.3 of a second of a lead now, which is respectable, but it doesn't take long to disappear for the Brazilian as he rounds turn number 9. He is going to be coming under a little bit of pressure, but look at this. Oh, a big slide there for the 450. That's Jensen Andriasson's up the inside of the 469. That is Julien Granvaux, I do believe. And that is for position number 3. So the final podium position taken by Jensen Andriassons in a decisive move up the inside of the Frenchman there. Belgium versus France, and on this occasion Belgium has won. One of the 3 Andriasson siblings, as everyone seems to be wanting to work together, coming down into turn 1. Felipe Braga hanging on to the lead by the skin of his teeth from Andreas Matthijs in P2. And then Jensen Andriassons following them along in P3, up from P4. And he's going to be looking to improve that position still as they come round the almost Shanghai turn 1-esque sections of 5, 6 and 7. Very much a snail section, very, very difficult to judge the apexes as we see plenty of battles. I'm not sure, was there a move for a position there, Jake, because I wasn't looking at the screen. Oh, a little bit of contact there. That's Jensen Andriassons, and I believe that is, let me see the number, that is Julien Granvaux, and who's that? That's
Andriassons, and then you've got Anwar Beryl-Smith getting up the inside of both of them. So Anwar Beryl-Smith is going to move to 3rd position as a result of all of this. Up to the inside line, Andreas Matthijs still battling with Felipe Braga. And is that Matthijs to the lead? Yes, it is. Matthijs has got through to the lead now. So Felipe Braga down in 2nd place. But look, he's gesturing to Andreas Matthijs. Stop defending. Let's get away from the rest of the pack. Hold the racing line. I'll guide you around. Stop defending. Stop trying to back me up into the pack. We need to get away from the rest of the field there, says Felipe Braga. So they want to try and pull clear, especially when you consider that Anwar Beryl-Smith, who is currently in 3rd position, is making a real headway in this one. He has raced in countless competitions, Anwar Beryl-Smith, across Europe, and this is a really good opportunity for him to continue making steady progress in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. But winning the final as a driver is only part of the game here, because his nation, the United Kingdom, obviously hoping to win the Nations Cup as well. So this is a very tough... Oh, problems there at the hairpin. 2 karts have come off the road together, unfortunately, and that's dropped them back. Now, I think one of them may be Jaime Lamastida, and along there with Roberto Woodstrack. So Roberto Woodstrack, the Brazilian, and the Mexican Jaime Lamastida, both having problems. In fact, Lamastida now has the warning flag for his part in it. So problems there, but onto the main straight. Andreas Matthijs is your leader. 2nd place for Braga. 3rd is Beryl-Smith. 4th is Andriassons, and 5th is Julien Granvaux. And up the inside, that's Andriassons. He gets into 3rd place, past Anwar Beryl-Smith. And Julien Granvaux is still in 5th position, and they managed to pull a good 3.5 seconds clear of Dirk Prochnow, the German driver who finds himself in P6, trying to shake off the attentions of Niall Herson, who has come all the way up to 7th place. A good comeback from the Irish driver, now in P7. And then that is Juan Pablo Glover, the Guatemalan, who is in 8th position as well. So some good battles everywhere you watch around this circuit. Is this going to be a lead change? Braga back on the inside of Matthijs, and he's through, so the Italian hits the front.
Fantastic move there from the Italian, as Jake said. And look at this now. We've got the 450 machine of Andriassons going side by side with the 469, who's lost out seriously and is now coming under pressure from, that's Beryl-Smith, I do believe, as they come through the final chicane, all line astern. Look at this, 5 karts in as many kart lengths almost, as they come down over the start-finish line to start their 5th lap of 9 into turn 1. Huge squeeze there by the 433 of Felipe Braga on Andriassons. Andriassons comes out on top, but he can't rest on his laurels just yet. Coming into turn number 3, fantastic move there by the 469 of Granvaux on the, I think that's the 487 of Matthijs, as they come in to turn number 3. And now the race settles down again slightly, but only for a few seconds, I would imagine, as they come down towards turn 10, where we have seen so many overtakes today.
Yeah, big hop over the curbs from Andreas Matiz, and now the loss of momentum gives Anwar Beryl-Smith his chance to get through on the inside into 4th position, which he takes with both hands. So Anwar Beryl-Smith now gets back into 4th position past the German Andreas Matiz, who was our original pole sitter, don't forget. But it's the number 450 of Jensen Andreassens, the Belgian driver that runs in the lead of this race. But second is Felipe Braga, World Championship winning mechanic to Matheus Morgado 2 weeks ago in the FIA Karting World Championship. Helped the Brazilian to become the first in nearly a quarter of a century to win the title. But now Felipe Braga very much racing for himself here and hoping to become the first Italian this weekend to get a victory in the T4 Nations Cup. He's going to be working very hard here behind Jensen Andreassens, but the Belgian is only placing his kart where he needs to at the moment. Surely the opportunity is going to come knocking again, though, for Felipe Braga.
You do like saying Felipe Braga and calling him by name, don't you, Jake?
It's a very motor racing name.
It is.
It just has that sort of ring to it. And of course, it's nice to be able to talk about Felipe Braga as the driver for once, rather than as the mechanic. He makes the dive, but he runs wide on the exit. That was well read by Jensen Andreassens. He realized that the momentum was going to be with him if he was slow in, fast out. And so now Jensen Andreassens gets himself onto the back straight, and he leads the way here from Felipe Braga. Then in 3rd position, that is Julien Granvaux, who has been working very calculated now to get his move through to the inside. Can't get past Braga. So Braga will try again here on the back of Jensen Andreassens. But Jensen Andreassens has got 2 laps to go here out in front. So it's not done yet for Felipe Braga. Dropping to 2nd place is not that big a deal at the moment. He can still fight it back if he gets the good opportunity. If he gets a little bit of support from Granvaux, he might still have an opportunity to work his way forward. But certainly Beryl-Smith, Matiz and Phil Pignataro are struggling now in terms of opportunities. Pignataro finds himself out in front of Dirk Prochnov, the German driver, who is down to P7, having originally run in the top 6. As they come off the turn once again, this is getting close. It's getting a little bit tight for position as well. As drivers keep stressing, a nice move there and a dive up the inside. Just trying to hold things together around the far corner. Goodness me, this is tough. They come through on the hairpin and then down the main straight again. Here comes the opportunity as Braga is going to defend from Jensen Andreassens with just 1 lap to go at the end of this one. They're giving each other as little room as they can possibly afford. Andreassens takes into the side of Braga and they spin out wide. And that's both drivers there livid with each other. Braga thinks that Jensen Andreassens wasn't thinking. Jensen Andreassens is blaming Braga for the whole affair, and all of that has given the Frenchman Julien Granvaux the lead of the race.
And with a gap of 7/10 to the car behind, on the final lap, you have to say that barring a catastrophe, Julien Granvaux is set to take France's first win in this year's T4 Nations Cup and bag a whole load of points for France in doing so. But that was a piece of drama that you couldn't even write there. The final chicane, where we have seen so many incidents today, once again claiming even more victims right at the front this time. 2 of the fastest guys in Masters going at it, fighting for the same piece of racetrack and learning the hard way that 2 into 1 just simply does not go. But as Julien Granvaux rounds turn 13 for the final time, he enters the chicane, he goes through the chicane and he exits the chicane. Julien Granvaux looks to the crowd and fist pumps as he crosses the line to take France's first win in this year's T4 Nations Cup. Vive la France is what Julien Granvaux is saying inside that helmet. He cannot believe his luck, Jake.
It's wonderful to see at the end of these qualifying heats such emotion from the drivers when they take the victory. Normally in karting at international level, a qualifying heat win, it's just another race as far as the drivers are concerned. They don't really bring their emotions out until the final. But what's been really lovely in this Tillotson T4 Nations Cup so far is every time there's been a race win, the drivers do punch the air. They do fist bump when they go across the line. It really means the world to them to get these victories. And certainly for Julien Granvaux, he might not have thought a win was on in that race. And maybe a top 5 finish would have been the most he could have got out of it. But he stayed very calm, very collected, waited until the problems in the battle between Jensen Andreassens and Felipe Braga came to fruition. Incredibly, would you believe, Braga still managed to come home in 4th place, and Jensen Andreassens came home in 6th. So they were so far ahead of the rest of the field that they were still able to come through in the top 6, those two drivers, but it's definitely hampered them. Julien Granvaux in front of Anwar Beral-Smith and Andreas Matisse. Felipe Braga in front of Phil Pignataro and Jensen Andreassens. Then it is Dirk Prochnov in front of Niall Hersen, Juan Pablo Glover and Harm Sherman. Then it is Jaime Labastida from Roberto Woodstrack Jr., Darren Beavers in front of Vladimir Vlasov from Aaron Doyle, Walter Kessler, Rudolf Berzin and Fernando Wheeler. And then we just had 2 retirements in the end, and they retired on the end of lap 6. That was Jamie Going and Ryan Herson, who ended up having an incident just in the closing stages. So obviously now things are going to get very interesting. We've had our 10 different races, and by my mathematics, we've now had 6 different nations take the victory. So it's getting very competitive and very even in the T4 Nations Cup in 2022.
It certainly is, yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more nations winning more heats and the finals tomorrow. Obviously, the finals is what's the most important to the drivers, but all of the races very, very important for the Nations Cup Championship points. I don't actually know what the points are for the finishing orders in the heats, because Tillotson didn't tell me, but nevertheless, obviously, it would run something similar to the points that would go out for the top 10 finishers, with 25 for the winner and so on and so forth. But I believe that is all of the T4 proper heats for today, and that the only thing that remains to be seen is the T4 endurance category and the T4 endurance debut in an hour and a half, I think, or not even that, even a half hour is all it will take for the T4 endurance karts to start up and get underway for their 3-hour endurance session. Drivers between 2 and 4 drivers per team, and that's going to be an awful lot of driving in some fairly intense heat, isn't it, Jake?
It certainly is. So drivers and fans and spectators trackside, don't forget to get your tickets in for the Paella Party, which will be taking place all the way through the endurance race, of course. It'd be great to have your company. And obviously, we've got the 3-hour endurance race to come. We will be live for all of that. We'll be chatting with various drivers and personnel down in the pit lane, myself and Simon. So we're looking very forward to seeing how that all plays out. So don't go too far away. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 will continue.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hello. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. This is one two 1 2.
Buenos dias, hello, and welcome back to the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022 in the glorious Spanish sunshine here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, just a few miles from the city of Valencia. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Simon Byford. We've already had a very exciting first 10 races of the Nations Cup, and we're gearing ourselves now for the 3-hour enduro.
We certainly are. It's set to be an extraordinarily interesting 3 hours. Pit stops all the way around. Very interesting how strategies are going to come into this. Obviously, the winner is the person with the most amount of laps, the team with the most amount of laps at the end of the 3 hours. So it's going to be very interesting to see how much people are pushing, how the karts hold up. Is there going to be any reliability issues? What issues are there going to be? Could punctures come into it? How is the heat going to affect this? There's so many questions that are yet to be answered, Jake.
And obviously in the pit stops, which they're going to take every 40 minutes, they will be sat here in the pits for 5 minutes minimum. Now that obviously means that they can change driver, they can refuel, they can make any necessary changes that they need to make, they can grease the chain on the cart or whatever it is they need to do, because obviously all these little things need to be taken into account over a 3-hour endurance. So they're given a 5-minute minimum for the pit stops. But as you can see, the teams are lined up in position ready for the Le Mans start, and it is a traditional Le Mans start, which is the best way of getting these endurance races under starters orders. The drivers are in position ready for the 3 hours plus 1 lap to get underway. It's Caribbean Racing in kart number 1 on pole position, from the Northwest karting team in second. Then it is Peter Brothers Evora in third place from TA team in the number 6. The Solid BAM Power Cleaner by ABR are in 5th position, with the Mexico Endurance National Team in P6. Then Team South Africa in 7th ahead of the Triskel squad. Karting Chiuti is in 9th from Tourist Racing. Then the brilliantly named Level Out the Gravel Trap in 11th place from JRT France, who are lining up in P12. And right at the back, it is the number 11 kart for Team Tillotson. So we're going to get some great battles out on the circuit. The 1-minute board goes up, and in 60 seconds, we will be underway for our mini Le Mans here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, as our drivers are ready for the start. 13 crews, and they will all want to battle to the top step of the podium. They obviously have one mechanic to assist them on the Le Mans start, and they are all going to be very closely matched from the get-go. All of the drivers ready to get themselves to their karts. They will start in position. Oh, I think they misjudged that. They misjudged that big time. Oh dear, that was a false Le Mans start. There we go, guys. Please do pay attention. We almost had the perfect Le Mans start, but it didn't quite happen there, as a few of the drivers jumped the gun there. They were so eager to get underway that we are ready. So we are almost under starters orders then for the 3 hours endurance race. They've got to wait for the flag to drop. That's when they can run to their karts and start racing. But the 3-hour enduro in the Tillotson T4, vamos! As the guys get to their karts, ready for the start. And we are under starters orders and racing. An excellent getaway from the pole position. It looks as though the number 1 crew, the Caribbean Racing team, are actually going to struggle to lead going down into the first corner. So a textbook start, but our 13 crews have already got ourselves under starters orders as they race through the first hairpin for the first time. And it is going to be an exceptional battle all the way through this 3-hour encounter, as all of the crews are getting themselves through the first couple of corners. We've got a spinner already up at the hairpin. Well, that did not take long, but certainly through turn 1, we've already got 1 crew facing in the wrong direction. And I don't think they're the only crew in trouble there. So a bit of a scary start to proceedings. But we've certainly got a few of the crews starting in a little bit of a slow nature. It looks as though Team Mexico and Team South Africa have been unable to take the start. But certainly in terms of the race battles around them, it's going to be a very interesting race. It is the Tourist Racing kart, number 2, that had the problems from the start. So they have dropped back down the order to the back. Everybody else, meanwhile, is mixing it up. Oh, we got another spinner. So 2 spins on the opening lap. Goodness me, things have already started in a very dramatic fashion on this opening lap. So which crew is it that's gone around on this occasion as they go past on the second sector? That looks like Karting Chiuti. So Karting Chiuti having a spin there on the opening lap as well. But as the teams come towards us, there is already a bit of a squabble for the lead of the race. It's 1, 8 and 15, so that is Caribbean Racing, Peter Brothers Evora, and the number 15 kart coming across the line, I think that was. Or was that the 13 of Triskel? No, it's the Northwest karting team. Although they're showing up as 15 on the card, they're actually number 9 on the timing screen, so they must have made a late-minute change to their card number. And there's the move for the lead, as the Peter Brothers of Aura team have scrapped through to the lead, and there's going to be another lead change pretty much straight away, as the crews are already scrapping away for victory. I'll tell you what, this is going to be an endurance race of 3 hours, but it is going to be a very exceptional race all the way through to the finish line.
It certainly looks to be, Jake, as we are seeing some monumental battles emerging, even only on lap number 2 of this 3-hour affair, little more than a few minutes in, and we've already seen our fair share of mistakes, probably more mistakes so far in the T4 endurance race than we've seen in the entirety of the rest of the day. But it's good to see, and it's good to feel the atmosphere here on the pit wall as well. It's an atmosphere of great camaraderie, I think. Particularly at the false start, it kind of summed it up, the cheer that went up from seemingly everyone who wasn't an official. It sums up the atmosphere of this event, as everyone is applauding, as all the drivers come past, cheering on their teammates and compatriots from all of the different teams, everyone tucking down behind the wheel, trying to gain a little bit more slipstream in these 119 kilo karts as they wind their way through the first couple of corners, and the back markers following their way through the final couple of corners as the leaders are just entering sector 2, which is testament to how far behind they are. But that's not the problem so far, because as we say, it is 3 hours. All they have to do is complete the most amount of laps, or at least be in the top 3. The top three teams, excuse me, are awarded prizes for their efforts, with the top team being awarded a special prize, which I can't tell you what it is because I don't know.
Well, there's the mystery of it. There's the mystery of the excitement of the battles. All the way down to karting, duty and tourist racing in 10th and 11th. They are having great scraps out there on the course, but it is going to be quite the exciting challenge all the way through. The leaders having a good battle. This is Peter Bros of Aura and Caribbean Racing still having a great tussle with the two drivers out in front. And in third place, that is the Northwest karting team, just trying to stay in the hunt at the moment as they come through onto the main straight again. But here is another lead change. It is Caribbean Racing that have come through to the front once more. Whoa, coming off the final turn. Couple of drivers mixing it up and getting a little bit sideways. That is JRT France and Team Tillotson having a little bit of a squabble onto the home straight once again. But still, Caribbean Racing, having just retaken the lead, have now got themselves up into the sharp end of the dais. But now they're going to go side by side again, and the Peter Bros of Aura has retaken the lead. So this is going to be one of those races, folks, where they will swap the lead several times through these 3 hours. Third position for Northwest Karting, running a very solid race of it at the moment, just keeping themselves in touch with the leading 2 crews. Fourth position are Level Out the Gravel Trap, running in P4 at the moment. Fifth place for the Solid Band Power Cleaner by ABR. Then it is Triskel, the TA team, JRT France, Team Tillotson, Tourist Racing and Karting Duty, and those 2 crews are having a big squabble. Unfortunately, we were not able to get the 2 crews from Mexico and South Africa to take up the start, as they have been so competitive today. They actually wanted to prioritize going for the Nations Cup tomorrow rather than risking it for the 3-hour race here, because this is where you get really tired. It's really physical. Not all of the drivers that are competing in the Nations Cup races in the individual 4 categories are getting the chance to race in the endurance. In fact, many of them are not. So an interesting and intriguing battle. Got a good little oh, big spin off the final corner. Goodness me. Not a lot of racetrack to play with there in the final turn. And that got really quite messy in the final bend. That's the 11 kart going around. That is Team Tillotson as they recover. Well, it's an endurance, not a sprint, so that spin they can make up for the time later. But at the moment, they are down to the back with Tourist Racing and Karting Duty as they try to gain the ground lost. And again, another move for the lead potentially is Peter Bros of Aura trying to keep the Caribbean Racing team behind them. Meanwhile, further back, that's a move for P6. That is TA team getting past Solid Band Power Cleaner as they continue to squabble. Oh, a big mistake for 4th place. A big error from Level Out the Gravel Trap. They have now dropped back to 5th position behind Team Triskel. So the Triskel kart has got up into 4th position as a result of that little mistake. And I don't think it's all they're going to lose, because it looks like Level Out the Gravel Trap is going to drop to P6 in through the hairpin. And there's the confirmation. That's exactly what happens.
It certainly is. Like I say, we've seen our fair share of mistakes, particularly at the final chicane today. It seems to be a bogey corner for a lot of drivers, as we see the two leaders battling away, coming down into the final chicane, slipstreaming each other, sitting behind one another. The number 1 kart of Caribbean Racing, tagging along in P2, just absorbing that slipstream, making the most of it, able to save a bit of fuel perhaps in a straight line, which is going to play into their hands in the long run when it comes to the strategy, with pit stops, having to refuel less potentially, which could mean ultimately a quicker pit stop and potentially the victory. The margins may seem to be less important in a 3-hour race, but it can come down to fingernail length margins when all things are considered. And I wouldn't be at all surprised, given the close nature of T4 racing in all of its different forms, if that was the case. As we see a big, long 4, nearly 5 kart train coming out of turn number 6 there.
Have you seen the leaders? They are still swapping the lead of the race, these two crews.
They certainly are. I mean, this is remarkable stuff from them. I don't think they got the memo about trying to complete as many laps as possible. If they did, then surely they'd be trying to tag along with each other and just sort of go as quick as possible. But oh no, they're in it to win it, and they're in it to have fun in doing so, as they wind their way through the final chicane and onto the start-finish straight. It's still Caribbean Racing in P number 2, being chased down by the number 15 kart, as we see the mid-pack, a very, very close mid-pack, it has to be said. 3 karts very, very close to each other, coming down the start-finish straight, moving to the left, round the outside of turn 1. It's going to be a difficult manoeuvre to pull off, and in this case it's going to be an impossible one to pull off because the move has not been made.
Well, I can tell you that the battle between Caribbean Racing and Peterborough Zavora is still going very strong. I can also tell you the prize for the winning crew. Not only is it the winner's trophy, but they also get a €200 voucher to spend in the Tillotson store. So that's a very worthy prize for the winning crew. Great battle here for 4th position onwards, as the crews are now starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm. But this is level out the gravel trap. Triskel, Solid Band Power Cleaner and TA Team all having a really great tussle. 4 crews going at it absolutely tooth and nail. And it is very close racing between them all. JRT France has slipped back a little bit, so too Team Tillotson, Karting Duty and Tourist Racing currently running in 11th position, but the 2 leading crews still swapping positions as they come through. Caribbean Racing up and over the top of the curbs, coming onto the main straight once again. Caribbean Racing from Peterborough Zavora, as they continue to give us plenty of ammunition to talk about. Caribbean Racing back in front, having made the move in Sector 1 last time around. But Peterborough Zavora are not going to let them lead for long. Still going well for Northwest Karting, but in 4th position now, that is Triskel. So the Triskel Racing team now find themselves up in 4th position. They've worked their way forward. So good performances from them despite a bit of a tricky middle sector. Triskel are in 4th from Solid Band Power Cleaner, TA Team, JRT France, and level out the gravel trap, who have dropped back into 8th position as a result of the squabbles at the deck. This is quite a lonely race at the moment for Northwest Karting, running in 3rd position, desperately trying to catch up to the crews up in front. Meanwhile, we've got a great battle developing for 5th position, as Solid Band Power Cleaner are going wheel to wheel with TA Team, and they're absolutely bashing 7 bells out of each other as they rush around the course. Great racing with these 2-3 crews, because the 3rd crew behind them, that is JRT France, may get a chance to move up into the top 5 if they keep on dueling, and duel they certainly are.
That is absolutely correct, Jake, as we see them fighting through turn number 10 and into turn 11 and inevitably into the fast sweeper of turn 12. Side by side they go onto the back straight. Who's going to come out on top? This is going to be a battle of will. Are they going to go side by side through 13? No, it seems to be backing off there. One of the teams, oh, look at that, almost 3 wide for a second, coming into the final chicane. A fantastic battle emerging here. Let's see who's coming out on top through the final corner. It is going to be the number 10, followed by the number 6, followed by the number 7 in positions. Let's take a look. 5, 6 and 7 respectively, I should say. And You might say, well, it's not that important, positions 5, 6 and 7, but like we've said and like we'll say again, it is the number of laps that counts. It's not about positions, it is about the lap time and the lap counter. That is why everyone is pushing so hard. That is why we saw so many mistakes at the start. Everyone trying to go as fast as possible on cold tyres, as we're seeing some serious action in the mid-pack now. Look at this. Running
JRT
wide,
France
kicking up the dust.
Yeah, runs onto the dirt there. They had made their way up into 5th position, and then they lost ground. So have dropped back into 6th position, very nearly dropped all the way back to 7th position. But the even nature of these races is that you're going to see a lot of change for position in this 3-hour enduro. Up on the far side, the lead has changed again as the Peterborough Zavora kart has managed to get through past Caribbean Racing once again. So more great action, more great battles between these two crews up front, and still keeping them honest all the way through. In 3rd position, that is the Northwest Karting team. They are desperately trying to stay in the hunt here in 3rd position, not letting the leading 2 crews get too far away. But the amazing nature of these karts is that no one crew is able to get too far ahead of everybody else, because the leading 2 crews are just trading sector times at the moment, and therefore trading lap times as well. Peterborough Zavora running very nicely there in front of the Caribbean Racing team, just keeping it neat and tidy as they go through. 3rd place for Northwest Karting, then Triskel, TA Team, JRT France and Solid Manpower Cleaner, just keeping it nice and tidy all the way through. A very exciting run continues for them so far. But the crews that need to make a bit of a comeback here, Solid Manpower Cleaner, level out the gravel trap. Team Tillotson, Tourist Racing and Karting Duty still having a very solid race of it as they try and get themselves back into contention. But having lost ground early on, that doesn't mean they can't make it up later, because there's going to be a lot of mistakes. There's going to be a lot of moments through the course of the race. The leaders are going to battle again here as Caribbean Racing is going to try and make its bid to put Peterborough Zavora off. They hop through the chicane once more, and still these 2 teams are absolutely nose to tail all the way round. So they're going to come through once again onto the main straight. They're going to go side by side, and Caribbean Racing will take the lead into turn 1. They swap positions once more. So Caribbean Racing managed to get themselves back into the lead yet again. So they will continue to trade places, these 2 crews, until we get to the pit stops at about the 40-minute mark.
And you have to say, one of the biggest things that drivers are going to be contending with is the heat. Now, thankfully, the heat has died off partially since the height of the day, maybe an hour or 2 ago. It is still very, very hot, though, in the sun, where these drivers are going to be spending their time. Luckily for the drivers, not too many of them are wearing dark colours, as we see. Who is that? That is the 2 leaders going side by side and trading positions once again.
Yeah, yet another lead
spin.
change.
There's a spin
Oh,
there.
that's the spin for Caribbean Racing. Caribbean Racing battling for the lead, and they have spun. So they are going to lose not just 2nd place, but also, not just the lead, but they also lose 2nd to Northwest Karting. Northwest Karting get through then into 2nd position. So that would mean, to a certain extent, maybe the pressure is off for the Peterborough Zavora team. But just when you start to say things like that, things are clearly going to change once again. And don't forget that these pit stops later on in the day, they are 5 minutes minimum, because they obviously have to change driver, but they also have to refuel. There is the team now in 2nd, Northwest Karting, just staying hungry and in the game. And down to 3rd position goes the team from Caribbean Racing, trying to get their way back in. They've still got some time to make up, of course, the team from Caribbean Racing, but they have still plenty of time to make up, and a lot of ground still coming their way. Still a lot more to do as they continue to make the progress. Now, further back, we've got a battle developing between TA Team and JRT France as they race for 5th position. We've also got a bit of a battle emerging here between Level Out the Gravel Trap and Team Tillotson, as these 2 karts are scrapping for position side by side for 5th place. TA Team versus JRT France, and TA Team holds on to it for the moment, but JRT France really giving a bit of hammer and tongs for it as they run through in the S's, trying to cut their way through at Marsha Post 6. And these 2 crews still having a good race of it. These 2 crews having a good race as well. Level Out the Gravel Trap at Team Tillotson. But now these 2 that have battled for position, TA Team and JRT France, they've now given Solid Manpower Cleaner the chance to move forward. So this is definitely going to be an intriguing continuation to the race in the depths of the 1st hour, as we have already completed the first 15 minutes.
We certainly have, and I've just noticed that the Triskel kart is running basically the same overalls as P4, 5, 6, 7, P8, which is, as I look at my timing screen, the level out the gravel trap kart. So that is going to be very confusing. Identical karts and basically identical overalls as well, as we see the leaders following through turn 1, obviously very spread out at this stage after that mistake by Caribbean Racing a few laps ago. The race really settling down now into a rhythm. Team Tillotson still seem to be battling with level out the gravel trap, which is certainly going to be a good battle. If I know Tillotson as well as I think I know Tillotson, then fighting with level out the gravel trap can only end in one way, and that is the gravel trap. So that'll be interesting to follow along and see how that one works out as they flow their way through turns 4 and now into turns 5. Like I say, the race settling down now. Everyone's starting to get into a rhythm, apart from a select few drivers, such as I look at my timing screens, I think it might be the JRT France team, who are still seemingly very intent on catching the kart in front. And yeah, I do believe it is the JRT France kart, the number 10 kart, who seems to be very much pushing. The battle of 3 emerging there in P6, 7 and 8, I think. No, P5, 6 and 7, excuse me. As we look down to the end of the back straight, some moves being made there. That looks to be, to me at least, that is the Solid Band Power Kart that seems to have got past. It's the number 10, which is, oh, excuse me, the JRT France kart has got past the TA team kart. As we've
got the first pit stop, and it's the Solid Band Power cleaning team. So they have come into the pits for the first time, and obviously that's going to be a change of driver. So they're going to make those necessary changes to get everything up to speed once again. But obviously this is the first of the many pit stops that we're going to see through this 3-hour enduro. Little bit of a consultation. Obviously the mechanics are going to work to make sure that the kart is ready to go back out on track again. They have a driver change. They have to make sure everything is hunky-dory with the kart. It looks as though they may have actually made a change of kart and changed to one of the other members of the fleet. So Solid Band Power Cleaner, obviously they are counting down in the pits, and obviously whenever there is a pit stop in this particular race, it is 5 minutes in duration. So the battle's still going strong out on course as they continue onto the back straight. Now, who is that? I think we've still got this 2 duos going together. This is JRT France and TA team. Still turning over 5th position, and behind them, you've got a nice battle developing between the group from Team Tillotson against Level Out the Gravel Trap. So Team Tillotson trying to get one over on Level Out the Gravel Trap as they continue to make the progress around the course. And still the teams obviously looking to get the most out of these situations. They're not the only team coming in. That looks like the karting Tutti squad coming into the pits as well. So they will go down pit road, and obviously they will bring the kart into the pit area, and they will stop the kart ready into position, and obviously their pit stop will now take place. So the team's now really going for it, and still this battle developing between JRT France and TA team, and they've been swapping positions all the way through this race so far. So they are still mixing it, still swapping positions, and still having a terrific time of it as they continue to squabble away. But these two crews having a terrific race of it so far.
Well, they certainly look to be, and they're giving us something to watch as well, as seemingly every single Spanish driver on the pit wall is willing on Caribbean Racing in position number 3 to go and catch Northwest Karts. Is it Northwest Kart? As I look at my my list, you'll forgive this, ladies and gentlemen, Northwest Karting. I wasn't sure, was it Northwest Karting or Kart Team, but it is karting. As we watch everyone flying down the start-finish straight. Tillotson Racing falling back ever so slightly from Level Out the Gravel Trap in front. As we can see, the pit stops, not a whole lot happening. I think they are just waiting for the counter, so no mechanical issues so far seemingly for everyone making a pit stop. It does just seem to be a driver change, and that seems to be it as far as the pit stops are concerned. the race just settling down now. Only 1 or 2 battles going on track. And Jake, what do you make of it?
Well, it's certainly looking pretty intense in that mid-pack because you've got 2 pairs of duos having a real race of it at the moment. JRT France and the TA team are still mixing it up out there. But you've also got this really interesting battle between Level Out the Gravel Trap and Team Tillotson. They are 2 pairs of crews absolutely at each other's throats. I have been keeping an eye on the lap times of the former leaders, Caribbean Racing. They're making big headway into Northwest Karting. They had a lot of time that they lost in that spin, but they are suddenly now right on the tail of the second place crew once again. So the leaders, Peterborough Savora, are actually going to find that later on into this race, they're going to struggle to hold on to this advantage. One crew that's kind of in no man's land at the moment is Team Triskel. They just go past us in 4th position. But it is a very tricky race for them because they not really got anybody to battle with at the moment. So they're out in no man's land, trying to work their way back towards the top 3. And the racing has actually been very lonely for them as they try and make up the progress.
It certainly has. Well, there is, as I look at the timing, just over 2 hours and 40 minutes still to go. So there's plenty of time for Team Triskel to get involved in some battles as the 2 pit stop runners seem to be leaving the pit lane now. That is a fantastic helmet. Do you see the ears on that helmet? That is absolutely brilliant.
That's the Cape Crusader, isn't it?
It is. That's the number 2, is it?
It is the number 2, yeah. That is the kart from Team Turis, who are there in pit road, obviously. But you know what? That is one of the coolest helmets I've ever seen in my life. Surely that cannot be aerodynamically aiding the driver in question. But certainly a fascinating situation regardless, as the team have clearly decided those go faster flaps are going to work dividends for the number 2 Turis Racing. Looks like the 5 minutes are up for solid band power cleaners, so they get out onto the course. But we're certainly going to have an interesting time of it as now the number 2 crew check out the go faster flaps on this racing helmet from Team Turis. I'm not kidding, the Turis Racing crew, this particular driver, looks as though he's going to appear in the 7th Batman movie, doesn't he? It looks absolutely awesome on the top of that. I'm sure Roger Pattinson's sweating already, and it's going to be interesting to see. Robert Pattinson, I don't know my Hollywood stars, that's my problem, mate.
You really don't,
I really don't. It is a disgrace. I'm meant to be a movie buff, and I'm calling him Roger Pattinson. He must have been a Hollywood star in the 1950s.
Yeah.
Anyway, grid battles as Batman is gearing himself up to get out there on the circuit once again for Turis Racing. He's only got another 45 seconds or so before he's released back out on the course. But yeah, it's an interesting aerodynamic aid there. I've seen a few different things in my time. I've seen the X-Wings in Formula One. I've seen the Halos in there as well, but I genuinely didn't expect to see Batman go faster flaps on the back of a racing helmet. That's different.
It could be a ventilation mechanism to funnel air in.
Yeah, that is a point.
The black overalls, he's going to be boiling alive out there, so you would want some kind of ventilation, surely. So maybe there could be some small holes drilled in it, more ventilation, maybe a little more drag, but comfort is key apparently for the number 2 machine as he makes his way out very slowly indeed.
He's definitely looking Val Kilmer-ish, isn't he? Looks proper Batman as he gets out onto the circuit there. And Christian Bale returns back onto the race circuit once again then. So good stuff. Don't worry, I will keep these Batman puns coming all the way through this race. Don't you worry. Anyway, back out on the circuit, we've got the race leader going through traffic, I think, for the first time. So obviously that's a bit of a change of things as far as they're concerned. Or is that? That can't be for position. They can't have made up that much time. No, Northwest Karting is still there in second position with pressure from Caribbean Racing. But the leading crew have now come through and they are a lap ahead of the number 12 of Karting Duty. So that is Karting Duty. I can tell you they're actually a fair few laps in front of Karting Duty now. But obviously that is going to change dramatically once the team obviously makes their first pit stop once the leaders have come in. So they lost about 3 laps in the pits, Solid Band Power Cleaner and Turis Racing. So that shows you the sort of the pace difference between the 2 karts. It's a big battle creeping up behind us now as they go into the final turn. We've got 3 karts battling away for position, and this is going to get messy. And it has got messy. 3 or 4 karts in the mix there, and it's all become a little bit squirrely as Team Tillotson suddenly finds itself up in 6th position behind JRT France, as the TA team and level out the gravel trap karts end up having a bit of a moment out there on the course. They all came together in the final bend, just a little bit too keen, and that really has shaken up the order a little bit. So several crews there trying to catch themselves back up again, but the racing always a little bit more chaotic in the middle section of a race, as they continue to give us plenty more suspense and drama. They're still going for gaps left, right and centre. I think you'll find that dusty bit is not the racetrack. That's the dark grey bit with the white lines either side. I'm sure most of the racing drivers have figured that out. So certainly a very interesting race battle in the midfield so far, Simon, but a very stereotypical rental endurance race. I do notice, though, that the Caribbean racing team have caught and passed Northwest Karting. They're into 2nd place.
They seem to have, yeah. I mean, fair play to them after the mistake that they made at the start. The pace that they've shown so far is absolutely fantastic to get back up into their original position, as they're now up into P2, and they're going to be chasing down the Peterborough's Evora team, who are currently leading the way on track. Obviously, that doesn't make a huge amount of difference. So what matters is the number of laps, but still, points win prizes, and while there might not be any points for finishing first, there is a great deal of pride to be taken from it for each of the drivers, I would imagine.
It certainly is. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm desperately trying not to giggle every time George Clooney goes past, because he's he's looking glorious in the number 2 kart of Duris Racing. You've got to see this as he goes past. I'm sure we'll be able to pick it up on the cameras, but this is the proper Batman helmet, and he looks absolutely awesome as he's going around there. So still more great performances from Michael Keaton as he continues around turn 1. I told you, all these Batman puns are going to come out into the wash as long as he's out there.
You do know an awful lot of Batman actors, don't you?
It's worrying, isn't it?
It is a bit, yeah.
I am showing my geeky, dorky side, just a little.
I'm genuinely wondering how you know so much about both motorsport and Batman at the same time.
What else do you think we do from Monday to Friday? All we've got to do is just watch stuff.
There's 24 hours in a day. Do you not have other things to do as well?
No comment. We will move on as the race continues on here at Valencia. Still a good battle shaping up. I'm still very intrigued to see how this 4-kart squabble is finally going to settle itself out, because we've got Tillotson, TA team, level out the gravel trap, and at the back of this queue we've also got the number 10 kart of JRT France. So they're all mixing it up, still having a really solid battle of it. Level out the gravel trap have just managed to get their way through into P6, by the way, past TA team, and now they are hunting down Team Tillotson. And that's what's great about this race so far. Even though we had a couple of teams languishing back earlier on, they are making their comeback and they are getting back into this. So the racing's still very close. And I think that's now Caribbean Racing, having managed to get themselves into 2nd place. They have dropped Northwest Karting, and they are gaining ground on the leaders. The leaders are coming down the main straight now. The number 8 crew kart, Peterborough's Evora. So Peterborough's Evora have got through past the start-finish line, and they've just done a lap in 1:20.947. The Caribbean Racing team coming through. They've just had some traffic to deal with, but they are catching the kart in front a little bit now. The gap was 9.9 seconds. They've just done a 1:20.7, so they've just taken a little bit more of a chunk of time out of the leaders. But if they keep the pace up, it's going to continue. Pit open. There we go. The pit lane has officially opened on the main start-finish straight. So pit open is now showing. But pit open is now showing up in procedure once again. So the pit lane has now signalled as being open. Apologies if there was a slight sound droppage there, but I have to say, this is one of my cooler commentary positions that I've ever sat in. Trackside, pit wall, alongside the main straight of a race when it's actually going on. This is a cool position. I like this one.
I think we got out of the commentary box at the right time, because the sun was just starting to come round. I left my Coke on the, now I should say Coca-Cola, on the table in the commentary box, and it was starting to get quite warm, so I think we got out of there just in time. Now sat underneath a nice little umbrella here, enjoying the breeze, enjoying the racing, and having a great time of things.
Well, the leader is now coming up to lap well, I was going to say Michael Keaton, but the way he's losing time is looking a bit more like Buster Keaton at the moment, desperately trying to hang on to his position. But Batman is the man behind the wheel at the moment. You can clearly see with that very cool helmet design of his. The leader is just going to carve his way through. So I think he might need a Batmobile a little bit later on to gain some of the time lost here, because he's not really gaining anything to the race leaders. On the back straight, meanwhile, we've got a great little duel starting to shape it up here up to the final chicane. And this is all about trying to pitch themselves in a position. Right, the pit lane, as we know, is open because the pit lane open board has come up on the timing screen. And into the pit lane, that is the TA team. So TA team have made their way into the pits. Now, I think this is the first major pit stop of this race. Certainly the first one within the pit lane window opening. So this is going to be obviously a change of driver and probably a refueling job as well. But half an hour behind the wheel is brutal in rental karts. I mean, the most I've ever managed is 62 minutes. I've managed to do that when I was at the Dubai Kartdrome a couple of years ago. And that really does take it out of you. It's incredibly physical.
It sounds like it, yeah. Now, I've had the great pleasure of driving these rentals around this track the last couple of evenings, and I have to say I could only manage sort of 2 laps concentrating.
Really?
And then my driving started to fall off as I lost concentration. Now, it was quite dark as well, I have to say.
Ah, fair enough, okay.
But I was starting to lose concentration, starting to feel it in my legs and in my arms. Just the physical effort that you have to put into driving these cars, particularly in the heat. You know, it's going to be a real task for some of these drivers. I know the South Africans, they're not driving in the race, unfortunately, but it did. There was set to be 2 of them, which is an hour and a half of driving each in these conditions. You know, that you're going to be hospitalised from doing that.
Well, if you're not careful, you certainly need to train for it. As into the pits at the end of this pit stop is the TA team. They've obviously done the bit they needed to do, which was to refuel and change drivers. Now all they're doing is just sitting idle in pit road, waiting for the command to get going again. And obviously they've got a 5-minute wait total, and they've been in the pits for about 1.5 minutes already, so they'll obviously wait for that moment. I think 5 minutes might have been a little bit fortunate. Maybe 3 minutes might have been a little bit better. Obviously the first time we've run this endurance format, there's obviously going to be feedback and obviously things to continue on. Spending more time on the main straight, gesturing to the team on the pit wall rather than actually communicating and focusing on the race up in front. But Caribbean Racing, having managed to get their way into second place once again, they're now just chipping away at the Peterborough Zavora team, just little by little. And the gap has come down now to 9.3 seconds, so they are still trying to make as much ground as humanly possible. But that shows you how much time they really lost in the spin, as they've obviously had to gain back some of that time, stay consistent and even in terms of lap time pace, but they've also got to try and bring themselves through. Now, who is that coming into the pits? We've got another team making their way down pit road. I can't quite make out who it is from here, but I'm sure we're going to figure it out in a moment which team it is that has come through. Is that Team Triskel? It is indeed Triskel, who were in 4th position. So the Triskel team have now brought it into the pits for their first scheduled pit stop.
And it's very impressive to see Caribbean Racing still taking chunks of time out of Peterborough's. Now, not that much, but a few tenths a lap. Caribbean Racing doing sort of high 20 lap times, and Peterborough's Evora doing sort of low 21, so a few tenths a lap being taken out of the leaders, which is going to be good news for Caribbean Racing. And well, it probably won't concern Peterborough's Evora too much at the minute, but it's worth taking into account for the pit stop, certainly.
So the battles continue here in the 3-hour endurance race of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. All of the points that they score in this race, of course, will contribute to the Nations Cup over the course of the weekend. There's only one race for the endurance teams all weekend, but the points that they score will contribute. We've got another team that's come into the pits. Now that looks to me like it might be Team Tillotson that have come down pit road in the number 11 kart. So waiting for Northwest Karting to come through. And that would obviously be, you know, we've had 3 different teams now make pit stops. Triskel, Karting Duty and the TA team. It's the 13 that we've had come into the pits. But we have got Karting Duty is back in, I do apologise. Karting Duty is back in the pits. And so too are JRT France and level out the gravel trap. So they both decided to come in together. That'll be an interesting sprint back out of the pit lane once again, as the crews are still having a very solid race of it. Looks like a pretty quick driver change in the number 12 kart. So obviously at karting duty, they've got things done pretty quickly in terms of speed. Now they've got to wait for that 5 minutes to tick down. And the big question is going to be, how much time can Caribbean Racing gain back on the race leading crew of Peterborough Zavora in the pit stop phase? Because obviously, yes, they've got a 5 minute minimum, but when you get out of the pits and how quickly you get out and up to speed again, that can change the face of the race. So they're obviously going to work on it. Out of the pits again comes TA Team. So they've had a very solid race drive so far. And we're just waiting for the 13 and 12 crews, Triskel and Karting Duty, to make their way back out onto the circuit again. Still a little bit of a hectic race for the number 7 crew, trying to get themselves back up the order. That's Solid BAM Power Cleanup. And the number 4 crew level out the gravel trap, making their way down pit road. It's not going to be too long, surely, before JRT France joins them in pit road, as the TA team have now made their way back out on track.
Just unrelated, I don't know why, but I seem to be getting an electric shock constantly off of this metal...
My, that is unrelated.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, commentator comfort is an important thing. You know,
I keep telling you, we're talking about Batman, we're not talking about the Flash.
Yeah, but, you know, we...
Dear oh dear.
That's a brilliant pun, actually.
I thought so.
Yeah, it is. That's one of the best ones so far.
Zero to pun in 3.6 seconds.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. I'm happy with that.
Fantastic stuff. A great rate of punnage there.
The Dominican team still cheering on Caribbean Racing, as they are trying desperately to close up on the leaders, who have made it into the pits, by the way. So the leaders are in. Peterborough Zavora have come into the pits. So this is now the big moment as far as the pit crew's work is concerned. They're just waiting for their return to the race circuit. This must be quite difficult for the drivers as well, because obviously they've got the adrenaline pumping. For those that are double stinting, they've obviously got to come in and go back out again, but then obviously they're sat there for 5 minutes, pretty much idle, waiting to head back out on circuit once again. So down pit road comes the 11 crew. Now, what's happened to the 11 crew? They've missed their pit lane. That's Team Tillotson. They've overshot the pit lane. They've actually come down the main pit lane. They've missed the berth, because you have to go left and come around on that far side and then double back. So they're having to they're having to do a U-turn in the pit lane to then get back onto the right pit lane position again. That's going to cost them.
Hang on. They are the organisers of this.
That's
they
Team
are
Tillotson.
the factory works Tillotson team.
Have they been paying attention?
And they don't know where the pit lane is.
See, this is what happens when you miss the driver's briefing. You're spending so long setting things up, you don't get all the proper instructions. You need to know what's going on.
This is quite remarkable. Nobody saw this coming, particularly the Tillotson team, it would seem. Rather ironically there.
Well, I think that's the key factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
Well, everyone saw it, apart from Tillotson, I think.
Into the pit lane has come the leading crew, the number 15 kart of Peterborough Zavora. So they are now in pit road, obviously. A little bit of an embarrassing moment for the team that was battling away in the top 5, though. Team Tillotson missing the pit lane entry altogether, turning right instead of turning left. They have now got themselves into the correct pit bay. I should point that out. We've got 5 crews down here in pit lane, one of which, of course, was the former race leaders, the number 15 kart of Peterborough Zavora. It's showing up on the screen as number 8, because that was the kart they were originally allocated. But now we are going to have the other team in the pits. The leaders have come in, Caribbean Racing, so too have Northwest Karting. So pretty much every team now has made one pit stop at the very least. We've got Triskel, TA Team and Solid BAM Power out there on the circuit itself, as well as Tourist Racing. As out onto the circuit goes the number 12, that is Karting Duty. Now that the 5 minutes have ticked down and elapsed, the 11 crew are there in the pit road, Team Tillotson. What? We never did anything. I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what you're having a go at us for. We didn't do anything. We didn't do anything, our governor, obviously. Honestly.
No one saw nothing.
No one saw anything, absolutely. So the number 4 kart heading back out on track. That is the team from Level Out the Gravel Trap. The number 10 is heading out on track as well. That's JRT France, that have now finished their 5 minutes out on the road. But this is going to be fascinating as to who gets out on the track in what position. Caribbean Racing came in just a lap after the number 15 crew of Peter Brozavora. Northwest Karting should be there or thereabouts as well, the crew from number 9. So they should be at the edge of pit road as well. They were the last team to pit in. So we're just looking to see where the number 9 kart is. They're just finishing up their splash and dash part of the pit. Oh, a spinner on track itself. So yellow flags waving. Now, which crew is that that's gone around? That's a bit of a embarrassing moment for one of the crews. We'll have to pick up which team that is as they come through this time by. But certainly one of the crews spinning away and losing quite a big chunk of time. And that is the crew from the number 12, I think that was. So Chuti Karting have just come out of the pits and had a spin almost immediately as they've exited the pit lane. Tyres not quite up to temperature again then by the look of things. As going past the pits now, that is the number 12. So it can't be them having the problem. Ooh, it's a bit of a weird noise that made as it came through there. Power sliding over the rumble strip. So maybe it wasn't the number 12 that had the spin. I think it might have been Triskel then in the number 13, because the other double-figured karts of JRT, well, it might have been JRT France. We'll have to pick that up as they come by, because there's definitely been a change of driver in that kart. There goes the number 6 machine past the pits. That is the crew from TA Team. And then coming off the final turn, I was right, it was the number 13 that went around. Triskel had the spin on their outlap, so that's rather embarrassing. Into turn 1, we've got a bit of a duel going into the first corner. 2 karts running side by side through the hairpin. Nice jockey for position there. And they come through very neatly in position. Got a nice little traffic jam developing in pit road as the karts are now working their magic. Out onto the circuit again goes the 15. That is the team from Peter Brozavora. The number 11 kart of Tillotson team. Still standing in pit lane waiting to go out. Where, though, is the number 9? Where is Northwest Karting? What's happened to them? They came into the pits. They're still in the pits, but they've elapsed 5 minutes, and I haven't seen them leave the pits yet. So Northwest Karting, I think they may have a problem because they haven't emerged, the number 9 kart, back onto pit road, unless they've had to change kart. Yes, they have. So the number 9, Northwest Karting, did I just miss them going back out onto the circuit? I think I might have done. Well, there goes Val Kilmer on the home straight, doing a good job. Did actually watch Top Gun for the first time the other day. Boring as heck. Anyway, moving on.
No, you take that back.
No, I'm sorry.
You take that back.
I'm sorry. I know everybody goes on and on and on about it.
No, don't be sorry. Be careful. Take it back.
I tried to give it an open mind. I tried to keep as open a mind as possible. Days of Thunder is still better. I'm sorry. It just is. Sorry, everybody. I will have an opinion. I will voice it. Days of Thunder good. Top Gun snore fest. Anyway, I'm sure the second one's better. Anyway, on to the far side of the course. The Northwest Karting team have continued, and they've got back on the road again behind Peter Brozavora. Now, where is the Peter Brozavora kart? Because Caribbean Racing have just got back out on circuit again. Now, where is the number 15? Because that is Peter Brozavora. There they are on the main straight, and I do believe that Caribbean Racing have actually taken the lead of the race now, because that is a very slow exit from Peter Brozavora. Caribbean Racing have got back out on the circuit and they are ahead. So I'm fairly sure that Caribbean Racing have just jumped Peter Brozavora to take the lead of this 3-hour enduro. There goes the 12 of Duty Karting, but we'll confirm it as they come through at the end of the circuit. I have a feeling that it's going to be Caribbean Racing that are in the lead as far as I can tell. They were quicker through the pit stop phase, so I'm fairly sure that we now have a lead change. We'll just confirm it as they come through at the end of this lap, because obviously they exited the pit lane, as too did Peter Brozavora. The gap between them was about 9 seconds or so the last time when they came in. Now, where is the number 1 kart? We need to double check for them, as they're going to be on the back straight very soon indeed, I think. There is the Caribbean Racing team car. They're on the back straight, so we need to see where Peter Brozavora are in relation to them as the 11 kart team Tillotson go past. Now, where is the number 1? There they are. There's Caribbean Racing. They come through on the home straight. And look back, there is Peter Brozavora. So yes, Caribbean Racing are now in the lead of this race. They have taken the lead. There is the second place crew. They were 9 seconds behind. They are now about 9 seconds ahead. So they have turned the tables in the pit stops. So that's quick work from Caribbean. Oh, wait a minute. Just double checking. Well, no, according to that time screen, they have actually caught up, but they have not overtaken. But I thought the number 15 kart was in front. Oh, the 15 is Northwest Karting, of course. Peterborough Zavora are in the 8. I got very confused there because at one point they were the number 9 kart, but that has now been adapted. So Northwest Karting is still there in the top 3, but the gap between Peterborough Zavora and Caribbean Racing is now only a second. So they are still first and second, but Peterborough Zavora are now just a second ahead of Caribbean Racing. That's 8.5 seconds that they've made up just in the first pit stop.
That's a huge amount of time when you consider, okay, it's over 5 minutes, but still, even on pit exit, that time can be made or lost. 8 seconds, losing 8 seconds on pit exit is a very, very silly waste of time, you have to say. But nevertheless, it has happened. Oh, there's a spin at the final corner there, right in the middle of the track. There's avoiding action having to be taken. Let's take a look at who that
and
is.
that's changed the lead of the race.
Oh,
Caribbean have just got through.
Has.
That spin has cost the leaders. Peterborough Zavora lost the lead.
Oh,
Caribbean Racing have got it straight back again.
That's the 11 car, that's Team Tillotson. Team Tillotson there with a spin and then a very, very poor re-entry there. The kart having to go across the curb just to avoid them. And, well, you hate to see things like that, but nevertheless, that is a factor that you have to consider in endurance racing. The smallest mistake can make the difference, as we are just over 45 minutes in at this stage. And the drivers, the number 12 there of Duty Karting, tucking down behind the wheel, being chased down. As we see the number, what is it? Let's take a look. The number 7 there. Number 7 of Solid Manpower in P5 currently, coming across the line. Chased down by the JTR France team. The number 4. Again, the number 4 and the number 11, they are unbelievably similar in what they are wearing. It is basically impossible to distinguish them other than when they come past and you see the number. As we see Diab Cabral in the number 1, the Caribbean Racing car, leading the way quite nicely now, quite comfortable.
Oh, he's going to make the move on the inside
line. He's going to
line.
make the move.
So this is going to be a lead change. And through comes the Peterborough Zavora team into the lead of the race from Caribbean Racing. These two squads battling away for the victory here in Valencia. And the two crews having... While we've got this opportunity, we actually have the driver that was in the Caribbean Racing team kart in the first stint has actually come and joined us on the pit wall. So hopefully we're going to get an opportunity to have a quick word with the driver who is with us down here on the pit wall, having had a fabulous opening stint. Riandros Evala is with us. Riandros, that was a pretty exciting stint out there for Caribbean Racing.
It's very exciting for us. We come from the Caribbean, like the team say. We are from Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Make a dream team. Like I named that. It's Diane, the champion of the 165 the last year. Me, I'm running the Master the last years, and we have the seniors with us, and it's very exciting for us to win this challenge.
And it's very close between the two karts. We've just seen the two crews, you and Peterborough Zavora, battling for the victory. There was a bit of a moment in that first stint when you were trying to go for the lead. Didn't quite happen. Is there a story behind that one, Riandros?
I lost my concentration. We was pushing together, and in one moment, I don't know, I lost my concentration.
It's very, very tough out there, though, to try and keep it together for a full 45-minute stint.
Yeah, because you have to push, and then the other have to push too, and it's different. It's a different way for win a racer, a duration race.
Now, obviously, we're going to be at this all the way through until about 7:30-ish local time. The crew is obviously working very hard. Where do you think you guys can gain an advantage over Peterborough Zavora for the rest of this race?
I think the advantage is in the last stint, that we have a good driver to push in the last, and we are saving tires for the last stint, and let's see.
It's pretty simple. Hopefully it goes well for you, Riandros. Congratulations so far. Keep it up, and we root for you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Excellent. Always nice when we get these teams battling away for position, and obviously the Caribbean Race team behind me, they are absolutely determined, and as they said, they've come from the Dominican Republic, from Puerto Rico. It's a very, very long time to even get here in the start line. It's a big track, a big commute, but what a fantastic result for them so far, leading the way, battling for the victory. They got the pole position, but getting the win, as we've seen with the battling crews that we've got out there, it's going to be very tough.
It certainly is, yeah. I mean, something like this, 3 hours of driving, it is a very, very long time. Obviously, we saw earlier on in the heats 7-9 lap races, but this is going to be sometimes, like Jake said, 45 minutes of driving around here. It can get very, very tiring, particularly if you have to do it multiple times. Obviously, some of the drivers, between 2 and 4 drivers per team, over 3 hours, you know, you could be looking potentially at an hour and a half of pushing around here. You know, that's when mistakes start to happen, when you lose concentration, you lose time, you lose positions, you spin out. You know, these are the things that make or break endurance racing for teams. And I think that Caribbean Racing have done very well so far in managing that and making as few mistakes as possible.
Speaking of making as few mistakes as possible, there's a great duel currently taking place out on the circuit. We've got 2 karts dueling away. It was very nearly 3 of them. They were approaching traffic, the 2 karts, and it seems to have spread them out a little bit more. But you can see Batman there doing a fantastic job. Oh, we've had a spin in the final bend. Oh, that's a big one. Just lost the back end of the kart, kicked up over the curbs, and it looks like the leaders are going to come to them again. What is it with the 2 leading crews? When they approach a spun kart, it suddenly changes the face of the race, and now we're going to get a lead change. The Caribbean race team are going to take the lead back again, and they're through. So yet again, for the second time in 10 minutes, a spun kart in front of them changes the leading battle, and that is just how quick it can change. So the Caribbean racing team are now back in the lead here in Valencia.
And the applause going up from the pit wall as that move was made into turn 1 there. Diane Cabral taking no prisoners through turn 1, obviously fresh into the kart. He knows how to drive them. He's the reigning T4 165 champion as they're going back at it again through turn number 8 and 9 into turn 10. It's another change for the lead, and Peter Bros Evora take back the position off Diane Cabral, who's going for it again, but he cannot make the move stick coming into turn 12. Is he going to be able to make the move into potentially turn 13? No, look at that, he's fallen back an awful long way, and it seems like Peter Bros Evora are gaining hand over fist, but Diam seems to have gained back his momentum in the Caribbean racing kart as they come down into the final chicane. No heroics from either of them. Diam just tipping away, trying to do his part for the team, bring back a bit more time, goading the kart forward, coming along the start-finish straight into turn number 1. Just over 2 hours remaining, still plenty of time for the Caribbean racing team to take the victory. As we see them following each other through turns 3 and 4, quite aggressively taking the curb of turn 3 there, the Caribbean racing team. But hey, I suppose the tenths of a second per lap matter when the margins are this fine. Maybe 6 or 7 kart lengths separating the 2 leaders at this stage, both on the same number of laps, we do believe. And I will just verify that for you now in a second. 36 laps completed so far by Peter Bros Evora, and let's take a look at Caribbean Racing. 36 laps as well, so it is literally a difference of less than 10 kart lengths as they come through turn 12 and down towards turn 13. A very distinct white helmet hurrying along the back straight for the Caribbean racing team, pursuing the rather dark overalls of Peter Bros Evora as Team Tillotson are about to get lapped here. Now let's see if there's any drama here. Coming down into turn 1, are the leaders going to be held up? No, Tillotson backing off the throttle, letting the leaders through, letting the Peter Bros Evora team through, and we'll see if they show the same courtesy to the Caribbeans. Yet to be seen. I wouldn't put it past Tillotson to be completely blind. I mean, they didn't see the pit lane, and that's a fairly elementary thing to miss, isn't it? So I don't imagine that they will have issues with blue flags, but look at this. They might do, and they are. Really, if I was the Caribbean racing team right now, I would be seriously cursing Tillotson because they're holding it up an awful lot more than they did to the Peter Rosavora team, as Batman has just looked at Jake going along the start-finish straight. Jake is shaking at the minute. He's so happy, bless him.
It's amazing. I'm starstruck. I've just had a nod from Michael Keaton. I'm quite happy about that. That'll do very nicely, thanks very much. I'll take that one to the bank. He's having a great race as well with the number 12 of Tutti Karting. This is actually 4th position. So the two teams are having a great little squabble out there on the course. But yeah, he kind of looked at me almost as if to say, I'm your wingman, Maverick. That's the wrong film. That is the wrong film.
It is, yes.
Totally the wrong film.
The one that you hate.
The one that I'm not a fan of. Yeah, absolutely.
Scandalously.
Desperate.
It must be added.
Scandalous. There comes the battle further back. We've got Northwest Karting about 5.5 seconds back from Caribbean Racing. Now, interestingly, the fastest team on the circuit at the moment is the TA team. They are currently in 4th position, the number 6 crew, and they are faster than any of the 3 crews ahead of them. Interestingly, by a good 0.6 of a second per lap, Northwest are currently quicker than Caribbean. So there could be a bit of a change around for 2nd place within the next few minutes. I'll tell you what I am starting to see quite a bit of around the course here, and that is silly driving errors where drivers are just pushing the throttle a little bit too far and then hopping over the curbs. Now, when you hop over the curbs in these karts, that is really going to shake you around. It's going to rattle you around like peas in a frying pan, and it's going to really hurt because you're desperately trying to get the car slowed down, get it coaxed through the apex. But when you start running over those high curbs, and they are high here, if you've ever walked the circuit here at Valencia, you'll know those curbs are a good 1.5 inches tall in places. So when you go over that at speed, that's going to take a lot of energy out of you.
Yeah, they're not nice to hit. It does hurt, and it does slow you down quite considerably. These karts, they do have a lot more get up and go than other rental karts, but still, they are rentals. They don't have the same power as competition karts do. Not the same power to pull you out of the corners when you make a mistake, so you have to be very careful to try and maintain your momentum. And like Jake says, when you hit the curbs, you lose that momentum, so you lose time, potentially all down the straight and all down into the next corner. So it's very easy if you hit 2 or 3 curbs to lose as many tenths a lap.
So at the current point we are looking at, Peter Brozavora out in front of Caribbean Racing by 4.5 seconds. Still having a good race of it, but Northwest Karting are catching them. They are definitely not running away with this Caribbean Racing. They've started to lose a little bit of momentum, and now Northwest Karting are reeling them in. Batman is still having a good race of it out in front of the number 12 of Tutti Karting as they run 9th and 10th, those 2 crews. Only Tillotson team are behind them now. Number 7 going by. That's Solid Band Power. They've managed to climb themselves back up into the top 5 again after the musical chairs of the pit stops. JRT France is only about 5 seconds behind them though. Make that 6 now as they come through. So there's still all to play for, and we've seen how many teams have got drivers in them that make casual mistakes every now and then. So it definitely makes for an intriguing battle. But the number 8, Peter Brozavora, still leading the way out in front of the number 1. But look back, the number 15 is catching them big time, ready for 2nd position. And we have just finished the first hour. So we are 1 hour through this race, and we have 2 hours still to go. So we are 1/3 distance in this Tillotson T4 Enduro as the battle continues here in Valencia, and a very exciting race of it as the contenders continue to give us plenty of entertainment out there on the course.
I'll have to say the first hour flew by in my opinion.
It really did, didn't it?
Yeah, it was incredible. Unbelievable.
I mean, I was sat here thinking, do you know what, with 13 crews, now reduced to 11, this race might drag a little bit.
Yeah.
But actually, in the first hour, we've had plenty of entertainment. We've not been bored at any point.
No, well, I mean, when you're Batman circling around the circuit, you know, there's always something to
Oh,
talk
he's
about.
had enough.
Oh, no.
Batman's done. Batman's finished.
Batman's finished. He's gone.
Never mind, Batman Begins. Batman just ended.
It did.
In he comes, and that's game over for Batman, certainly for the moment. So into the pits he comes, and well, I think George Clooney's had enough now, for the moment at least. So we'll let his teammate take over. But it was nice while it lasted, and it was certainly far more entertaining than Robert Pattinson's Batman was. So he did a good job out there.
And crucially, he knew where to go.
He did know where to go.
Which is more than can be said for the ones who were organising the event.
Dear, oh dear. All you have to do is figure out your left from your right, and even Team Tillotson couldn't figure that one out.
Yeah.
Never mind. There's always 2023, I suppose. Where are they currently, by the way, in this 11 kart race? Would you be shocked if I told you 11th?
No, because I have it on the timing screen in front of me.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Well, even if you didn't have it on the timing screen, I think you probably would have guessed the way
Yeah.
that things have currently been playing out. But anyway, they're here for fun. They're not here to win. They're just enjoying the battle out there on the course and certainly having a good race of it. But the team that's on the move at the moment is Northwest Karting. They are chipping away at the Caribbean racing team, who are struggling for pace at the moment. They're actually dropping back 5.6 seconds now behind the Peterborough Evora, and Northwest Karting are taking about 4, maybe 5/10 of a second per lap out of them. So they're really got to be hoping for the next pit stop phase to creep in. Here is the number 12. That is Tutti Karting, about to be caught and passed. Oh, Tourist Racing are in the pits, obviously, so they have now dropped to 11th place behind Tillotson team.
I might just say, and I'm only saying this out of love for Tillotson because they've asked me to be completely brutal.
Oh, really?
They are terribly off the pace. I'm looking here at the timing. A 1:40 was their last lap compared to a 1:21.5 for the leaders. That is really quite poor. That is, yeah, they're not going to be getting into a good position with that, losing almost 9 seconds a lap. In fact, in some laps, losing 9 seconds a lap over the leaders. They are going to be in serious bother if they don't speed up at this stage. 23.3 was their first sector time. That's compared to 21.4 of the kart in front, which is quite a poor sector time, I'm sure you'll agree. Tutti Karting showing Tillotson what for, and even then they're only one position in front of them in P9, as the TA team have set a new personal best at 20.9, I believe that was. Or that might have just been that they came across the line, I'm not too sure. It says green, to me that means personal best, but I could be wrong. As the Tillotson team come across the line to set a 29.2, another atrocious lap time, but hey, we can't be surprised from the people who missed the pit lane. Solid band power, 21.8, that's a fairly respectable time, as they are being, well, they're gaining actually about a second a lap on the JRT France team behind them, as the Peterborough's Evora team still gaining time on their opponents, gaining about, 3/4 of a second a lap on Caribbean Racing. Northwest Karting though, serious pace, 21.1. That's 4/10 faster than the leaders of the Peterborough Evora team. And then we have the TA team, again in 4th position, 20.9. That is a blistering lap time that they set last lap. And they are going to be seriously hunting people down now and aiming for those podium positions, as we see a number of karts flowing past us. I might just adjust my share ever so slightly, because obviously as the evening goes on, the sun is moving around slightly, and so I am starting to get less and less use out of my umbrella. So you'll forgive me while I sort of stop commentating relevant information to you as I pull my chair forward, as we see a number of people going past us there on the straights. Can't see what the numbers are because I'm facing the wrong way, which is not what the commentator's meant to be doing, but nevertheless, we shall continue as the number 8 flows past us there to set another reasonably good time, maintaining their lead quite comfortably, as we see the Caribbean car going wheel to wheel with Northwest Karting into turn 1, Caribbean to the outside, Northwest on the inside. Who's it going to be? Who comes out on top? It looks like it's going to be Northwest through turn 1, defending that inside line. But is Caribbean going to get the cutback into turn 3? No, they're not. It's a very difficult move to pull off. Basically impossible to overtake round the outside of turn 1 because it is just so long. But nevertheless, worth a go from the Caribbean team from the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, as we heard earlier on. Still willing the kart forward in P3, chasing down that number 2 kart, maybe 3 kart lengths separating them as they come down towards turn 10, hard on the brakes into turn number 10, gaining an awful lot of time there, the Caribbeans, on Northwest Racing, it seems, as we have the number 7 flying past us now. That's the solid band power kart set at 22.3, which is not the fastest, but equally not the slowest. as Team Tillotson appear to be getting lapped again, which is not great, setting a 28.2, which again isn't great, but at least they're trying their best. It's better than a 1 minute 40, which they set a few laps ago. As the two runners on the bottom two podium places, P2 and P3, Caribbean and Northwest, still battling it out. Coming through turn 1, they're side by side. Coming into turn 2, Caribbean slips in behind again. Turn 3, you could almost cover them with a duvet, folks, as they come up into turn 4, following each other through. Still not making any silly mistakes is Diane Cabral, who's currently piloting the Caribbean kart. Seems to be constantly willing that kart to go a bit faster through the exit of turn 7, which is a very interesting strategy. Some people say it works, some people say that it doesn't, but Diane still seems to believe that it is the go-to method, as he seems to have gained a lot of time on the exit at turn 10, and they are almost side by side through turn 11 into 12, and as they come onto the back straight, we will see who is going to come out in front. It looks like it is going to be the Northwest team, just about pulling a small lead, potentially a slight weight difference there between the two of them, but they just about hold on. They seem to be going almost side by side. Oh, up the inside goes the Caribbeans, and Diane Cabral for Team Caribbean Racing takes the lead, or not the lead, but takes P2, but it's not over yet. Coming down into turn 1 across the line, 1 hour, 51 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Northwest take back P2. This is absolutely fantastic, but it is costing them lap time, which could potentially cost them laps towards the end. And this is going to be very interesting to see how these two do battle when it comes to the strategies, not only when it comes to the on-track action, as the number 6 files past us. The number 6, oh, it's the TA team. I missed it on my my timing screen there. As we see the two P2 and P3 runners still going at it, hammer and tong. Up the inside into turn number 10 goes Team Caribbean Racing. And are they going to get the move done? They look to it, but they're still side by side, keeping it tight on the exit to maximise their run out of turn 11. And they've just about got that move done, but coming onto the back straight, our team Northwest Racing going to be able to take the position back as they come down towards turn 13. They're gaining, they're side by side, coming through the fast sweeper of 13 and down into the chicane of 14. Up the inside goes Northwestern karting, and they get the position back. Diane Cabral clearly not happy about that, gesticulating to his teammates on the pit wall. A message, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to tell them, but clearly not happy about something. As we see, coming through the final chicane is the number 13 of Triskel to set a 1 minute 23 flat, which is a respectable time. The kart in front of them though, 3/10 a lap quicker than them. The JRT France machine, the number 10 kart, as they come down into the final chicane for the number 4, currently running in position number 8. That's level out the gravel traps with a 25.8. Not an incredible time. They're going to be losing. They are losing currently about 2.8 seconds a lap to the kart in front, which isn't great, because needless to say, on a track where a good lap time is a 1:22, a 2.8 second difference is a big one. As they come down into turn 1, who's that back? Not quite sure, which isn't what you want to hear from a commentator, because it is my job to know, but nevertheless, the battle seems to have ended quite comfortably there for the two involved as they file their way through turns number 5 and 6. I'll see if I can get a glance at the number, and no, I can't, so we're going to forget about that for the moment. Number 13 passing us by on the pit wall. Once again, that's Triskel with another reasonably similar time, 23.3. As, oh, look at this now. That looks to be, it's Caribbean and Northwest karting still going at it, battling for position number 2. Both setting reasonably quick lap times, considering they're battling quite hard. The leaders, Peter Brozivora, setting 21.1s, and then Northwest and Caribbean setting 21.5s and 21.6s respectively, which is quite a good time considering they are going pretty much hammer and tong all the way to the bank as they come down into the bank straight. Caribbean seem to have lost a good bit of ground to Northwest on this lap, coming through the fast sweeper and into the heavy braking zone. Not too many mistakes being made at this stage, although Northwest sliding it through the entry of the chicane, staring at the pit wall, looking for messages. Northwest karting team, but alas, none to be seen, it would seem, as they come down into turn 1. No errors, it would seem, from the Northwest karting team, keeping it under control. No mistakes so far from them in this stint at least. Well, not that I can remember, but then again, I do have a memory like a sieve, so that's always going to create problems in an endurance race. As we're seeing a move into turn number 10 there. Remains to be seen who that is. I'll tell you who it is as they come across the line. It is, and I think we might have Jake doing an interview. No, we don't. He's talking to some of the guys from the RGMMC, and as we see the Northwest Racing, it's not Northwest Racing, it is the battlers at turn 10 who are coming past the pit wall now. It is the number 8 and the number 10. That is Solid Bambauer and JRT France, who are both battling away for position number 5. Positions 5 and 6 yet to be settled by the two teams. Caribbean Racing gaining some ground back on the Northwest Racing team with just over half of the race, or just under half of the race completed, just over half of it remaining. 1 hour, 46 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, just under. And the race settling down now reasonably quietly, but still a lot of action to be taken. Not seeing too many pit stops at this stage. Everyone just in the middle of their stints and settling down into the rhythm, Jake.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're about to see some more pit stops because the pit window is about to open, and I've seen quite a few of the teams now starting to prepare their drivers for the next change around. Been talking to a fair few drivers as they get themselves around, and it's going to be a very interesting next phase of the race. We're going to speak to a few more of the personnel around the course here, because obviously there's quite a few people to talk to who are enjoying the battles here at Valencia. So it should be an interesting continuation into the second rotation of pit stops.
It certainly should, as we see the Peterborough Zvora team setting a 20.9, which is an exceptional lap time, you have to say, for people who are meant to be keeping the distance. They are certainly succeeding as that, as Caribbean Racing apparently saving tyres is their strategy, but they've just set a very competitive 121.7. Okay, it's 2/10 slower than the kart in front, but it's still a very competitive time.
Certainly is. Well, we've got personnel coming onto the pit wall once again to chat to, who have given us plenty of entertainment on the circuit, and we're still going to continue all the way through the continuation of this race. Now that we're approaching the second pit stop window, we're down in pit lane and we have Angel Marin, who is with us. Angel, it's been an interesting start to the race for you guys. Tell us a bit about how it's been going.
Yes, this is a new experience for me, but I think that we are doing very good, and my teammates are releasing a good job, so I think that we are going to be in a good position in the final.
There's a really good chance for the win here, because you guys have actually picked up a lot of time compared to the first start of the race. It looked pretty tricky out there to keep the kart at the pace all the way through.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult car because I'm driving currently in KZ, so this is a new world for me. And for the race, I think that the final is going to be so tough, because the first car is being too fast, and I think that it's going to be hard.
Now, I noticed that out on the circuit at the moment, I've been keeping an eye. I actually got out of my position to look at some of the drivers. That's Alvaro Barbara out there, isn't it, at the GT Open?
Yes, it's Alvaro. He he's with us, so we are so happy to have Alvaro with us.
That's fantastic. And you guys have obviously treated this is a very different type of race for you guys. Normally, it's all about business, it's all about winning, finding those extra bits of a second, but for you guys, this is actually an opportunity to play for once.
Yes, we decided to race here to have a good time, and we are having a good time. So, yeah, it's very different, so we are learning.
And you said, obviously, because you race KZ, it's a completely different type of racing. In how big a difference are these karts by comparison? I guess, is it any more physical or less physical, or is it just a different type of physical?
It's less physical. The KZ it's another world. I think that the main difference is the underbraking, because here you have to be very clinical, and with KZ it's like going to the corner, reducing. So this is the main difference for me.
And obviously, because you're trying to carry a lot more speed, the G-forces perhaps, you're not feeling as much as you would do in a shifter, but you're certainly feeling it, especially if you come over the curbs. It can be incredibly physical.
I don't think that this is more physical. So the main problem for me is when I am in the straights, I have been all the time going down.
You have to duck down to get more aero.
So my back is a bit bad now.
Well, all you need is some Tidal Sport and you'll be absolutely fine in the morning.
What?
Yeah, you need some of the Tidal Sport spray, that's all you need.
The spray of Tillotson?
Absolutely.
Yes, we try, and I think that it's good because I'm very good now.
There you go, you see, that's another advert. Thank you very much, Angel. Good to see you, and thanks for talking to us.
See you.
Thank you. So there you go. The crew have been working very, very hard over the course of the proceedings. They've got themselves back into position once again, and so they're right into the hunt again. But great to hear from Angel, who is essentially the team are here just for fun, just for playtime, but they're taking it pretty seriously. They genuinely feel they've got a chance to win this one.
They certainly do, and that's common of pretty much every racing driver out there. They want to win, even if it is just a bit of fun. There's no coming second that they want to achieve it. Everyone's in it to win it, ultimately. But it's great to see people coming over just to have a bit of fun, just to relax a bit, and have a bit of banter with their mates, you know. That's what Tillotson T4s are all about. It's a family atmosphere, it's an atmosphere of fun. I mean, that's what the paella party is all about, you know. Speaking of, I hope everyone's enjoying their paella who's gone to get some.
Well, yes, indeed. It is now 6 o'clock, so everybody can now go and grab their paella, and it's time for you to go and enjoy the sizzling taste. I'm actually quite jealous of everybody. They're going to be able to tuck in, and we're still sat on our pit wall.
Why didn't we get any?
Well, that's fine. All we need to do is we need to send a runner. Need to send somebody to go and bring us some paella. I don't feel like I'm properly in Spain until I've had some paella. I want that made known.
Or another thing we could do is just talk about it until they bring us some.
That's true.
Because they can hear us.
That's true, yeah. We just keep on banging on about paella, and then eventually someone might bring some. I know that Lucas Guerrero is at the side watching very, very clearly what's going on out on the circuit. He's not too busy at the moment. We can just get him to get some.
Yeah, probably.
Excellent, perfect. If you've just joined us, or if you've been with us all the way through the day, hope you're enjoying it. You're in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup throng. Myself, Jake Sanson, and my colleague Simon Byford, really enjoying this 3-hour endurance race, which is absolutely flying by the way. We're almost at the half distance mark already of this 3-hour enduro, and the pit stop window has opened for the second time, which means that the crews are now obviously trying to get themselves into the best possible position. They want to make sure that they're in the best frame of mind, and obviously we're now starting to get a few more driver changes coming in, or try and get reaction with a couple of the drivers from a few of the teams so that we can get a little bit of a handle on how things have been for them. But you have to remember, with this being an international competition, a lot of the drivers have not really got English as their first language. They're still just enjoying the fact they're in Spain.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why the competition was held in Spain, because there's so many drivers from Central and South America and the Caribbean who speak Spanish as their first language, and we wanted to accommodate them here in Spain, and I think we've done that quite well, haven't we?
We certainly have.
With fantastic racing, good food, plenty of paella, bring us some please, and lots of good racing.
Yes, now I have to say it has been top-notch to come back to Valencia again. I've got so many memories of this place. My very first European karting meeting was on this very circuit 4 years ago at the very start of the 2018 karting season, and I've always got fond memories of this place. It feels nice to come full circle after 5 years of working overseas, and it's great that it's a real fun environment. The only problem with watching this race, though, Simon, is that I've got this itch I need to scratch next year.
Oh, don't tell me where it is, please.
No, I don't mean physically. I mean metaphorically. Of actually getting out there to drive myself. I think I need to bring some of my mates. And we need to put a team together for next year. There's only 11 teams here. There could have been a 12th.
There could have, well, I mean, there was meant to be, what, 13?
13.
But obviously 2 of them dropped out. I mean, you could have taken one by yourself and just gone for a 3-hour jolly around the track,
That's
you know?
true.
If you really wanted to. Bring the microphone with you. We have a wireless one.
An idea. Yeah, we've got a wireless mic. That's what we need to do next year.
Yeah.
Mic me up and I'll talk about it while I'm going around.
That's
That'd be
brilliant.
brilliant.
Idea. Get one of the rally helmets that has a microphone built into
excellent.
it, yeah.
Everyone would love that.
Right, there we go, there's a plan. I'm not sure the RFETA will agree with it, but it's worth a go.
Well, we'll see. It depends on where we are next year, of course.
Yeah.
We might be back in Valencia, we might be somewhere else. What are the rules in White River Park?
Anything goes.
Anything goes. Oh, perfect.
It's Ireland, anything
we'll go
goes.
back to Ireland then, that's fine. Peter Pro Zabora are the only team that hasn't come in for their second rotation of pit stops of the leading 5. Northwest, Caribbean, JRT and Chuti Racing are all in pit road at the moment, waiting for their chance to get back out. There is the number 1, Caribbean Racing. They fell to 4th position, but they should go out there with a very comfortable performance out there, as the crews have made their necessary driver changes, certainly for this rotation. And great to see everybody still giving us plenty of excitement out there. As we approach the half distance mark, we're about 7 minutes away from half distance in this 3-hour enduro. And of course, we have 3 sets of races tomorrow, because we have the 3rd qualifying heat, the semi-final, and then obviously we have the finals to come in mini, junior, senior and senior 165.
We do, yeah, and it will all be live streamed on the Tillotson website and the Tillotson YouTube channel. It's important to say that. So if you are watching on the YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe and turn on post notifications to get notified of when we go live tomorrow. And also follow Tillotson on all their social medias. It's important that we say that as well.
It is indeed, yeah. They do some amazing work, not just here in Europe, but all across the Americas, into Africa, into Europe. It's one of the biggest karting communities now in South Africa, which is wonderful to see. And of course into Asia. The Asian community for Tillotson T4 is growing as well. And I know that everybody watching along in Asia who want to be part of this in 2023, we ain't forgotten you. You'll be here next season, whether we race here or whether we race further afield. We can't wait to see our Asian and Australasian contingent come and join us on the grid.
Certainly, yeah. We're really hoping to get Asia involved in next year's Nations Cup. It would be an absolute pleasure to have an extra continent represented on an already intercontinental grid of European, African and American and drivers from the America, not necessarily just the United States obviously, but drivers from both North and South America, to take the total number of continents represented up to 5. It would be a great pleasure to have that, so obviously that's what we aim to do constantly, is expand into the newer markets and reach new people and bring the joys of T4 racing to more and more people worldwide.
Now we've got a bit of a celebrity who is racing with us and actually fighting for the victory here in Valencia. It's been a bit of a tough battle for all of the contenders, but you don't just get arrive and drive racers competing at this level. We get all sorts of fantastic drivers that are here competing at this level. And down in pit lane, we're actually joined by Alvaro Barba from the GT Open. Alvaro, it's great to see you here in Valencia.
Yes, of course. I'm here. I live here, so a pleasure to see you on a game, but this time in the karting. So fantastic for me to be here in this Kartódromo Valencia. That's my home here. So nice in this championship. Very enjoy. Very funny the race. So I'm good.
I mean, this couldn't be any more different to the racing that you usually do in the GT Open. But obviously, as many drivers here in Spain, you obviously learnt your trade in this world, in the world of karting, and coming back to it, it's still good fun and still great racing.
Yes, of course. There is a lot different, but in any case, the karting is a fantastic car for the training, and also to compare with the GT. You know, that's the sensation and training a lot in the karting. So that is fine. I'm good. I'm ready every time to go to maybe sometime in the GT Open again. So I hope.
We would love to see that. Now, obviously, with you being a sports car racer by trade and coming back here, I think it kind of proves that you can take the racer out of karting, but you can never take karting out of the racer. Is that a fair assessment?
It's all good, yeah. That's and now is my favorite race after 14 or 16 years and the karting, so that's good.
So it's all come straight back again. It's like being at school again.
Yeah, of course, always you learn.
Fantastic. Now, obviously, with this being the Nations Cup, it's a wonderful location. It's a great part of the world, and this part of Spain is very motor racing hungry. They love their sport here. We have MotoGP down the road. Formula E comes here for testing. Formula One was here a few years ago. This part of Spain, it is all about speed and all about passion.
Yes, often signed a lot of years, 20 years ago, always in Valencia, work a lot for the young drivers, and also in MotoGP and Formula One drivers, so in development on the young driver. So Valencia is a big city, and keep pushing a lot for the young driver, and maybe we can know, but maybe we can see some driver in the Formula One, maybe, because in MotoGP, or we see a lot riders. So I hope to see you young drivers from Valencia in Formula One.
Sounds like a very good thing to look forward to in the future. Now, speaking about this race, you were in third position when you took over the kart, and you were able to catch and move your way up to second position. So that must have been a very satisfying moment when you got into P2.
Yeah, of course. I started when I go down to the pit lane. I was in P3, and I keep push a lot, and I feel very good with the cars, and also with the track. I feel very good, and every time I was in the same time. So finally, I can fight with the other driver in P2, and so that's very nice, very funny still.
Fantastic. We're going to be able to get the win. Do you think that's possible?
That is difficult now. No? We have 10 seconds behind on the first position, but still I think so one half hour. So it's a long race at the moment.
Good stuff. It's so good to talk to you, Alvaro. Gracias, mi amigo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my friend.
Excellent. Great to have you come and join us. It's always nice when you get a professional racing driver come to an event like this one on the world stage, racing in sports cars, in GTs, and to still come back to the world of karting. And it's like I said to him, you can take karting out of the racer, but you can't take the racer out of karting.
No, that's certainly.
Either way, that statement works.
Well, yeah, I mean, either way, it's very flexible in well, in relation to karting and racing.
Indeed.
It's very flexible in that regard, but it is absolutely true. And I think not only is it to do with racing drivers and taking them out of karting and can you or can't you or whatever the argument may be, it's about the atmosphere. You can take the racer out of karting, maybe you can take karting out of the racer, who knows, but you can't take the wants to have fun out of a human being, and that's what this is. Like he said, he's here to have a bit of fun. He might be a professional racing driver, but he's here to have a bit of fun.
Well, that's it.
That's a lot about what this T4 Endurance is all about. It's getting together with some friends, trying to win something and having fun together.
Well, yeah, you talk about Formula One drivers, IndyCar drivers, and competitors that race at the Le Mans 24 Hours. In their downtime, whenever they go and train, it's usually in karting, because you still get that flavour, you still get that excitement factor, you still get that adrenaline rush from when you were a kid. You never forget the people that you meet in karting. And I've spoken to a few Formula One drivers about this, Le Mans 24 Hours races about this in the past. It doesn't matter how far up the ladder of motorsport you go, you never forget your karting people. Never. Because that's ground with you and it's rooted with you for the rest of your motor racing journey. So it's always really, really special. It's, as you say, it's down to the environment, it's down to the character and the nature of the racing. This is very much part of the DNA of any racing driver. If you started in karting, you never, ever forget it.
I think I heard you say in a broadcast a few weeks ago that Max Verstappen turned up with his karting friends.
He did indeed.
One of the races that you were commentating.
That's
just
it, yeah.
To watch.
He was just watching at home with his mates. I think he had Nelson Piquet Jr. was there, the former Formula E champion. Max was there, a couple of his mates that he used to race against in karting, and they were all sat there just watching the European Championships play out. You never forget it, and you never fall out of love with karting. Even if you never won in it or you had a tough time in it, you will always remember what you did in karting, because it becomes part of who you are as a racing driver. It makes you the racing driver that you are. So it's very, very special, and it's wonderful to see drivers like Alvaro Baba coming back into it and coming back into the world of karting once again. We are now an hour and a half through this fabulous event, and it's still going strong. the battles are still raging out there on the course. There is still a decent battle cooking up here. Peterborough Zavora are now 22 seconds ahead of the Northwest team. They've slowly built it up after the last pit stop. And then Caribbean Racing are there about 15 seconds adrift. But that's still time for teams to make a bit of a play. And only 5 seconds back now from the Caribbean Racing team, you've got the TA team squad who are there in 4th position. So they're making big gains now in this next stint. That's why these races just continue on to develop. The fastest team out there other than the leaders are actually Solid Band Power Cleaner. They're currently in 5th position, only about a 1/10 of a second a lap away from the leading team. So they are trying to get back into this race, and they are slowly making that progress back again. Now, everybody is on the lead lap up to the team in 6th position. That is JRT France, who have now been lapped on their way in 6th position. As into the pits again have come the number 2 team. That is the crew, of course, from Tourist Racing. So they are going to drop down to the back of the field. Tillotson team have been into the pits for their pit stop recently as well. So they will rejoin in 10th position once this is all unwound. Now we've got Northwest Karting battling away, having just lapped JRT France. Looking a little further back, we can see the crew from number 4, that is Level Out the Gravel Trap. And they have just got ahead of Tillotson team on the road, but they are a lap ahead of them in terms of the way the race has played out. Caribbean Racing has now fallen to 15.2 back from Northwest Karting, as Peterborough Zavora have now really started to settle into that pace and that rhythm. But the top 3 teams are still in the top 3, the ones that started this race. They have just reversed the positions. So it shows you just how close the battle is. And we've got now the note on the digiboard on the main straight that the pit lane is closed. So no drivers and teams will come into the pits in this stage. So it all comes down to the battles on track once again. And it looks to me as though the closest rivalry we've got on track is that of 15 and 10, Northwest Karting having just lapped JRT France. In terms of the race battles, the closest duel on track is actually TA team, chipping away and gaining about a second a lap on the Caribbean Racing team. That gap has come down to 4.8 seconds, and it is coming down at the rate of a second per lap. So 3rd position may be about to change hands here.
It might be, yeah. We've seen Caribbean Racing. They've been saying that they're trying to save tyres for the end. That strategy may pay off in the long run, but certainly in the short term, it does look like there is going to be a threat from behind from the TA team. As we see them, where are they exactly? I'm not sure. But nevertheless, what was the gap, did you say, Jake?
It was only about 4.8 seconds.
4.8 seconds, and TA team are...
It's now 3.6, would you believe?
They are lapping faster, so they are gaining on Caribbean Racing. Their last lap was a full 1.2 seconds faster than Caribbean Racing, so they are closing in hand over fist at a rate of knots. And it's not going to be too long, I don't think, until we see another proper on-track battle for 3rd position.
So the race leaders continue out in front. Peterborough Zavora coming out of the final turn now and onto the home straight to begin another lap with 1 hour and 25 minutes plus the additional bonus lap, of course, on the clock. The paella party is in full swing in the paddock. I hope everybody has got their ticket and hope everybody is enjoying it and enjoying the social nature of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Looks like it's been going very well so far with everybody in the paddock. Here comes, though, the battle for 2nd position on the road. That's the 15 going through, the Northwest cart in front of JRT France. That's just trying to stay with them on the road at the moment. And coming towards us into the final turn, we've got the 2 teams squabbling over 3rd place, Caribbean Racing and TA team. And they are now nose to tail, very nearly, because the Caribbean team are lapping the 11 of Tillotson team. And now the TA team are gaining, and they've managed to pull another 2 seconds out of the gap in just 1 lap. So it's definitely getting very close indeed for the TA team as they are closing up on Caribbean Racing now. Caribbean Racing getting through. Are they getting through? Well, they haven't quite made it through just yet on Tillotson team. They do need to get through pretty quickly because the TA team are going to make their bid on the inside of both carts, and they're through. 3rd position then for TA team. They caught the Caribbean Racing team napping there, and they have managed to get through into 3rd place as the Caribbean team trip over the back marker. TA team go through on the inside line. Thanks very much, boys. We're into 3rd.
And that is a textbook example, isn't it, of traffic management in endurance racing and how it can cost you if you don't manage the traffic properly. And lap traffic seeming to get out of the way there. I'm not sure. Is that the two of them battling?
They are now battling for position. Yeah, they really need to pack this in, because that's the Tillotson team kart holding up the Caribbean Racing team, which finally gets through, but damage done. They've lost the podium for the moment.
And that's going to be bad news for Caribbean Racing, but there's still plenty of time left, an hour and 23 minutes, plenty of time to gain that position back. There's probably about 20 car lengths that separates them, so nothing extraordinary, nothing that can't be won back. All it takes is for one mistake, and mistakes can happen at this stage in the race. Drivers in the latter part of their stints, they are probably starting to get ever so slightly fatigued, and obviously getting later on in the day, almost 20 past 6 local time, so tiredness can come into this, as can fatigue. Mistakes can be made just through lack of concentration, so let's not rule Caribbean Racing out just yet, as the Solid BAM Power kart just behind them has just set their fastest third sector and a 1:20.7. That is an extraordinary lap time.
That's the fastest third sector of the entire race, and it's quicker than the leaders are going.
It is, yeah, by 10/100ths of a second. That is great pace from the Solid BAM Power kart number 7 in position number 5. They are going to be trying to gain some time back on the number 4 of Caribbean, or the number 1 of Caribbean Racing, currently sitting in position 4. I'm not sure what the gap is because I don't have it on my live timing, but Jake can tell us.
Between which two teams are we talking about?
Between Caribbean and Solid BAM.
So it's about 21 seconds, but again, that gap is coming down. They're losing quite dramatically in terms of raw pace. The Caribbean Racing team are about 2.5 laps slower than the leading team, Peterborough Zavora, so they're losing massively in terms of ground, and that's definitely not going to help them. But obviously, because the pit window is not open yet and isn't going to be open for... Oh, we got a spin. That's the Tillotson team have gone around for another spin, I'm afraid. So that hasn't quite gone according to plan for them. But certainly to come back to the Caribbean Racing struggles, we saw them leading earlier on, and now they're in danger of losing 4th position because Solid BAM Power are going 2 seconds a lap quicker. The gap has come down to 19 seconds, and I was just going to mention the fact that they've got a problem because the pit window isn't going to open anytime soon, so they've got to keep this driver, who is sadly off the pace by about 2 to 3 seconds per lap. They've got to keep them out there until the next pit window, so Caribbean Racing are about to plummet down to 5th position from what was the lead.
They are, and that's one of the things about the T4 endurance category. It isn't like in endurance racing in the WEC or whatever, where you have to have a certain number of drivers of a certain standard. You can just enter whoever you like into T4 endurance because it is made to be accessible to anyone and everyone. So that is the chance that Caribbean Racing have taken, and it doesn't look like it's going to work out in the short term. But we could see in the next stint, roles reverse, things get flipped, and Caribbean Racing are suddenly 20 miles ahead of everyone else.
Well, they do say in endurance racing that you're only ever as fast as your slowest driver. So it's obviously worth keeping that in mind in terms of a tactic and a strategy for the Caribbean Racing team. But the gap comes down again. 17.5 seconds is now the gap, because they managed to take another 1.6 seconds out of their lead on the previous lap. For those who are just joining us or are wanting a bit of a recap anyway, an hour and 20 minutes plus the additional lap to go in myself, Jake Sanson, and my colleague Simon Byford on the pit wall here at Valencia as we are talking the teams around. Peterborough Zavora currently leading this race with 30 seconds in hand, half a minute over the Northwest karting team, which have suddenly dropped in pace as well. In fact, every team has suddenly dropped a little bit in pace, except for the Peterborough Zavora team. They're just keeping it going out in front, and they're not dipping into the 121s at any point. Every other team pretty much is in the 121s or 122, a bit of speed together. Everybody else is kind of losing pace at the moment. Second place, Northwest karting. The gap is now 32 seconds. The TA team have now moved their way up into 3rd position. So they're making good progress. Fourth position for the Caribbean Racing team, but they are in danger of losing that fourth place as the leaders have just gone past our position here on the pit wall into another lap. But certainly the Caribbean Racing team are in serious danger of losing their fourth position. We're watching the Caribbean Racing team go through turns 8 and 9 up towards the hairpin at 10, and they are losing time rapidly to Solid Band Power, who have just set the fastest first sector of the entire race. They've just gone round in 20.47, which is to add to the sector time they set just recently in the third sector of a 24.75. So they almost have the fastest lap of this race. If you put all of the fastest sectors together, the fastest lap of this entire event would be a 1:19.7. The fastest team out there at the moment is the Peterborough Zavora team. They've managed to bang in a 1:20.0. So if they manage to keep this going through the course of the race, then a 1:19 lap is possible. We've got a bit of pressure now. 13 and 1 battling away. This is the Caribbean team coming up to lap Triskel. They managed to lap them, but they've got to get a wiggle on because the kart behind them, Solid Band Power, is catching them at the rate of about a second per lap. There is the number 7 going past our position on the pit wall, and the gap comes down again. It was 17.5. The gap has come down one more time, I do believe, as they come through, still in the 121s, having a 123.0 for Caribbean Racing. My timing screen is going to update in a moment. It just took it a little bit of a moment, leaving me on tenterhooks at exactly the wrong moment, though, which is not ideal. But certainly it's going to be an intense challenge as Solid Band Power is visually catching up to the Caribbean Racing team. So they are definitely gaining ground all the way throughout. The gap has come down to 13.5 seconds. They gained nearly 2 seconds on that last lap around. So it's definitely looking great news for the team from Solid Band Power. Not so good for the team from Caribbean Racing.
Yeah, what I'm looking at here is the Peterborough Zavora team. Their last lap 20.5. That is absolutely insane. A 34.5 second gap. That only looks to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger and a lot bigger. But fantastic pace from the leaders. They've shown throughout. There's been hardly anyone else who's been able to touch them through the race. Once they got into the lead, they just commanded the race as the Solid Band Power, the gap between them and Caribbean Racing is now 2.1 seconds, so we could see that battle reigniting any time soon as they appear to be an awful lot quicker each lap. Caribbean Racing a 1:32.7 and then Solid Band Power a 1:21.3. That is over 10 seconds, almost, in fact, 11.5 seconds faster a lap. That is going to be about 3 meters before they catch them, in my opinion.
It is indeed. I mean, they've certainly been pushing, and the pressure has been rising all the way through, and now that gap has come down big style. The Caribbean Racing team clearly having an issue on that last lap, so they've lost a good 10 seconds. I think they must have had an off somewhere. I didn't see it, unfortunately, because I was so busy looking at the lap times, as you tend to do more of in the endurance race. But here they go. 4 and 6 are now battling together out on the course. That is level out the gravel trap, trying to close up on the TA team. TA team are just trying to put a lap on them. Here we go. Along the back straight up to the chicane. We've got these two teams battling away for 4th position. This is where things are about to go horribly, horribly wrong for Caribbean Racing, because they've now got the Solid Band Power Cleaner team right up behind them as they go through, and they're going to charge their way through to the first corner. Is this going to be the move for 4th position? It is indeed. Solid Band Power Cleaner has got through now into 4th position in front of the Caribbean Racing team. They are really struggling in this stint, and I have to say their next pit stop for Caribbean Racing cannot come soon enough.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely crucial for Caribbean to get someone quick in that car and try and make that position back, as they're now down to P4, and I believe
it's P5 now.
P5, excuse me, P5, and that is a disastrous turn of events, considering that at one stage they were leading quite comfortably as well. But obviously their pace from the start of the race has dropped off like a cliff, and that's very unfortunate to see for them. But that is endurance racing. It's not over until the end, and so we are going to have to keep an eye on that over the next 113.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this race as the local time approaches 6:30 in the evening, at which point we will be technically 1 hour from the scheduled ending of the race, but obviously we will be overrunning slightly because we were slightly late starting, as a number of karts flowing through. The number 12 being chased by the number 8. That is the hang on now, let me look at my timing screens a second. The number 8 of Peter Bros Avora trying to put a lap on Tutti Karting, and that shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. And let's take a look at some of the gaps now. Caribbean Racing, the gap to Solid Band Power has already been extended to 2 seconds, and I don't suspect that Solid Band Power are using up every single ounce of their pace, because they are now doing 1 minute 20.8, and we've seen that they're capable of knocking 8/10 off of that quite comfortably, but they don't seem to be wanting to do that, probably saving tyres, and possibly a similar strategy from the Caribbeans, but obviously we haven't been able to see the full effect of their pace yet, as we have 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining in this race. A lot of the drivers tucking down behind the wheel, trying to save a bit of fuel, gain a bit of speed, and obviously saving tyres in the corners is vitally important. That's going to be very interesting to see at the end how many people are pushing hard, how many people are being forced to conserve their tyres. These tyres, as far as I'm aware, are the exact same that are used on the normal T4s, that is the Mini, Junior, Senior and 165 categories, but obviously they're designed to be fairly long-lasting, obviously in accordance with Tillotson's idea of value for money karting. You can't have the tyres lasting a lap and then just falling off the cliff, so they should be producing a good amount of grip to the end, but it does matter a lot how you treat them during the race, as we see coming down into the final corner, clattering the curb ever so slightly on the inside, is the number 15 of Northwest Karting, who are currently almost 40 seconds behind the leaders. 38.5 seconds is the interval between themselves and the Peterborough Evora team, currently leading. They're about a second a lap slower, so that gap is going to be extending slightly, but the Peterborough Evora team clearly just absolutely dominating as they make their way around the track, setting consistent times, you have to say. Let's take a look on their live timing. Oh, it's a very, very flat line, the lap times. Let's take a look. Their best lap, 20 flat. Their last 2 laps have been 20.7s, 20.9, 20.8. Very, very consistent times from the Peterborough Evora team versus the Northwest Karting. They are doing reasonably consistent times still. 21.7, 21.7, 21.6, 21.9. Still reasonably consistent, but just not as fast as the Peterborough Evora team are. But obviously, with an hour and 10 minutes still remaining in this race, there is an awful lot of time for things to go wrong. We can't rule out mechanical failures just yet, because these karts obviously being new, there is some risk of things going wrong, things breaking on them perhaps, and maybe the occasional puncture as well. We can't rule that out, although we certainly hope that it doesn't happen, because changing one of these tyres with the protective boards either side of them is quite the job indeed.
Definitely faster to change a kart than it is to change a tyre, so fortunately there are a couple more karts in the fleet. So we're getting towards the closing stages then, certainly well deep into the second half of race action here in the Tillotson T4 Endurance Battle. It's going to be a really exciting challenge as the contenders continue to give us great motorsport out there. Jake Sanson and Simon Byford with you for this Tillotson T4 Nations Cup weekend here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. It's been very, very exciting here in Chiva in Valencia. So far, we obviously had 2 qualifying heats in the T4 Minis, Juniors, Seniors across the 2 rotations of groups, and the Senior 165s. Tomorrow they have their 3rd and final qualifying heat, as well as the race battle in the semi-final tomorrow, or the pre-final if you will, depending on what your age gap is and who you speak to. But then of course we have the final coming up tomorrow as well, and in each of those categories that will determine who is the king of T4 across the 4 separate classes. But then on top of that, we also get to find out which nation is the winning nation in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. It's a wonderful competition, and it really is great to see all these different countries going up against each other to compete for a brilliant crowd.
It is, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see as many drivers as we've seen as well. Lots of different countries, 21 different countries here, and all of them have a fairly strong contingent of drivers. Even some countries like Italy, maybe 2 or 3 drivers, but they're still very, very quick indeed. And then you have the likes of South Africa and the US and plenty of the European countries as well, bringing a very large contingent. Obviously they're the favourites. We've seen even just today South Africa and America have been very much the main contenders in the Nations Cup points pool, with scoring the most victories out of anyone. Obviously the UK getting in there as well. If it wasn't for Calais Atkins's very unfortunate DNF in his first heat, then it's very likely that the UK would have been up there as well. But obviously what happened, and can't be helped now. But it's going to be very interesting tomorrow to see what happens in relation to points. Obviously the UK has a very, very fast driver lineup and lots of drivers at the Nations Cup, excuse me, slip of the tongue there, called it by its former name. It's not the World Cup anymore, it is the Nations Cup. But it is going to be very, very interesting to see how the UK can perform tomorrow versus the likes of the US and South Africa, who have taken the early lead in the point standings.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. There is one little Pyrrhic victory that we need to pick up on. Felipe Braga came and found me just before the 3-hour endurance race got underway and said, if I do win this weekend at any point, I need to remind you that I'm not winning for Italy, even though my license says I'm Italian. I'm winning for Brazil, so if I win, it's a Brazilian victory. It just shows on his flag, on his nationality, because that's where his license is held. But as far as he's concerned, Matias Morgato's already been giving him grief, apparently, from Brazil, where he's having the mother of all parties after becoming World Karting Champion. What are you doing running an Italian flag? You're not Italian, you're about as Italian as marshmallows. Come on, what are you on about? You're a Brazilian, man. You're supposed to be doing a samba in the pit lane, not the ruddy flamenco. Anyway, it's going to be interesting to see how he goes tomorrow. Obviously one of the star contenders in the Masters category, and I'm sure we're going to get some great battles from them. We're actually getting closer now to the 3rd and final hour, 1 hour and 5 minutes left on the clock. Just looking at the battles out there on the course, we're going to need to wait now, I think, for the last pit stop rotation for the next shuffle of the deck, as is often the way in endurance racing at karting level. I do quite like the endurance races though, because things happen that you just would not expect to predict over the course of a sprint race. Sprint racing is one thing, but in endurance you can be running along as happy as Larry out in front, and then suddenly something will occur and it just changes the face of the entire race. You're always on that tenterhook. Plus, the banter in an endurance race is always much more enjoyable. I'm sure people who are watching along at home having a lot of fun, just soaking in the atmosphere and enjoying the battle. I know everybody here at the side of the circuit enjoying their paella as they're getting into the spirit of things as well. I noticed though, things are getting a little bit interesting on the main straight. I think that's the leading team, Peter Brozavora, just trying to keep them motivated. It's easy to get into a lull at this point, and you start to dip in pace. I think they've noticed that his lap times are just creeping into the 120s again, and they're just trying to get him to extend that gap a little bit more.
Yeah, you might say that it's in vain, given that the gap between themselves and P2 is now 41.5 seconds almost.
It's not far off a lap, is it?
Yeah, which I would imagine the only gap that is bigger than that is between Caribbean Racing and JRT France, which is 56 seconds, and the 1 minute 19 gap between Triskel and Level Out the Gravel Trap. Those are the only gaps that are bigger than the gap between first and second.
Well, the smallest gap in the race so far is actually between the JRT France and Triskel teams, because Triskel are really closing up on JRT France now. They managed to get that gap to under 10 seconds, so that's worth keeping an eye on. As the number 10 goes through, that is JRT France. So we're going to count the seconds as on the back straight. there is Triskel trying to close up the gap a little bit. The gap was 9.6. There is the Triskel car coming through. They're getting the gestures from the pit wall to say, get on with this because you are closing up. And the gap is 8.3 seconds. So they've taken another second out of that gap. So again, they could really do with the pit stop window to open again, because obviously their driver is now really struggling to keep the flow of the lap times up.
It certainly seems that way, yeah. And as we're looking at the sector times now coming in, some people still setting personal best sectors, but not many. We're seeing the lap times falling away now as obviously the tyres starting to fade. The fuel, okay, it's being burned off and there's less weight in the cars, but with the poorer performance of the tyres and also the driver fatigue setting in at this stage, in late on in the stint, it is going to be very interesting to see how different crews manage their driver changes into the final set of pit stops. Are they going to put new drivers in? Are they going to put their first driver in or their second driver back in? What's going to be the strategy in regards to that? That could be very, very important as we see into the final corner. Battling away now, we have the number 6 and the number 10 of Caribbean and JRT France, who are going into turn 1 line astern and not making a move just yet, still battling it out. But as they come into turn number 2, the kink of 2, and into the heartbreaking zone of 3, still keeping it nice and civil so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if that changes in a few moments' time when the red mist really starts to descend and JRT France say, no, I'm not having this anymore, I want to go through now.
Well, they need to get on with it, JRT France, because Triskel have got the gap down to 7.3 seconds now. And actually, there's only 9.6 seconds separating Solid Band Power Cleaner to the TA team. So they could still make the podium. I mean, TA team have now responded to that pressure and have set the fastest first sector of anybody in the entire race. 3 karts going together there into the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through A-OK? Just about. As there's a marshal there or thereabouts trying to get back to post, having had a kart going off the road a short while ago, I do believe. But we've got these 3 karts bantering together down the back straight. They've got to be very careful because this is exactly the kind of race battle which can end in tripping over each other. Onto the main straight, we've got the number 6 and the number 10 together. So that is TA team trying to stretch away from JRT France, with the Triskel team, which is now at the front of this trio, really starting to eat up the gap. So the number 7 of Solid Band Power has got the gap down to 9 seconds. Triskel have got theirs to 8.5, so they actually lost a bit of time being stuck in that traffic. So Solid Band Power Cleaner trying to move up into 3rd, and Triskel trying to move up into 6th place. And it's these 2 collections of karts, essentially, where we need to be keeping the focus, because that's where the speed is being won and lost. So still a very intriguing battle as the contenders are still trying to find that little bit more motion from the kart. Number 2 going through there, Tourist Racing, that has now slipped to the bottom of the pile. The 12 is in there, that is Tutti Karting going across the line in 9th position. They are about 2 laps now ahead of the Tillotson team and 3 ahead of the Tourist Racing team. So those 2 crews really have fallen away in the mid-section of the race. There across the line goes the Northwest Karting team, and that gap is just increasing all the time because the Peterborough Zavora team are still banging in 120.9. So their pace is just metronomic for the second hour.
They obviously have the stick driving for them or something.
They do
for this
indeed.
Entire race.
Right, there we go. The pit's open. We've gone into the final hour. The 3rd hour has begun and the pit lane has opened. So this could be quite a critical moment now for a few of the teams. And straight into the pits as soon as the pit lane is open. Now, who is that coming down pit road? I think that is the Triskel team. Oh no, sorry, that's Solid Band Power. They managed to catch right up to TA team, and now they're going to try and leapfrog them in the pit lane to try and move up into 3rd position. So this is a big moment in the race potentially, because that team that's now in 4th position, they want to try and use this to leapfrog past the crew that is in 3rd position, the TA team. Now, Solid Band Power obviously allow Caribbean Racing to go through, but all the other teams have got to make their pit stop as well. What is worth picking up on as well now is that Triskel are just 6.6 behind JRT France. So they've definitely got that gap down even further, and it isn't going to be too long before JRT France may need to start thinking, we're a bit worn out here, we need to get our driver in and changed over, perhaps a little way ahead of schedule. Caribbean Racing look like they're preparing for a pit stop as well, and I think the team at Tourist Racing are also preparing for a stop. So it's all going to come down to when the drivers come into the pits and when they decide, because the trouble is you don't want to pit in too early into the pit stop window. You also don't want to pit in too late, because the time you lose can really cause a headache. And I think that is JRT France coming into the pit lane, and also straight into the pits just after them. Triskel have come into the pits. That's TA Team. So TA Team have responded to Solid Band Power Cleaner, as of JRT France. They've all come into the pits together en masse. And that's not the only team that's come in. Also, Trap has come into the pits as well from what was P8. So a lot of teams choosing the opportunity to come in for what could be the last time, but that would be stretching it a little bit to expect a few of these drivers to go over 58 minutes on one stint.
Well, when you take into account the minimum 5 minutes, it would be fairly close to a 50-minute stint, which is a big ask for anyone. But the heat would be less of a factor at this stage. There would be less fuel in the car, so it would be lighter, potentially a bit easier to handle. Okay, the tyres are going to be worn out, but that is going to be less of an issue. As we see the number 7 pulling up, completed their pit stop. That is Solid Band Power, who are now waiting for their 5 minutes to tick by. 2 minutes 20 into their pit stop time so far, and that is a fairly textbook stop. Obviously no technical issues that are going to hold them up more than is absolutely necessary. All that they have to do is try to avoid losing time on the pit exit, which we have seen a number of drivers doing. Earlier on we saw one team losing almost 8 seconds to another in the pit stop window just from the pit entry and pit exit, because they both went for the stock basic 5-minute pit stops. No more time spent than absolutely necessary. It was all on the pit entry and pit exit where the time was lost. And so that's going to be something really interesting that we have to look out for. How quick are these people coming into the pit entry, and how much urgency are they taking on pit exit? Because that's where a lot of the time is won and lost. And also we have to consider the pit lane is very, very slippery. There's hardly any rubber in the pit lane, and while they're sitting here for the 5 minutes, their tyres are going to be cooling and cooling and cooling. So they're going to have to really think about warming up the tyres at this stage, particularly with the dropping temperature.
Yeah, I was just going to point out the fact that the temperature has dropped, not just because it's getting earlier and later in the day, but the wind has picked up quite dramatically. We're actually in danger of our parasols blowing away here on the pit wall, and that's going to affect the balance of the karts. It's actually going to affect where the grip is around the corners in various parts of the track, but it's also going to affect, potentially, depending on how strong it gets towards the end, the crosswinds could actually put off a driver in a braking zone. I mean, it doesn't sound like that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, but when you're focusing on one particular area of the circuit and suddenly you get a huge gust of wind trying to shake you off of your position, that could actually cause a mistake or two. So those little things that start to creep into the back of a mind in an endurance race in karting, those are actually quite costly errors that you want to avoid. So we've got 4 drivers down in pit road at the moment. We've got the crews from Solid Band Power Cleaner, who were almost onto the podium. They've still got an opportunity to get there, but they were responded to by Triskel, by TA Team, and by the Caribbean Racing Team. So they're going to be the first ones to leave the pits out of this rotation. We've got the JRT France team out there, as well as level out the gravel trap. They're also in position, trying to get themselves in and out of the pits in fairly fast nick. But the number 7 crew is finally going to get its way out now. Solid Band Power will exit the pits, and they will be there having completed its 5-minute pit stop. TA Team are about a minute away from completing theirs. I noticed that the number 1 crew has just joined the back of this little train, and that is the Caribbean Racing Team. Triskel have only just come into the pits, so they're within their first minute of the pit stop happening. So that is currently being organised and sorted out as well and being manipulated. But the team's working very furiously to get themselves back into position once again, but obviously the wind out on the circuit definitely causing a drop in circuit temperature as well. I would estimate, looking at the timing screen, it still seems to say that the air temperature is about 26 degrees Celsius. With that wind coming in, it's probably dropping in field down to about 21, 22. But what it's going to do once the sun goes in behind the mountain, and you can see it's really starting to creep in over our pit wall. But once that sun goes up over the mountain in the next 10-15 minutes or so, the temperatures are going to plummet like a stone. And that final stint, as Rindios was telling us a little bit earlier, that final stint is going to be where this race is won and lost, because drivers are going to want to push that little bit more. They're going to want to get more out of the tyres, more out of the kart. Mistakes will creep in because fatigue is going to be at its highest, and lapsing concentration is going to be sky high.
It certainly is, and one thing that we have to consider as well is the setting sun coming down into the driver's eyes. That's another thing. It might seem like the textbook racing driver excuse for making a mistake, but it is a genuine problem, because if you look at the track layout, you have the sun over here, you have a very important corner in turn 1 where you can lose an awful lot of time if you get it wrong, and then you have the heavy braking zone into turn 10 where you'll have the sun in your eyes into both of those corners.
Absolutely. I've just been watching the solid manpower cleaner kart go past our position here. They're trying to get into the podium, and the driver was actually ducking down by the helmet with his eyes almost shut, because there is that much sunlight creeping into the visor now, causing him an issue. What I notice as well actually is a few of the drivers, the second they make a mistake, the back end kicks out on these karts, and they're having to lurch and lunge their way forwards, trying to get themselves back up to speed again. The frustration for drivers trying to get back on the power, especially those that would not necessarily be used to rental karts. They would have been used to perhaps a little bit of a faster machine like the T4 C1 chassis rather than the rental karts. There's that frustration, but the problem is you do that almost on autopilot. You've got that frustration to try and get yourself back up to speed, but doing that while you're actually in the car traveling at speed, that also tires you out. It builds up your fatigue, and so you're actually going to cause yourself more exhaustion, more tiring out of the car by doing that. Obviously the temptation is there to do it, but it does cause a little bit more in terms of exhaustion. It speeds up the process.
It certainly does, and I've just noticed something, Jake. If you look to the pit lane, you will see the number 2 kart. Batman is back.
Oh, Batman returns.
It is. It is literally Batman returns here in Valencia.
Fantastic.
For the final 50 minutes, one more roll of the dice, one more swing of the bat, and one more appearance of Batman in the number 2 Batmobile.
There we go. That's awesome. The number 2 kart of Tourist Racing. The pilot who has, I'm not joking here, ladies and gentlemen, the coolest helmet I have ever seen in motor racing. It is very, very sweet, that. And I'm sure that Val Kilmer would be very jealous indeed. But Batman is ready to return to the circuit in fine style. But look, it just looks so cool when it's out there on the course. I'm sure we'll pick it up when the team return to the circuit once again. Now, how are things currently going? Well, Northwest Karting are out on circuit briefly, but then they've come back into the pits again for their, what we think is probably likely to be their final stop. I noticed that the Peterborough Zavora team have left their pit stop to the last possible moment. They've decided they're going to go as far into this stint as they can, and then they will just try and run the circuit to its conclusion. But then they're in the best position to do so. They haven't lost any ground in terms of lap time. It hasn't dissipated. They've still got a good rhythm, and everything is looking very strong from their perspective. So they don't really have to worry too much about losing that kind of ground. So they may as well just time it as they need to without having to break a sweat.
Yeah, well, they had almost a minute of a gap when the pit window opened, so they don't really have to worry too much about what's going to happen, unless the driver who they put in is very, very much off the pace, which I very much doubt based on their roster of drivers that we've seen so far today. Unless that happens, they really have nothing to worry about, and we haven't seen any mechanical issues so far, so commentator's curse, I'm going to go out and
went
say...
and said it, didn't you?
Yeah,
No mechanical problems so far, he says.
Yeah, nothing can stop him now. Oh, his engine's just blown up.
Honestly, you would not get some of the looks I get in these paddocks in Europe whenever I start talking about the weather. If I start talking about the weather, everybody looks at me and gives me an evil. It's to say, don't talk about it, otherwise it's going to start raining. Trust me, if I had that kind of power over the weather, if what I said had any bearing, I would have started saying things like money should be falling from the sky any second now. I would have used that for pure evil by now if I really had that kind of power. But still, the commentator's curse, they always seem to blame us when something goes wrong.
Yeah, it's not our fault. We're just saying it before it happens. That's why we're so good at bingo.
We're just Roy Walker over here on the sidelines.
Exactly.
We're just saying what we see. It's as simple as that.
We have a crystal ball in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. You can't actually see it. It's just below the camera what the camera
Absolutely.
can see.
Oh, either that or we're playing the crystal maze secretly in our mind. I can't remember. Yeah, one of those two.
One of those two, definitely.
You've got to be a certain age to get that one. Anyway,
Yeah,
on to the main.
I'll be honest with you, Jake. I don't get that one.
You don't get that one?
I'm
Oh.
18. I'm not that old.
Right. We'll get you watching Challenge.
Yeah.
You'll be absolutely fine.
Go on then.
Anyway, Batman is coming out onto the circuit. They've dropped to 11th place, but they will go back up again once the other teams have come in for their pit stops. The 11 crew are in. That is the Tillotson team and also the 15 crew, Northwest Karting. They're about to head back out on the circuit again. But of course, they're still in a race with TA team for second position. They had a decent gap built up over them, but they want to try, Northwest Karting, to overhaul Peterborough Zavora into the final stint. Things could get very interesting for them as they finish things off here in this 3-hour enduro race. We've only got 48 minutes of it left, and the battle still raging around the course here. Up onto the far side, we're still waiting, incidentally, for Peterborough Zavora, and we've just had Shooty Karting come into the pits now. The Shooty Karting team, they were in third position when they pitted, so they have left their pit stop right till the bitter end. So obviously making a very good race of it. Now, Solid Band Power out of their pit stop are going to make a really good race of this to TA team because they have brought the gap down to just 2.6 seconds. TA team are desperately trying to pull away, but the Solid Band Power Cleaner team by ABR, they are pushing very hard here. They're up through turns 6, 7 and 8, trying to get away from each other, but this is the crew, number 6 and number 7, that are third and fourth, and this is the on-track battle for third position. They are giving a great race of it as they now go up through turns 8 and 9. Caribbean Racing, by the way, have just got themselves back into 5th position, but that's by courtesy of the fact that the Shooty Racing team are now in the pit lane. The one team that isn't in the pit lane, though, is Peterborough Zavora, and they've got to do it soon, otherwise they are going to have a problem when the pit lane closes, as they obviously need to get on with it. At the moment, the pit lane is open, but they've got to make sure they pit in with good time. Northwest Karting going through, back out onto the circuit again. And obviously they've lost a lot of ground to the leading crew by virtue of the fact that Peterborough Zavora have yet to make their 5-minute pit stop to finish up. But we're just keeping an eye out now for the number 8 crew, who will be coming into the pits any moment now as the final crew to make their pit stop. But they are running the gauntlet. They're going to leave it as late as possible to make their final stop. I'm still very excited by the prospect of TA team versus Solid Band Power, number 6 versus number 7 at the end of this race, because that battle is for third position. Here we go. Finally, the leaders have come into the pits, and that is the last crew to make their competitive pit stop. So they did it in time with the pit lane still open. Now, while they're in pit road, I want to pick up the battle for third position. 6 versus 7, and they're in the middle of the pack now. They're in the middle of the circuit, 6 and 7. Battling away there for third and fourth position, just making their way onto the antepenultimate back straight. So these two crews are only separated by 2.2 seconds, and TA team, every time Solid Band Power Cleaner take a bit of time out of their lap, they continue to make a little bit more ground. So they kind of trade sector times at the moment. Solid Band Power just took 0.4 of a second out of their advantage in the last lap. But as the two karts are now on the back straight, battling for third and fourth position, they're going to come into view on the final turn. Here is the third place crew, and right behind them is the team for fourth position, 6 versus 7. That is the team. TA team versus Solid Band Power Cleanup. And who's that just behind them? Is that Triskel trying to make their way back up the order once again? It's the number 10 crew. Yes, it is JRT France, in fact. So JRT France that are about a lap down, trying to get themselves onto the lead lap again. As Tillotson team get out onto the circuit, Shooty Karting are not going to be too far behind them. But the leading team, the number 8 crew for Peterborough Zavora, are in pit road for the last time.
And this really is going to be a sprint to the finish. It's going to be probably about 40 minutes of a stint once they come back out. They're a minute and a half into their 5-minute pit stop, and 44.5 minutes remaining. If my maths is correct, that is almost exactly 40 minutes of a sprint until the finish. So that is going to be very, very interesting to see how their advantage fares over the next 40 or so minutes.
So it will be a tight battle all the way through. But the biggest battle out there is going to be TA team versus Solid Band Power. They're going to come up to the final turn very soon. There is Batman, still doing a great job. Batman returns.
You really do love him, don't
to
you?
the circuit. Yeah, no, I do. He's my favourite driver. Absolutely amazing. Maybe he can get me a part in the next one. I'm good at, I can play Robin.
I'm sure you could.
I'm very good at it. I'm still sprightly.
No comment.
How dare you look at me with those eyebrows anyway. I'm only 36 inches. Anyway, moving on. Round the waist. No, sorry, round the neck is more accurate.
Oh,
anyway, up to the back straight. We've still got these battles raging on. And coming up towards us, we have the duel for third position, gaining ground on us once again. There's the number 4 card going down the main straight. That is level out the gravel trap with the Tillotson team behind them on the road. And they're only about a lap adrift of them in terms of the overall pace that's been set. So there's still some good battles to be had. But the teams are making good work of things. Now the gap between TA Team and Solid Band Power has come down to just 2 seconds. So 2 seconds between these two crews now. And they've got some traffic in the road in front of them. That's not going to help at all. So as they work their way through, this is going to be very close indeed for the third position battle between TA Team and Solid Band Power. And they're going to go onto the back straight together. So this is where third position is going to be fought for. They've got a slower kart to deal with. So this is suddenly going to change the face of third position. That's a move down the back straight, but is that for actual third position? Or is that still to be had because we've got the 2 karts coming towards? I think that's a change for position coming up. Here we are, they are coming through, 6 and 7. So the Solid Band Power team is the second kart in the trio. The first kart in the trio is the TA team, and the gap has come down to 8. So this is the closest battle on track, and this is for third position overall.
And what I have noticed is that the pit lane has now closed. The number 8 still sitting in the pits for another 55 seconds. Not sure if they're going to run into any issues with that.
Nah, perfectly legal. As long as they came in when the pit lane was open, that's perfectly fine and dandy, which they did. So they won't have to worry too much about that one.
Well, that's going to be very, very relieving for them as they wait for, as I say, another roughly 25, 35 seconds until they can finally go out and try again to maintain the lead that they've had pretty much from the off. Within the first sort of hour, they've gained the lead and then just maintained it for the other 2. It's been a frankly dominant display by the Peterborough Evora team, who are, well, they have an interval of, it says 6 minutes, which is highly inaccurate, I would imagine.
Well, I suppose it is by the time that Northwest Karting has come across the line to get on the same lap.
Yes, technically speaking.
So it was about 6 minutes. Here we go. On to the home straight, 6 versus 7. They can breathe each other's exhaust fumes now. TA Team and Solid Band Power Cleaner, and they are dueling in turn 1 for third position as the leaders get out onto the circuit as well to rejoin it. And they are going to go through to the end, but this is the battle for the final step of the podium. Third and fourth between 6 and 7, and you really get the sense now that Solid Band Power Cleaner are going to try and get into third position sooner rather than later. They are reeling in, and there's going to be an opportunity to overtake any moment now. They are tired, they are worn, they are pushing hard, these 2 crews, but all it's going to take is a little mistake from the crew up front, TA Team, and all that hard work to get into third position will suddenly come undone, and the Solid Band Power Cleaner team by ABR are going to get back through into third position. They're working hard to get there, but this crew of German talents in fourth position working hard to get themselves back up into position. They had 0 power in the opening stages. They plummeted down the order, but they have fought back. They are reeling in the drivers in front, and it looks as though this crew is going to be up there on the third position rung of the ladder. They're going to come through to the final chicane once again. You're just waiting for an overtaking move from them now. They really are pushing it now as they come onto the final straight once again. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. He sees his opportunity now. And the Solid Band Power Cleaner team have got that gap down to just half a second. He's having his first think about it into turn 1. This is the battle for third position with just 40 minutes remaining. So it really is now or never. And still this kart all over the back of the TA Team number 6, hoping for a crack at third position. This is the toughest fight on the track at the moment. It's definitely the closest battle on the race circuit, and it is for third place. Is there going to be a move? You certainly sense that if Solid Band Power Cleaner can just keep on rolling on, then they're going to get the opportunity. But they get a little bit hungry behind the TA team kart, and then they spoil it just by getting a little bit too eager on the brakes. They need to give a little bit more patience to this task. This is probably going to take them another 5 minutes or so to get through at this rate.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that, if I'm honest with you, Jake. Seeing them gaining in the braking zones and then losing out on the straight, fast in, slow out, it's not the strategy that wins you positions as they come down onto the back straight. They look fairly even on pace, both ducking down behind the wheel. I think potentially the TA team might have a little bit more oomph in a straight line than the Solid BAM Power team as they come down into the final chicane. Let's see, is there going to be a move out of the final chicane into turn 1? There's about 2 kart lengths distance between them as they come down into turn 1 now. Line astern, is there going to be a move to the inside by the Solid BAM Power team? No, there isn't. Holding station just for now as they exit turn 1 into turn 2. They're almost side by side. Is there going to be a cutback? Oh, there looks to be. The Solid BAM Power team certainly thought about it for a second, but nothing that could be done.
Here we go.
But look at this, into turn 4 and 5. This is absolutely fantastic. Turn 6 up the inside. That is absolutely brilliant racing there between the two of them. Great respect. Hardly any contact at all, if any, I would imagine. That is absolutely fantastic to see. A real fantastic on-track battle for the podium places, no less.
They really are the So Solid crew, aren't they? Solid BAM Power Cleaner getting into 3rd position. The ABR boys managing to work their way forward into 3rd position with just 40 minutes to go. It really is gunning full blazing at the moment as across the line again. We still have some good battles to come in this race as we gear ourselves up for the final push now. 37 minutes remaining in this 3-hour enduro. And the Peterborough Zavora team have 45 seconds lead over the Northwest Karting team. But Solid BAM Power have just made their move to get into 3rd position. The response from TA team, they're gesturing to their driver, come on, go get him back again. He said, what do you think I'm doing? What do you think I'm trying to do? Of course I'm trying to come back at him. But they're pretty quick actually in 3rd place. And you see how they've gained all that time and now managed to get past us. So all of a sudden the tables are turned. But interestingly, Solid BAM Power are not just the fastest kart of that battle, they are the fastest kart on track at the moment. A 121.1 consistently from them. Well, actually the only kart that's going quicker is JRT France. And I do note that the Peterborough Zavora crew, their driver out there is still pushing as hard as they can, but they are one of the slowest karts at this point in the top 3. So this is all going to come back to them again. Is that JRT France unlapping themselves? I think it is. JRT France is actually trying to unlap themselves now from the TA team and try and bring themselves back into the action again. Now, Northwest Karting are desperately trying to motivate their driver as they come down the straight because Peterborough Zavora are currently 0.6 of a second per lap faster than the leading crew. So if there is one more mistake in this race from the leaders at any point, and then Northwest Karting can maintain this sort of pace, then all of a sudden the Northwest Karting team actually have a chance here to get themselves back into the victory, would you believe? Because we've got 35 minutes to go plus the additional lap. It's a 45-second gap between them, but if they continue to gain anywhere between 0.6 of a second to a second per lap, and there's one more error from the Peterborough Zavora team, then suddenly this race isn't over yet.
It really is the golden hour at this stage. The sunset over the mountains and the racing is only getting closer. The leaders are slowing down and...
Oh dear, Batman's causing a bit of a roadblock here by the look of it.
For heaven's sake, Batty, what are you doing? Get out of the blooming way.
He does finally get out of the way.
He does.
But
he's like the M25. It's absolute carnage, but with Batman as they round their way through.
Oh, and Batman spun it.
Oh, for heaven's sake. How has he done that? Batty has been faultless all afternoon.
That's what happens when you tangle with the penguin.
As soon as we accuse him of being like the M25, he spins. Well, that's just disastrous from Batman.
Dear. Right, get ready for the next Batman pun, but there you go, Batman Forever Entertaining.
The spin-off.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that is the spin-off of Batman.
The spin-off Batman.
We like
there we
it.
have it.
Wasn't that Teen Titans? Wasn't that awful? My son watches
no
that.
idea.
My son watches that. It's terrible. Don't watch it.
I'll take your word for it.
Don't watch it. Anyway, Peterborough Zavora, the gap has come down again. 44.5 seconds now is the gap out on the circuit. So the gap has come down to under 3/4 of a minute once again. So if they continue in this sort of pace, 44.5 seconds currently the gap. So there's every opportunity for things to change. I noticed that TA Team have not actually given up on third position, even though they've lost that place just recently to the Solid Band Power Cleaner team. They are still trying to get back into the battle once again. So it isn't over yet by any stretch of the imagination. These two, a bit of a moment out of the final turn as the 11 crew, that is the team from Tillotson, actually missing the chicane there on their way through. So a bit of a moment, unfortunately for them. But Peterborough Zavora desperately trying to get back into the low 121s. They've dropped to a 121.6, which is a bit quicker than they were going, but obviously it's going to get more and more exhausting. Northwest Karting go across the line. What's their sort of pace? 121.3, so they're still chipping away at the advantage that Peterborough Zavora have. Crucially though, the Peterborough Zavora team have picked up their pace enough by about 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second extra per lap, that pretty much keeps them in the hunt for the victory once again. But Northwest Karting really pushing it. Now as we come onto the main straight, we've got 7 and 6 still racing each other. Gestures from the number 6 TA team. Is that the kart in third position? Yes, of course it is. You just overtook him. You just had him overtake you 2 or 3 laps ago. Now you've got to get back on it. Fastest third sector of the entire race has just popped up from JRT France. They've just banged in a time good enough for P6. And the fastest lap of their race, a 120.8, which is about 0.8 of a second off the fastest lap in this race. And still good pressure all the way.
And I have to say, the Peterborough Zavora team really stepping up the pace now. A 120, oh no, never mind, a 122.7. They're dipping into the 22s now. That's not good news for them. Now absolutely gobbling up the exhaust fumes, and they haven't gone for a move into turn 1, but they may well go for a move into turn 3. Look at how close they are, trying to unlap themselves. No move into turn 3 or into the chicane. And into turn 5 and 6. Very, very difficult to make any moves here. Turn 7, it's a possible overtaking opportunity, but it would be very, very risky and not a great idea with only 25.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. The best chance that they're going to have is turn 10 on this lap. Look at how much they're gaining. This is absolutely monstrous pace from JRT France into turn 10. They hold station for now, but they do get the switchback on the exit, but they're being absolutely hung out to dry by the Solid BAM racing team. And, oh, never mind, I lost my live timing for a second, but it's back now. So we are back on the road, both metaphorically and literally, as we see JRT. Look at how much they're gaining in a straight line on the Solid BAM power team, coming down into the last chicane. Are they just going to sit behind? They are for now, but watch into turn 1. Watch what happens. Are they going to go for a move? They are really trying their hardest here now. He puts his hand up to shield his eyes from the sunshine. Into turn 1, he moves to the outside. He's obviously not going for a move. You cannot overtake on the outside of turn 1. And into turn 2, the fast flick of turn 2, really feeling the G-forces as you transfer from the long right-hander into a sharp left. Just maintaining his position for now. I think he might just be trying to eat up the slipstream for now, Jake.
Well, how close did the ABR kart come to binning it in the final chicane just by hopping over the curbs incredibly dramatically, as a few drivers are doing now? Do you know, I don't think this race is over yet for the win, actually, because I've started to notice that the pace has dropped a little bit more again from the Peterborough Zavora, and their driver, who is currently in the kart, is actually struggling to see in a straight line, because as we talked about with the sun setting, until it actually goes down behind those mountains, he can't see when he goes down the main straight here because the sun is in his eyes. So the Peterborough Zavora kart, they're really struggling to keep themselves up in the sharp end of the dais, trying to keep themselves in first position. But watch when the leaders come through this time by. We're still watching this incredible battle for third position being hampered by JRT France that are trying to unlap themselves from the ABR crew. But the kart behind them is actually the leading crew. They're leading the race at the moment, but they are struggling to see in a straight line at the moment. Look, as they come off the turn, and well, now actually the sun has just gone down behind the hill enough that they no longer need to put their hand over their eyes in order to see where they're going. But that means that the circuit is going to be very dark very quickly indeed here in the last 23 minutes. It's going to be a very interesting end to the race, that's for sure.
It certainly is. It might be a good time to start getting your Tillotson brand jumpers out, because it is going to get significantly colder. Tyre temperatures may turn into an issue here, but obviously the track is going to take a little while to cool down, so by the time that it gets cold enough for tyre temperatures to be an issue, there will only be a matter of minutes remaining, as we have only 22.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. It is now a sprint to the finish for everyone involved, a 40-second flat gap between P1 and P2 of Peterborough Zavora and the Northwest karting team. I'm not sure. I think Peterborough's have this in the bag, Jake. I hate to go against you on this one, but I don't think that they can make up just under 2 seconds a lap every lap for the rest of the race.
There's clearly an end-of-term atmosphere down here in the T4 Tillotson Nations Cup. I'm going to completely stitch up my colleague who has decided to be funny right at the very end of the race here. I don't know if you can see underneath my chair, but Jamie Harscott, bless him, has decided that my phone wasn't in a good position on the pit wall. He's actually strapped it with cable ties to the leg of my chair.
That is absolutely
I haven't
brilliant.
got any pliers, Jamie. Thanks very much for that. So if anybody wants to call me, well, I'm afraid I'm going to have a chair blocked to the side of my face for the rest of the weekend. That's how if I'm going to make any phone calls, I'm just going to be carrying a chair all weekend. Hello. I'm going to look like Dom Jolly off Trigger Happy TV, aren't I?
Look
Honestly.
at him, he's just looking at us like he doesn't know what he's done.
He knows exactly.
Oh, look at him there, he's cowering away in the corner now. That's it, hide.
Yeah, hiding behind Ross Upton, that's a very sensible decision, Jamie, well done.
Run away, Jamie, run far, far away. Jake will hunt you down.
And Jamie will still
Using
beat
the
me, that's
GPS
fine.
on his phone, which is now attached to his chair.
He'd still beat me, it's fine, no worries. I do love this, I love the atmosphere down here, it's great.
Oh, it's cracking, isn't it?
Never boring, never a dull moment. The battle still raging out on the course as JRT France has managed to unlap itself in fights to... Oh, hello. Has Batman had enough? Batman has indeed had enough. So the final spin. Pit lane isn't open, but they're going to come in for the pit stop and change driver anyway. So number 2, the Tourist Racing team, and I'm afraid that is really going to put them down to the back of the field because that's an additional pit stop they really didn't need to take. So a very interesting situation, but it is getting dark here as we approach the final 20 minutes of racing here at the Tillotson T4. I don't know if you could see this, but yeah, just check out under my seat. You can just about make out my mobile phone. It's been strapped to the chair leg there. Thanks, Jamie. Still having great fun and games here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Myself, Jake Sanson, with my colleague Simon Byford, having great fun at Valencia.
We are, yeah. If you want, I can take your microphone and you can show the ladies and gentlemen watching along on the live stream.
I don't know if that was supposed to get it. Just on the side there of my chair, you can just about make out.
It's on the back leg.
It's on the back leg. It's been put
tied.
there. So fabulous craftsmanship there and some good cable tying. Oh, I love it. End of the season bants. Why not? That's what karting gives us. It's great motorsport. It's great fun and games. Love it. Right, we have got 20 minutes. Goodness me, this race has raced by.
It has.
And it's not been dull at any moment at all. We've still got JRT France trying to get under the skin of the Solid Band Power Cleaner by ABR team. They're still running there in their battles on the road, although Solid Band Power still in third position. TA team are just hoping that those two end up taking each other off, essentially, and they can get back third position, because that's essentially the closest battle that's on track at the moment. A very tight race battle with them all, but very, very close proximity to them all as they continue to jog away for position. But these are the stages of the race where it's going to get quite dark now, Simon. It's quite cool, it's quite cold. The tyres are going to want to push a little bit harder. The drivers are just want to get to the finish of the race. This is where those silly little mistakes and errors start to come in.
Yeah, I think now at this stage the drivers are going to be thinking about getting out, having a bit of paella and maybe a cup of tea or a cup of coffee.
Are you hungry by any chance, Simon?
Well, I might be. I've still got half a sandwich from my lunch in my bag. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to eat all of it.
Paella on the brain
before the live stream, but yeah, I'll certainly be having that after we're done. But I think the drivers, they're going to be thinking, their mind might be wandering now at this stage, thinking about the end. What are they going to do when they get back to the hotel? You know, what are they going to eat? They're going to be thinking, of course, how much they want to get out, because they are going to be really tired at this stage, not only from the racing, but also it has been a very long day for some of them, because a lot of them are doing work in the other categories as mechanics also. So that is going to be going to be weighing on them slightly, I would imagine, as they enter the final.
Have you seen this?
Oh, look at this.
Batman,
this
we
is
love you.
Absolutely
Oh,
brilliant.
Thanos, we need to get your camera back on the pit wall at some point, because the boys here, they've this is a completely different race team compared to the ones that they've been battling away with. This is also we got to get this in shot. The boys from I think that this is the boys from the number 2 crew. This is from Tunis Racing. Check this out, guys. Absolutely awesome. We got the crew here that have been enjoying the racing all the way through. Batman, te queremos. Batman, we love you. Absolutely awesome here from the guys down there. Oh, they've done it in several languages as well. Batman, nous t'aimons. There we go, 4 different languages. Ti amiamo Batman. Is that Portuguese, that one? It's Italian, that one. Okay, so they've done it in 4 separate languages, just so that everyone at home knows that Batman is our favourite race driver in the endurance race. Gracias, mi amigos. Thank you very much indeed. So cool.
Well, that really is the cherry on top, isn't it? What started out as an innocent Batman pun.
Absolutely. It's gone completely out of control now. Love it. So, the final stages of this race, and you can see that the TA team are really struggling to keep the pace now to hang on to Solid Bam Power, who still hold 3rd position, but they are just following in the wheel tracks of JRT France. They don't need to worry about the guys behind them anymore. They've managed to get that gap up to a sizable 3 seconds, which isn't a lot in the grand scheme of things, but certainly in terms of the battle for 3rd position, that's enough to be comfortable as long as they can keep it on the island. Because in terms of raw run lap pace, they are currently setting 120.8s. The TA team are still there or thereabouts. They got a 120.5 towards the end of racing still, but as long as JRT France are there in position, look, they're still racing each other. JRT France looking over his shoulder, looking at the fact that Solid Bam Power ABR are still on their tail going, no, I'm not going to lose this position. I'm not going to lose this now. It's taken me this long to get back past you. I am not going to get lapped again. So it's great battles between the drivers in these separate teams. Absolutely amazing. Fantastic racing all the way through here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. The endurance race, it's been absolutely awesome. And when you consider that we were supposed to have a dozen crews, just over, well, a baker's dozen crews on the starting grid, 13 teams, and we only had 11, it would be easy for you to expect that this race would be dull as ditch water. It just hasn't been. It's just been amazing for these 3 hours. Great racing, great banter. And hang on a minute, that looked to me like JRT France has taken their foot off the brake pedal. They're just chilling behind the wheel. He looks like he's auditioning for the next series of Pimp My Ride. Never mind racing for it. That's absolutely ridiculous. He's there with 1 foot on the gas, 1 wheel off the brake pedal. He's just chilling. This isn't Detroit, mate. He's just cruising around there in front of the team from Solid Bam Power. Still holding on to the position. I notice it's only on the straights when he's taking his foot off the brake pedal. The rest of the time, he's absolutely keeping it in position. But the thing with these rental karts, it's all about momentum and rhythm. So you only really need to get on the brake pedal, I would assume, maybe twice, possibly 3 times around the whole lap, because the rest of it you can just do by deceleration and taking your foot off the throttle. So an interesting scenario still for the drivers. However, the teams are still keeping their racers motivated here. Northwest Karting have managed to get that gap down again to 37.5 seconds. But obviously, they have run out of time, realistically, to win this race now. 14 minutes plus the additional lap. But JRT France are actually pulling clear again here of the Solid Bam Power race team. Still trying to hold on from the ABR crew. In 4th position behind them, you've got the number 6 kart of TAT, who are now 3 seconds back, matching essentially for pace. So it's going to be an interesting battle to see how they continue on their way through round the course. But the leaders come through once again. Peter Brozavora go into the next lap, and they are steady at 121.0s at the moment. They don't need to go any faster than that. They've certainly got this pace wrapped up. They just need to count down the minutes now, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Ooh, a bit of a moment out of the final turn, as the number 4 crew very nearly losing it. Level out the gravel trap, almost ditching it as they try to unlap themselves from Triskel. In fact, they have just unlapped themselves from Triskel, but the Triskel team trying to get themselves a little further up in terms of the draw of positions. It's worth pointing out, the pits are open one final time. So the pits are open one last time, just in case there needs to be that one last pit stop procedure. Now here comes the 11 and the 12 together on the road. That is Tillotson team and Tutti karting, and they are trying their best to continue racing each other right to the bitter end. Here is the pair of drivers still dueling it out. JRT France versus Solid Band Power Cleaner, and they've got a little bit of time over the TA team. JRT France have just set the fastest third sector of the entire race, and they continue their pace on a 24.659. So in terms of the fastest lap of the race was set by the crew from JRT France. From Peterborough Zavora, I should say. A 1 minute 20.0 fastest lap of the race from them. The fastest team in the first sector is Solid Band Power Cleaner. They've managed to set a first sector time of 20.42. The fastest second sector time is that of Peterborough Zavora. They've managed to get the time down to a 34.5. And then the final sector, the third sector, the fastest time is that from JRT France, and they have found themselves in third sector, the fastest time of all. They've just set that, which is a 24.659 second third sector. So the race pace has been absolutely brilliant all the way through. The pits are open one final time for the last 11.5 minutes of the race. So there could still be one final visit to the pits if needed. But obviously with the pits open one last time, obviously there could well be one final trip to the pits. But the question is, who is it going to be that decides to make their pits? Because I'm not sure everybody is done. There appears to be some frantic pit lane activity down at Northwest. Now that is the crew that's in second place. Are they going to make one final pit stop? Are we going to get one final stops?
We nearly lost the PA again.
We nearly lost the PA. Managed to catch it.
Yeah, there was a heart-in-mouth moment. I think we might do the pit lane opening for the final sort of 11 minutes. There is a little bit of shuffling around going on in the pit lane, but I'm not sure that there is going to be a whole lot of action. Let's see as they come down into the final chicane. Does anyone dart off into the pits? I'm not sure that anyone will, and by the looks of things, no one is at the minute. But it would be, you have to say, a very silly manoeuvre with only 10 minutes and 30 seconds plus one lap to go into the pit lane for a 5-minute pit stop.
I just wonder, do they need a quick splash and dash? Because if they haven't got enough fuel to get to the end of the race, then maybe that's why they've had to open the pit lane one final time, because obviously they've opened the pit lane with only about 12 minutes left. But if there's not enough fuel for the karts to get to the end of the race, if they're going to be running on dregs, then we may get just one final drama. It's very, very close to the end of this race. But you can quite clearly see there on the pit gantry behind us, the pit is open one more time. So if there is going to be one final splash and dash of fuel, then they may need to come in one last time. We may get 10 minutes of frantic pit lane activity plus the final lap of the race.
We might do, or we might get 5 minutes to sit here and talk about Batman again,
and Paella,
and then 5 minutes of just going to the
flag. It's now come off, so it must have been in jest. Okay, there we go. I think they just got the crews a little bit worried there. Oh, we got to make another pit stop. Are you kidding? But well, no, they don't. No, they don't. It's fine. Don't worry, guys.
It's another practical joke
from
Jamie, I'd
imagine. It is. I think it's another practical joke from Jamie Arscott. There you go. The pit lane was open again. I just wanted more activity. I wanted to see Batman one more time.
Jamie seems to be denying all involvement. He's walking away from us looking increasingly shifty.
Stand down. It's all fine. No worries. So we're in the last 9 minutes then of racing. 9 minutes plus the final lap. And it looks like it is all going to go the way of Peterborough Zavora, who are 36 seconds now in front of Northwest Karting. Third position for the Solid Band Power team. They have now extended that gap to TA team to 4 seconds, but it is still the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment in the closing stages. Caribbean Racing have kept it pretty stationary now at 5th position. You've got a feel for them. They were leading at one stage in this race. And then in P6, we have the team from JRT France, who still think, here they come down the main straight, JRT France still think they are battling for the podium. Has anybody told them they're not in 3rd place?
Ignorance is bliss, Jake. Let them be happy for the next 8.5 minutes plus one lap, and then we'll break the bad news to them that they're actually not fighting for the podium.
This might be pride, of course. This might be them thinking, well, we lost time we didn't need to earlier on. So this is where we could have finished. They could be like Jim Bowen in Bullseye. Let's have a look at what we could have won. They're in 3rd position, just trying to keep themselves in front of the team from Solid Band Power Cleaner. And they're desperately trying to hang on to it. Look, they're still racing them. as if they're actually in the fight for the podium. Bless them.
Or it could be one other thing. Spite.
Oh, yes. Yeah, just that's it. Just trying to...
Maybe there's some drama that we don't know about.
This out earlier on, so now we're going to reward you for that. We're going to try and get you over and back you into the pack again in TAT. If we can't finish in the podium, neither can you.
Exactly. Maybe a disagreement or something about how good the Top Gun films were.
Yeah, that's it.
Something like that. Something trivial, of course. Nothing serious. But anyways, as we come off that tangent,
that was a wild one.
Into the final 7.5 minutes of this race, plus 1 lap.
Ooh, JRT France nearly lost it coming off the final turn there. Just the back end kicked out, and now they're really going to lose ground. This is going to be their moment to fight. Hang on a minute. TA team has come into the pits. TA team from 4th position. So TA team that were going to be in P4, no problem. They look like they're now going to lose that to the Caribbean Racing team. So there is last minute drama.
There always seems to be last minute drama in T4s, be it rental or otherwise, and that is great news for the Caribbean Racing team, as they were about 38 seconds, 40 seconds there or thereabouts behind the TA team coming on to the last lap that they completed there. They've now been given an easy P4 from what was a signed, sealed, delivered P5, and that is going to be great news for them.
Yep.
Obviously unfortunate for them that they weren't able to fight for the podium despite their strategy of waiting till the end and then push like mad, but still I suppose some consolation there for the Dominicans and Puerto Ricans. I nearly forgot where they were from then. That's it's a fairly small geographical area.
They're from the Caribbean.
Yeah, well, I guessed that much, but I wanted to be more specific, you know. I wanted to show that I cared.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Work. But no, JRT France are still racing this as if they're in the fight for 3rd position, but the Caribbean Racing team have now moved their way into P4. But of course, this is the heartbreak for TA team because they've got to make the pit stop. They shrug their shoulders. Can't you just let me out? Well, no. Every time you make a pit stop, it's got to be 5 minutes in duration.
Exactly.
So that's going to cost them not just 4th, that's going to drop them to, they're already down to 6th. Triskel are going to come through. Level out the gravel trap, I think, are going to come through as well. Look, gesturing in the pit lane going, come on, we just needed to change driver. That's all we needed to do. And they're sat there in position going, can't you just let us back out again? I'm like, well, no, the regulation is clear. If you're in the pits, you're in the pits for 5 minutes. That's the way it's got to work. So that's a big, big problem for the TA team. They're going to cost themselves not only a chance at the podium, but they're going to drop out of the top 6. They may even drop out of the, well, not quite, they might even drop out of the top 10, would you believe?
That would be a real stroke of absolutely horrendous luck, as they can hear their competitors flying past them lap after lap, as they still have more than 2.5 minutes to sit and wait, with only, well, less than 5 minutes plus a lap left in this race. You have to say that is absolutely terrible luck from a team that have shown absolutely fantastic pace right the way throughout the race, battling near constantly with the Caribbean Racing team.
We've just got the new fastest lap. Solid BAM Power have just banged in a 1:19.9. They've finally broken the 80-second barrier for the lap time, so they have banged in the fastest lap right at the bitter end there, and that is a 1:19.9. I did wonder if in the closing stages we were getting, oh, we've got a great battle in the middle of the squad here, as JRT France and Solid BAM Power, who have just set the fastest lap of the race, are scrapping away with one of the back marker teams. I think that is the 11 of Tillotson team that they've just tripped over. But that team in the second of these two karts has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:19.9 in 3rd position.
And you have to say drama right the way to the flag with less than 4 minutes to go. Still fighting out all the way to the flag. The teams from France and where did you say the other one was from? Which was the other one? It was JRT France.
It is JRT France and Solid BAM Power.
Solid BAM Power. I have to say, fantastic for them, setting a 1:19.9 whilst fighting JRT France.
Can we keep an eye on the final quarter for a moment? Because Josh East, bless him, is absolutely going for it in terms of those close-up shots. I mean, Josh East is one of the top photographers for karting in Europe. There's no two ways about that. But in terms of his level of commitment to put himself into position there, It's an absolutely heroic effort he's doing right there on the final turn. See, there is Josh East right there on the final corner, and he is going as close as he possibly can to get those raw shots. I mean, that's dedication, and that's obviously it's a very tight corner to be on. But watch these drivers as they come through. He is going to be. This is total dedication and commitment right to the apex. Josh East really flirting with it there.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Absolutely.
Cometh the hour, which just so happens to be 25 to 8. Cometh the man, and the man is Josh. What an absolutely fantastic bloke. He's been taking pictures all day long, and obviously it has to be said, if you want to buy the pictures of yourself racing or team photos or anything like that from Josh, then your custom is very, very much appreciated. He does such hard work, literally putting his life on the line there, all in the name of the benefit of other people and giving other people some cool photographs of themselves racing. And well, we need to give him a round of applause and a pay rise when he gets back to the paddock, I think.
There is a fine line between skilled and crazy, and Josh East was flirting with it right there. That's why we love him. Absolutely amazing there on the final bend, getting those epic shots as the drivers were coming through the final couple of corners there. But there's your leader going into the final couple of laps, and it's been an absolute rout for them. This is the penultimate lap for them, I notice, because ticked down to 0 at exactly the right moment as far as they're concerned, I think. In fact, Peter Brozavora could really do with down a little bit to one less racing lap to complete. Whether or not they'll pick up on that or not, but certainly they're pushing it right to the bitter end to finish off in fantastic style here in Valencia. But we are into the final minute of this 3-hour enduro. It's been a fantastic race, Simon. We've had so many dramas and thrills and spills in a race of 3 hours with 11 karts in it that we had no reason to expect would be quite as thrilling as it has been.
Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that the T4s always deliver. We've seen fantastic action all day with the minis, the juniors, and all the different variations of the seniors, and now with the rentals, it has proven to be a very, very successful category. Very few mechanical issues, if any, and as the leaders around the final couple of corners, it is going to be a question of, are we going to have to do 2 more laps or 1? And I think it is going to be 2, unless...
Yep, it's going to be 2.
It's going to be 2. He's not slowed down. He could have slowed down and just got into the hotel earlier if he really wanted to, but he decided, no, he's paid good money to be here. He's going to do an extra lap. He's come this far.
This battle is still going strong between JRT France and Solibab Cleaner. They're still going at it. They're still ripping it apart now. 1 and 4 coming down the straight having a battle. That's Caribbean Racing and Level Out the Gravel Trap. They're having a nice little duel to finish the race off with as well. But yeah, the race leaders, Peter Brozavora, you had one job. You had one job. Just back off in the back straight. Give us a couple of 6 seconds. But no, they wanted the win. They really wanted to take the victory, and I noticed that all of the crews are now returning to the pit. Can celebrate the end of this race in fantastic fashion. Still, these 2 karts are going at it into the final corner. Up the inside, JRT France, they're actually banging wheels with them as they come through in the final hairpin. Very tight racing with these 2 crews. They're still going at it. They're still racing all the way to the death. But the last lap is going to come through now for our leading crew. The number 18, Peter Brozavora, will come into the final corner now. There is the leading crew. They come into sight, and they are going to have just one last lap. And this is going to be a fabulous, well, here we go. Ultima Vuelta, the last lap of this Tillotson T4 Endurance 3-hour in the Nations Cup. And it has been an absolute thriller.
Well, it certainly has. It's been action right the way throughout. 3 hours of pretty much non-stop action all the way. Oh, we've got the number 4 there completely missing the chicane, but we won't hold that against them on account of the fact that they've been driving very, very well for 3 hours now. So we won't worry too much about a little corner cut there. But it has to be said that even though we haven't had the biggest grid of endurance karts today,
We
it
certainly
has
will
been...
next year, won't we?
Oh, we certainly will. If this is anything to go by, I can see the T4 endurance category really taking off as we see the battle is still continuing. Oh my goodness me.
These two teams are still banging 7 bells out of each other on the last lap or so. But they're going to keep this going all the way to the end. They want drama right to the death. Meanwhile, on the back straight, the leaders are coming through. It's a shame we didn't get the team from Mexico. It's a shame we didn't get the team from South Africa. But here come Peter Brozavora into the final chicane. And after 3 hours of thrilling racing, it is Peter Brozavora. They take the checkered flag and they win in fine style here in the 3-hour enduro. Excellent work from Peter Brozavora. It is a sensational race win in the endurance 3-hour. The battle will go right to the death between JRT France and Solid Band Power Cleaner, no doubt. And there's going to be a race to the line with these two cars as they will go side by side to the line. Caribbean Racing and Level Out the Gravel Trap go side by side across the line just to finish off in style. Second place is going to be the crew from Northwest Karting in the number 15 kart. Here they come onto the home straight. Northwest Karting, second position for them. Third place is going to go the way of the crew from Solid Band Power Cleaner, but not without a little bit of excitement and action on the back straight. Here they come through to turn 13 and up to the final chicane. And it's been an amazing comeback for the crew from Solid Band Power Cleaner. They will come through in third place after an epic run and to third position. What a comeback for ABR. They deserve their run to third place. Caribbean Racing up to fourth in the end. JRT France in fifth. From Triskel, Level Out the Gravel Trap, TA Team, Tutti Karting, Tillotson Team, and the Tourist Racing Team. The Batman Lovers come through in 11th place. What a great race. Everybody made it home that started, and 3 hours absolutely flew by.
It certainly did. We got to the last hour and I thought, well, I'm not sure how long my voice can hold out, but it went by like the click of someone's fingers. Honestly, it was absolutely fantastic. There's always something to watch out for in endurance racing, even when there aren't as many on-track battles as perhaps we've seen in the other categories. There is always something to look for on the timing sheets and on the track with traffic management. It is just so interesting to look at from a strategic point of view, not just tactical battles. It really is different gravy, but it is such good gravy.
It's been really exciting all the way through here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We've had so much fun over the course of the day. We've obviously had our 2 qualifying heats in T4 Mini, Junior, Senior, and the Senior 165, and our 3-hour Enduro. That pretty much concludes the on-track action for the day. We are, of course, going to have the prize giving, the podium ceremony here at Valencia for the Endurance. It is the first podium ceremony of the weekend, but it takes us one step closer to deciding which nation is going to be the top nation in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. We hope you've enjoyed the racetrack on-track action. Still some paella, I'm sure, that will go round in the paddock for anybody that's here that wants to grab a bite. You and me both included, mate. I think we've earned it. So it's going to be a fabulous race day tomorrow. We have Heat 3, the Super Heat, and the final coming up tomorrow in T4 Mini, Junior, Senior, and 165. It's going to be great racing tomorrow. Stick around if you want to hang around for the podium here at the trackside, but obviously we're going to be racing in full pelt tomorrow for Heat 3, Super Heat, and the final. From me, Jake Sanson, and from Simon Byford, it's been a great battle so far in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. There's plenty more where that came from tomorrow.
Come on.
1 2 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
All right, so as an athlete, most important thing is recovery. I tell people that all the time, you train your whole life, you get ready to play, but you gotta be ready to play the next day. You gotta be ready to play the next day. And if you can last 15 years, I'm not bragging, but you have to know how to take care of your body. This is the only body you're gonna have, and literally that's what they're paying for. They're paying for this body to run like a well-oiled Formula One car. They're paying guys as if it's a Formula One car, they want it to run that. But guys don't have a pit crew, so you have to become your own pit crew. To me, that's the way you eat, that's the way you train, and that's the way you recover. Now, I've put ice all over my body. I've been in every whirlpool, I've been massaged by the best of them, I've hung upside down. But the important thing is information. Get rid of information. Now, if you take pills, what does it do? It dehydrates you. The reason I became a vegan, better known as eating a plant-based diet, is I wanted to make sure that the information wasn't going to stop me from performing. To deal with title sports, plant-based mentality, deal with, I would say, sports science. Putting that together, imagine not standing in a cryo machine for 3 minutes and just spraying it on your body, and in 5 seconds, information is down. If this was at games, imagine a guy twists his ankle, they cut the tape off, too swole for them to x-ray to see what it is. Title sport, all over it, information goes down, MRI can even be done, an x-ray can be done, pain goes away. Now, why does pain go away? Because this goes right to the reactors that go to your brain to tell you there's pain in the region. Once that's away, information also tells you there's pain. When the pain is away, you can do more things, you feel more confident. That's the reason title sport is great. The reason I got involved is I've tried it all. I've taken tinctures, I've been on trips, I've literally had creams, I smell like an old man, old Ben, Tiger, whatever. We're not going to mention them.
But it shouldn't be painful or messy. We already go through enough.
Yeah.
Come on.
This is uncharted territory. Where your setback is a comeback. We can't manufacture your victory or distill your determination. We harness powerful natural resources to unlock true human potential. Your human potential. Together, we rise.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome the teams and the drivers onto the podium after an exceptional Tillotson T4 endurance race here at the Nations Cup 2022. It has been very exciting all the way through, and the Tillotson president, Charles, will be here to give all of the trophies to our winning three crews. In third position, Solid BAM Power Cleaner by ABR. Welcome to the team from ABR. Great to see them on the rostrum, and they fought back after a difficult first part of the race to get themselves into third position, and they have earned their right to be there on the rostrum. In third position, ladies and gentlemen, the team from ABR. And in second position, ladies and gentlemen, Northwest Karting. Great to see the team come through. A fantastic performance from the guys from Northwest Karting. They deserve to be in the final reckoning. They fought for the victory all the way through. They are in second position, ladies and gentlemen. The team from Northwest Karting. But ladies and gentlemen, on the top step of the podium, the winners of the Tillotson T4 Enduro here at the Nations Cup 2022, Peter Brozavora! Great to see the two boys on the top step of the podium. They worked so hard to get onto the first position, and the Peter brothers really have been incredible. A sensational job from the two winning drivers on the position on the top of the podium. Just getting to the podium is a bit of a victory for these guys. But there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Brozavora, your winners! And in deference to our winning crew on the top step of the podium, we will now hear the national anthem for the Netherlands. Congratulations to our winning crews on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, in the Tillotson T4 Enduro 3 hours. Our fabulous three crews. Let's give them all one big rousing applause, ladies and gentlemen. Solid BAM Power Cleaner by ABR, Northwest Karting, and your winners, the Peter Brothers of Aura. That is it from our race day on Saturday evening here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We will be back bright and early tomorrow as we continue with more great race action from Heat 3, the Super Heats, and the finals as we crown our champions in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2022. See you tomorrow.